Good morning and welcome to the playoffs, season 3 here at the Jar. We have our playoffs here with Dan Kuznetsov, the captain of the Adders, taking on Brandon Contrato from the Burrows. Ash Williams with you. I'll be joined by DK very, very shortly as we take you through the playoffs today. And of course, 2 of the teams in today's playoffs will make it through to the finals. The top 8 of the NPL will vie for the top prize and all that cash over the weekend here at the Jar. The Adders, of course, creeping their way into the playoffs with a very tense and dramatic win over the Roos in the final round of the NPL in Victoria. And Brandon Contrato from the Burrows, who they probably could have finished higher than third if Summer Delabonta didn't miss a few rounds. And I would expect both of these teams to make it through to the finals. We have a couple of replacements for the Bandicoots. Come on. Dan Kuznetsov's been in good form. We had a bit of a lull about 3-4 months ago. The Jar looking magnificent. Centre court here. Contrato, thank you. Get the fast walk going. Hot start for the Burras. Oh, yeah. Look, I haven't seen a lot of Contrato, but first thoughts, stay away from that forehand. This is a timeout time. That's a terrible start from Dan Kuz. He'd be feeling it, but he's the pupper of the Adders. He's meant to be showing them how it's done. He's the veteran, and he's feeling the pressure. It's a really bad start. And Contrato, conversely, has had the perfect start. 3-zip, away from home. You've got to remember that there is a benefit for the Victorian teams. This is their home court. They've got the black shorts on, metaphorically, and Contrato, I think this could be the first time he's ever played at the Jar. A lot of the teams had a practice session yesterday. Got a feel for the courts. They do play slow, but you know, the ball can skid through at the Jar, and I think they're a unique court that you need to get used to. I think it's actually 4 love, side out, Dan Kuz, 0-4. Yeah, that's big. Wasn't much margin for error on that forehand, but right out of the screws for Dan Kuz, 1-4. He's living dangerously though, Dan Kuz. He keeps going to the Contrato forehand, and yeah, you don't go there. It seems to be the stronger wing, but I think Dan might be trying to expose the backhand. If you can hit one to Brandon's forehand. Tasty. Tasty backhand volley. And I believe we've got DK on the line. And he's ready to jump in and take us through the playoffs here for NPL Season 3. DK.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ash. How are we, mate?
Fantastic, mate. I'm just getting a little bit of feedback from you, so I'll just do some tinkering on my end. How are you going, mate? You're excited?
Oh, dude, like I've been looking forward to this weekend for ages now. The finals is absolutely just stacked. So many good players and teams coming into it here at the Jar, and what an amazing season we've had thus far.
Yeah, mate, we've had a very fast start from Contrado, and this would be a turn-up, I think, if Contrado can get the chocolates over Dan Cuz.
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't seen Contrado much this season, have we? Considering he had a bit of time away from the side, and obviously good to see Dan out there as well. I imagine you probably caught up with the Cuzzies this week, Ash, with your time down at the Jar and whatnot. So, got a general vibe from the Cuzzy clan and how they're all going.
Yeah, the Cuzzy clan are on a media ban. The ban was put in by their mum. So look, I didn't have any access to the Cuzzes, but I will pop down there if they are fortunate enough to get through to the big finals that start tomorrow, the main draw finals, if you will. Then I will definitely be talking to the Cuzzies. They can run, but they can't hide, DK.
It's good to see so many top-notch players, and you mentioned family, obviously, down at the Jar. We expect a big family turnout. Nice shot there from Contrado, putting that one away. But obviously the Jar's going to be action-packed this weekend, Ash. You guys got a mad shindig down there in Melbourne. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Wow. That was very Kyle Stokery of Contrado. So he's got the left-handed flick, ambidextrous. Dan Cuz didn't like that. He's taking some big breaths. Oh, and again.
Oof. That is a terrific shot from Contrado.
Initially, DK, I said stay away from Contrado's forehand, but I didn't realise he had two forehands. He's got a righty and a lefty forehand.
That's sneaky too. It looked like he was going to pull across with the double-handed backhand and punched it down the line instead.
This is a cracking start. And I said, DK, I think that this is a real talisman for the adders because Dan Cuz is their veteran. They look to him to set the mood. And if he drops this first game, it could be worrying signs for the adders.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's talk about that. We sort of just dived headfirst into the broadcast, but the ending of our last round was insane, right? Like we had, especially in Melbourne or in Victoria rather, we had so many teams. The Roos obviously fell out of the finals after being in a very solid position on the ladder pretty much all year, and then the Adders snuck in. Like it was just a crazy ending, Ash. I'm still trying to get my head around it all.
Well, DK, you and the Roos are still shell-shocked that they missed out. And I'm not even being facetious. They are still hurting as a group. And it might take a while to shake that one off.
Yeah, you feel for them. Like that. I think, you and I were pretty much, the top two for every state was more or less locked in, so that we thought. So, like, I thought 29ers and the Roos were more or less locked in. We'll punch too far there for Contrado. But that was crazy. That was like it was like a backwards Bradbury, like, for the Roos to not make it. And I obviously feel for the players, but that is the beauty of pickleball, right? You need to put out a performance every single round.
Yeah, I don't actually feel for them. I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't perform on that final day, and they really didn't perform, let's say, for the last three matches. So it's a team effort, and the whole team didn't pull their weight, and that's why they're out of the finals.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of mentioned that they were mentally, I guess, flagging a bit towards the end of the rounds, but that's all she wrote for the Roos viewers, and we can focus on our teams right now that are on court. So obviously we have our playoff picture to get us underway, which I'm super stoked about. Ash, like our matches today are outrageous. So we have the Adders versus the Burras, followed by the Burras v Bandicoots, and then the Adders v Bandicoots. Do you think, Ash, it's a little bit of an advantage for the Bandies to not start first? They can sort of get a bit of a feel for their opposition.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, we've got two replacements for the Bandicoots as well. Shannon Spencer is being replaced by Nat Fisher, who is a Victorian and is used to the jar, plays at the jar a lot. And Colin Wong, unfortunately, is being replaced by Jake Winan. So,
Oh, okay.
look, I think that's going to put them in, they're behind the eight ball in making it through the top two today, but you never know. And yeah, I think it does help to just take a breath. We're going to have all of our matches today on centre court, and you can just shake off some of those nerves, hopefully, and hope that one of these teams is a little bit off, and two out of three teams go through. So the odds are pretty good, and that's why I was saying, DK, I think the Adders, they're a watch for maybe feeling the pressure today.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned. Oh, nice shot there from Contrado, punching it down the left side. It's funny you mentioned Jake Winan coming in for Colin Wong. Obviously, Colin had a terrific season, and it stings that both he and Spencer can't play for the Bandies. But Jake Winan almost gives me, like, obviously me being a Richmond fan for the AFL, like I get a Pickett sort of vibe. Jake obviously played a couple of rounds in Queensland, but he almost is a super sub to come in at the finals. So we'll see if there's a fairy tale ending there. Do you have because obviously with the playoff picture, only two of the teams go through. Is there anyone that you are a little bit worried about leading into the matches today?
It's a good question. Obviously, we've seen a lot more of Victoria and New South Wales just because we've had some turbulent weather in Queensland and haven't had some of the streams. I'm probably, I don't want to single her out, but I think Gabby May, it's her first finals series in the NPL. And I will be very interested to see how she comes out. Because she's, everyone feels the pressure, but some feel it more. And that's why I think Dan Kuznetsov needs to, set the mood for the whole team. So, yeah, I'll be watching Gabby and maybe even Timmy Kuznetsov. Let's throw him in there.
Yeah, well, we mentioned the young superstars of the season, and we did say that the likes of Timmy Kay and Josh Cheers, another one that popped up in the discussion, Steph Georgic. These sort of players may have a little bit of pressure on them now, especially leading into the final portion of our season. And it would be very interesting considering Contrado's running amok right now. So what a start it is for the Burras here. Obviously, Captain Sarah Dennehy would be thrilled as her side takes the first victory with Contrado taking down the captain of the Adders. Danger signs here, Ash.
Yeah, it's massive. And look, Contrado can play. I'm not really au fait with Contrado, but he's got a Juper of 5.17 and he's had some big wins. So, yeah, he can play. And gee whiz, he kind of cut up Dan Kuz there with his groundies, and Dan had a really tough time reading him.
I would agree. And the thing with the Burras is, and this is from, obviously we haven't really covered them too much in the Greenzone, but I've spent quite a bit of time speaking to a bunch of the Queensland players. And the thing with the Burras is, if you're to beat them, you have to beat them. You have to beat the guys. Obviously, Summit Alabono, Sarah Dennehy are two of the best players in the country. you're not going to get an easy run of it against those ladies. So Contrado, even a minimum forcing a tie with the men's category is an incredible start for the Burrows. Like that's already going towards their game plan.
Yeah, you're right. So this is what Contrado just did then was worth two wins, really. Yeah, it's going to be actually hard to see the Adders winning from here.
Yeah, well, Ryan Simmons he's a bit what we call, I guess, what's the word? He dominates the rec play. So he's obviously up against Timmy K. We've covered the youngest Kuznetsov quite a bit throughout this season, but we haven't really seen much of the Burrows, obviously, due to the wild weather you mentioned earlier. Ryan Simmons in a social or a recreational play, Ash is one of the best players for that session. He comfortably takes on some of the best in Australia.
Yeah, I think the term you're looking for, DK, is a flat track bully.
There we go. That's perfect. So I spent a bit of time with Ryan after because he's just off an MVP performance, by the way, viewers, at the for the Queensland portion at the end of the season. So you talk about hitting your stride at the right time. I know Ryan will be fired up to try and prove his worth to the remaining of the Burrows team, and looks like we're about to get underway with Kuznetsov to bring it in for the Adders.
Yeah, last round, you mentioned Ryan Simmons had the MVP, 2 singles wins over Liam Jesperson and Ben Costin. You know, not the biggest wins, but you still got to win them.
Well, you can only face who's in front of you, mate, and obviously the Burrows getting through was super handy, considering, that you mentioned the Opals there. We talked about the madness of the Roos falling out of the finals. The Opals were definitely a chance to get through as well. So the third place positions from last round, nice shot there from Timmy K, were just outrageous, right? We had the Dinkers just losing to the Bandicoots. The Burras got through above the Opals, and obviously in Victoria, the Adders got through. So nice drive there from Simmons at the baseline. How's the conditions down in Melbourne this weekend, Ash?
It's cold, mate, which is actually good for the jar. The season 2 finals were really, really hot, and it was just I played for the Jalapenos, and I was dripping. So I think the cold weather is much more pleasurable to play in for everyone this weekend.
Yeah, and let's talk about Div 2. Obviously, players and viewers will be excited to know that Div 2 is also being broadcasted this weekend, and that should be a ton of fun. Congratulations to all of our Div 2 teams that are going through. It's going to be a lot of fun at the Jar, Ash. I know I'm obviously based here in Queensland. I can't come and run amok with you guys, but I know our finals Sunday is just going to be so much fun. You guys got DJ Jimmy Tran down there pumping music. Obviously, the Squealing Pig Par is going to be flat stick, and all the local food and beverages on display. No doubt you'll be popping down after the broadcast, I imagine, to celebrate with the players and the teams.
Yeah, why not? I will. I just want some high quality pickle, DK, and I want to see each team at their best. And I'm really looking forward to the Outback versus someone like the 29ers. I think that will be just a real, here's the thing, DK, just watch this point play out. Does a team full of great players beat a team with one superstar? So I'm talking about the Outback versus the 29ers, the superstar being Tom Evans. Can he put his team on his back and say, jump on?
Well, it's a very fair question. And, if we were looking at like a basketball or something like that, I would say that it would probably favour someone like Evans. But in the amazing way that the NPL draw is positioned, in that, you need to have an all-round team. We saw that with the Opals. Danny Townsend's one of the best players in the country. She's not here at finals. It just goes to show that having a superstar caliber player doesn't necessarily mean success. But then again, you could also counter argue. We saw the Roos capitulate, so it's a fantastic season in that it's like I've immediately contradicted myself, and I can't give you a great answer.
When you have a team full of great players who are not superstars, they all need to play well. And we saw the Roos soil the bed like nothing else. So, look, there's only one Tom Evans, and no one does it like him. And I expect him to come out all guns blazing. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it, and it's a good little lead in, as we have a good battle here on our hands for our matchup between Simmons and Kuznetsov, because for our other games later on today, viewers, and by the way, please pop over to the National Pickleball League website. You can see all relevant information, as we have a nice rally here breaking out, and that one goes too long there for Timmy K. For our finals this weekend, it's pretty mental, to say the least. We've got matches lined up all across the board. You've already mentioned one matchup that you would really like to see, as nice coverage there from Simmons. So we've got Heat v Brumbies as well. You're talking about having a superstar caliber player in Evans. We almost have a very similar situation with Joey Wild for the Brumbies.
Correct. And what's interesting about some of these teams, the Burrows and the Brumbies, for example, is that they're playing with a fully packed team. The Burrows, we haven't seen Brandon Contrado play for about 3 rounds. He comes out today, beats Dan Kuznetsov, makes a huge difference to their team. And in the same breath, the Brumbies have been playing without Caden Hensel. So right. Caden Hensel is back down here. You could argue that if the Brumbies had Caden Hensel against the Outback, they win and they finish on top. So that of their state in Queensland. So yeah, these fully packed teams, I'm probably going to say they're going to be the ones who are going to win it, I think.
Yeah,
yeah.
You go ahead.
I was going to say, man, who's your sneaky? So, the top 3 teams really, I'm going to say it's the Heat, the Brumbies, I'll say 4, the Outback, and the 29ers. They're the top 4 seeds for mine. I think even literally they are. Who's your roughie? Who might surprise us this weekend?
Well, before this match even began, I had the Burras as my dark horse. And reason being is you can never discount, Dalabona and Dennehy. I think we've seen them both just, Summer Dalabona is one of the best in the world, and Sarah Dennehy is an up-and-coming superstar. If the fellas can play well, even right now, right? Dan Kuznetsov and Timmy Kuznetsov, for viewers at home that might be watching for the first time, they're very good singles players. And the fact that Contrado and Simmons can push them, I think, Ash, that if Contrado and Simmons can at minimum force a tie with their matches and let the ladies pop off, I think the Burras are low-key. They're a team you do not want to verse in finals.
No, 100%.
Nice rally, and poked a bit far there for Ryan Simmons.
That was a beautifully crafted point there from Ryan Simmons, opting to stay back on the return and just pushing the ball around.
But do you have a dark horse pick thus far, mate?
Look, I think you're right. I think, top of mind is what we're watching right now. This is pretty impressive stuff from the Burrows. And I just hope if Summer de la Bona comes that kind of slightly angry Summer de la Bona,
Yep.
well, she's the female version of Tom Evans. Can she lift the team to do amazing things? I also think the Tide. I think Vuk can lift his team, and they are. I don't know if they had a really good round 5, the Tide, and I think if you looked at their stats with Vuk playing, they would be phenomenal. So cannot discount the Tide with Vuk in tow.
Yeah, Vuk's a bit of a wild card, isn't he? For the Tide, I think he's obviously got outrageous potential, and as we've got a bit of a timeout, viewers, we can bring up the finals discussion. Actually, Jimmy, if you're there, mate, by the way, big shout out to Sports our broadcast partner for this event and series. It'd be really cool if we could bring up the finals asset so you and I can discuss it as we have official Mark Taylor having a chat to Simmons, because then we can discuss the playoff picture and sort of what to expect, etc., leading on at some point after this match. That would be really cool to bring it up for our viewers. But there we go. Thank you. Oh, geez, these guys are good. So we will get into that after this match so we can discuss it all with you all at home. But the finals is pretty crazy considering there's a bunch of teams we haven't even brought up yet. You mentioned the Tide. How do you think the Stingers are going to go?
That's a good question, mate. He's made that. Oh, called out? Gee whiz. That must have only just been out.
Yeah, no challenge there from Simmons. So, because that's off getting the ball back. And look at that scoreline, very healthy. All scores, by the way, viewers, available via ladder. So you can see all of the scores throughout the events on the National Pickleball League website. Highly recommend popping over to have a look at the NPL website. It's got all the information and whatnot. Nice serve there from Simmons, really whipping it. And this here is going to start the Burras with a singles victory. If Ryan Simmons can get the next point, huge for the Queensland side.
Yeah, look, I think the Adders are so lucky to be here. Really, they shouldn't have made the finals, and they're just making up the numbers. So they're not going to go far. And this, I didn't expect them to do well, but I expected them to win the men's singles. And the fact that they are looking like going down 1-love is, it ain't great. And it gives a team like the Bandicoots with 2 replacements a sniff of getting through to the weekend. I mean, DK, if the Bandicoots make it through with 2 replacements,
that's a good effort.
Is that one of the biggest upsets of season 3?
A very good question, sir, because you would back, if you had to see, for me, with our third place sides or our playoff sides, if you will, and it looks like Ryan Simmons is securing the victory and the Burrows take a 1-0 start in our first playoff match here for the finals. If you were to say a side with 2 substitutes, you would have them as probably the lowest chance, right, to go through to the next stage. But Jake Winan's a superstar. We've seen Nat Fisher. She's been quite serviceable this season, coming in and playing and whatnot. I have to ask, Ash, obviously you've been very high on Amy Munro this season. I'm curious Was she confirmed to locked into the Sharks, or was she still a substitute?
It's a great question. I know she's playing in the Div 2 finals for the Tide. I'm not sure whether she, but I'm sure that if you got the call up to play, in Div 1, you would take it. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure why. Look, there's an argument for both. Nat Fisher and Amy Munro are both really solid. They're both better at doubles than singles. So,
Either way.
very similar.
And we can bring up our finals here, viewers, so you at home can get a bit of an idea of what we're talking about. So currently, we're in our playoff picture, so you can see there that two of the playoff teams, which are our third place sides, you can see at the top right, Adders for Victoria, Burras for Queensland, and the Bandicoots for New South Wales. Two of those sides will go through, and they will have to take either the Stingers or the Tide on. Both scary teams to face, if I'm being honest with you all. And then there's the tantalising matchups that Ash Williams and I were discussing earlier, in that the Heat v Brumbies and Outback versus 29ers. Oh boy, they are both very difficult matches to call who will go through.
Yeah, so whoever finishes second today will play the Stingers, and whoever finishes top will take on the Tide. I'm not sure who you'd rather play, because the Tide have the home ground advantage. It is interesting, though, DK, that we haven't really been discussing the Stingers. I mean, you got Kyle Stoker and Mickey Hyatt, two superstars of the sport. It's just about whether their second players are going to be able to do the job.
Yeah, and we can. I do want to delve into the Stingers more, and we will, no doubt. But let's take a look at our team lineups for the sides that we currently have on screen. So you brought up the number twos, which I think are probably the stories for these two sides. So we have Adders v Burras. Obviously, the Burrows took the first for Queensland. Brendan Contrado came out lights out. I think him taking the first singles match is probably a little bit of a surprise and a bit of a warning shot to the Victorian teams. Obviously, we haven't seen much of the Queensland sides due to the wild weather, but you mentioned Gabby May earlier, Ash, as sort of one to watch, and we might jump over to the ladies warming up as we speak, because we are about to jump into some women's doubles. What can we expect from this, Ash?
Well, look, I just want to mention, looking at those teams, when you see the team lineup, I mean, Sarah Dennehy, Summer Delabonna, and then we've just had a bit of a display of skill from Brandon Contrado and Ryan Simmons. They are a stacked team. And when I look at it against the Adders, I'm not going to say the Burrows look like a Ferrari, but they look like, let's just say, do you know your cars, DK? I'm going to say like a Mustang or something, right?
Yep.
I look at the Adders and I see a Honda Jazz. That's the difference in horsepower. They don't have the horsepower of the Adders. So let's just see what they can do here in the doubles. I expect the Burrows to do it very, very easily. I don't know if they would have played against Izzy and Gabby much, but I've said it numerous times, almost ad nauseum on the broadcast, that Gabby May has a very particular pattern with her doubles, and once you know that pattern, you can set up your pork and really chow down on some speed ups.
Well, as Mark Taylor, our official, has a chat with our players, I want to bring up the Stingers again, because you mentioned them in the past. So the elimination final first place side will go through to take on the Stingers. So Stingers are, they're very highly rated from New South Wales, second place from New South Wales. There is I think it's a likely chance, Ash, that the Burras will take on the Stingers, as I imagine they'll probably take the top place for for the elimination finals. So I think they'll beat the Bandicoots as well, the Burrows, and then it's a battle for second between the Adders and the Bandies. Do you think the Burrows are a legitimate chance to take on the Stingers?
I thought the whoever finished top today took on the Tide. So you're saying whoever finishes top in the playoffs takes on the Stingers?
Yep, so elimination final 1 will take on the Stingers, and then elimination final 2, so second place, will take on the Tide. If I'm reading our asset right, that we just set up.
I don't think that makes sense. I'd like to get some confirmation on that, because I'm pretty sure the Stingers would have had more points than the Tide. So I don't see why the number 1 seed from the playoff.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and we can we'll bring that up, that asset up once more, and taking on a combination of May and Papasan, and pretty much as expected, Delabona playing on the left. It's one thing. It's almost we're a little bit lucky, Ash, in that. How often in sports do you have a surprise package in finals? We haven't seen much of the Queensland regions due to the wild weather they've had over there. The Burras, Brumbies and Outback are kind of low key. Like, unless you're from Queensland, you know what to expect with the team lineups. But, there's a possibility that some of these players from Victoria and New South Wales wouldn't have much of an idea of what's happening with these Queensland teams.
No. You'd know the superstars. You'd know SDB and Summer Delabona. You would know Sarah Dennehy, but it's like you might not know, the edges of the teams. So it's great to see them, and it's really clear that the Burrows come from Queensland, because you can see a T-shirt tan mark there on Sarah Dennehy, a pretty pronounced one.
It's definitely not as cool up in Queensland as it is down in Melbourne at the moment in the Jar, and this is a solid start here for our ladies on court. By the way, viewers, if you are a Victorian local and you want to go down and support the National Pickleball League, the Jar is going to be action-packed all weekend for our AHM finals. Swing and a miss there for Delabona. Oof, speed up from Papasan. And I was about to say, Ash, I think if the Adders ladies are to have a chance here, I think Izzy needs to play really well. She needs to bring the fight to these two ladies. Oh, Gabby May did everything right there except for the final shot. Unfortunately, fired from the hip was the Summit Alabona blast, and there's very little you can do about it.
That'll still give Gabby a lot of confidence, though, even though they lost the point. She had some good touches there. Well, we almost saw 3 dinks in a row, and I was like, wow. But unfortunately, we went out on the third one. Couldn't believe my eyes, DK.
That's not women's pickleball. Don't want any of that dinking stuff. And geez, let's talk about it. We are seeing multiple body bags here from both sides. We are clearly watching finals because there's no love lost here on the court.
But they should. They wouldn't have done their homework. In the sense that, like, have they spoken to anyone about patterns from their opposition? You'd think that maybe Summer and Saro don't need to do that, but
Well, interesting little trend here, Ash, in that we've seen twice already 2 little communication mishaps between Dallabonna and Dennehy, especially when the ball goes in between Dallabonna's forehand and Dennehy's backhand. We've seen them both go for a shot at the same time. So just a little quirk there. But the Adders have done well to get us started. Now, the thing with the Burras, and I did speak to several of the Burras players about this, is the ladies will start first. So obviously the Burras, oh, that one's hit the net and gone in. The Burras will have a very strong starting side, but the ladies, the gentlemen need to come in and finish it. And that is where the Burras potentially may have mishaps.
this is a good start for the Adders regardless. They would have taken this at the start of the game.
Yeah, it's at this point, if you're versing 2 players of this caliber, it's literally just a matter of minimizing damage. If you can go toe-to-toe with, or at minimum not lose a high amount of points against the 2 informed Burras ladies, that's a win. You would take that. Yeah, nice smash there from Sarah Dennehy, the captain of the Burras, and that brings up the 6-point rotation. 3-point difference here. As we've got our players just having a bit of a chat. We also have to give a shout out to a Luz, one of our paddle sponsors here, for our amazing season that we've had. I know a bunch of the players have been getting their hands on the Luz paddles and having a great time with them. We've got a couple big signings immediately. Ethan Butson and Sahil Dang come to mind to utilize the Luz paddles. We also have to give a shout out to Franklin, obviously the official ball of Pickleball Australia, and being the X40 that we've been going toe-to-toe with all season. Speaking of the X40, there it is, clipping the net and going in. You can see the big Franklin sign there on the left. That looks like a new addition for the jar. As well as Vietjet. The Vietnamese airline has been getting behind the National Pickleball League, and obviously pickleball in that part of the world has been outrageous. The growth is crazy. I know they had a big tournament there not too long ago, and no doubt we'll expect to see a bunch of Vietnamese players coming across to Australia and vice versa. We'll be going over there. So if you are looking to have a bit of a pickleball holiday somewhere international, look no other than Vietjet. See what awesome deals they have, and also support the National Pickleball League in doing so. And that was an unfortunate one for Izzy Papazan, as got a couple of replays here on screen, but we can get into the action here and immediately underway with a lob. Return lob is good. Ladies have returned fire, and Izzy Papazan fires that one out of bounds, having a big giggle to herself. And Summer Dallabonna to serve. Healthy scoreline here for the Queensland side. And shoulder check there, and that has been locked up. The Burras ladies with a very healthy start at an 11-3 scoreline.
Yeah, they really just put their foot on the gas, didn't they, DK?
Yeah, very. You mentioned cranky Summer earlier. She didn't look cranky at all. If anything, she was laughing and all smiles. But she put on her accountant hat and went full business here on the Outers ladies. Minimal errors on her behalf, except for those little communication mishaps that I mentioned earlier on. But one thing I will say is that we saw a pretty common trend in that Dallabonna and Dennehy were playing incredibly aggressive. So lots of speed ups towards their opposition. So I do wonder whether that'll be a reoccurring theme that we may see through our finals. But this here is probably, the tell of the tale for the Adders. I think, Ash, this is a must-win match for the Adders. The two Cuzzies need to come out swinging, because I think if the Burras gentlemen can lock this one up, then it's pretty much all over Red Rover.
Well, you'd think they can get it done, but again, we haven't seen too much of Contrado and Simmons. And, Contrado, like I said, he hasn't played, I think he's missed 3 rounds. So Contrado and Simmons haven't played a lot together, really, compared to the Kuz brothers.
Yeah, we've got Contrado starting on the right. Speed up. Unsuccessful there for Brendan Contrado. And Timmy K to bring it in. And we have to give a big shout out, by the way, viewers. The gentleman on the right side of the screen, Dylan Ventura Ho, one of our superstars of the National Pickleball League. Very busy man with the JAR and also the development of up-and-coming players for the NPL. If you are an up-and-coming superstar, someone who wants to take the NPL on, or develop your own skills, obviously we have the academy as well. And that'll be one of the gentlemen you have a chat to. Pop over to the NPL website. They're always welcoming new players. And, we've seen some just genuine success stories this season, Ash.
Yeah, who stands out for you, DK?
Well, I mean, I mentioned last round, the super sub Sahil Dang. ATP is good. Brandon Contrado whipping it through the legs of Dan Kuznetsov, and that's a confidence booster for the Burras. Dang immediately comes to mind. Just from results, we haven't really seen too much of her on court, but Crystal Mildwaters as well, who we'll no doubt see feature later on this weekend. From the New South Wales side, I thought Colin Wong was very positive this season. Obviously, unfortunate that he can't play this weekend. Is anyone else that really rings a bell? Kyron also had a pretty good season, but I don't know if I sort of already expected him to do well, but he sort of proved his point throughout the season as well. Anyone ring a bell for you?
For the new faces, obviously being from Victoria, I think Sahil, he still, has a lot of upside, but we saw some real potential from him. And I think he's almost overtaken a lot of the other up-and-comers in Ethan Butson and Timmy Kay and Josh Chia. I would put Sahil above them. So, it's a pretty fast rise, and look forward to seeing what he can do for Season 4. He'll probably be a captain for Season 4, I think.
Well, I mean, he unintentionally took that role, didn't he, with the Rangers, which, talk about...
I think they should be targeting Timmy Kuznetsov. Oof.
Ernie?
He got him? Yeah, he got him.
Oof. Ryan Simmons a little bit too tall there. Someone clips him and Dan Kay will take it.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. I think you want to test out Dan Kuznetsov, because sometimes he can be a bit off. And if he's off, you want to target Dan Kuznetsov. That's missed.
Well, that's 2 Ernies that have, the first one was definitely going long. Ooh, he's not happy.
Well, his paddle pops. He really, that's why I'm saying there's not a lot of margin for error with Dan.
Yeah, speaking of errors, that one there, straight down the middle, out of bounds on the full.
Great ankle.
Yeah, nice dinking rally there. And the Burras continue to chip away and build this lead. And Ash, I want to bring up the prize money for this weekend. So obviously, this weekend, viewers of the players are playing for a significant amount of money, and that is the ATP attempt that didn't work out. First, there's $100,000 up for grabs between the top 4 teams. So first place will take 50K. Second will take 25, third is 15, and fourth is 10,000. And for the first time ever, the finals MVP will take $5,000. So it's a pretty handy weekend to Melbourne, Ash, locking up some of that prize money.
Oh yeah, you can really line the pockets if you can play some good pickle this weekend.
And there's our list of sponsors for our finals. Obviously, AHM have been outstanding getting behind the National Pickleball League. If you are looking at different health insurance options, please give AHM a look-see. They do get behind the National Pickleball League. They do get behind pickleball in general. And it's awesome to see. Obviously, you want to look after yourself on and off the court. AHM all the way. And we can get underway ourselves here with the Burrows a healthy lead up against the Adders. There for Ryan Simmons. Speaking of AHM, they'll be having the rest and recovery zone down at the jar.
The ice bath, and like I said, the season 2 finals were super hot, and the matches were intense, and a lot of people were using the ice bath, even people who weren't playing. Shout out to Chris Baum.
Good old Chris Baum. He's no doubt going to make an appearance at some point. Is that it? That's not him on the left in the white jumper, is it?
No.
Nice.
It's just to the left of Dan Kuz's shoulder, behind him. It's out of camera.
Whoa, yep. Kuznetsov not happy with himself again, and this is when the mental games really start to kick in. I think it's probably going to be universal team play against the Burras, in that you have to beat the gentleman if you want to win, and that net roll will work. But obviously that plan is not happening right now for the Burras, and I think, Ash, if the fellas fire this weekend, they are a legitimate threat.
Almost promised that this will be my last mention of this team. But how do you think the Roos would feel right now watching the Adders get smashed?
Well, let's think about it. So you would have Valos and Westbury taking on Dalabona and Dennehy, as well as the gentleman currently playing in our matchup. that we have on screen. Would they do any better?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if the result would really change. The question would be the I think it's up against the Bandicoots that the Roos, because like I'll be honest, the Adders look they look rather ordinary. They had I thought they had a pretty good season overall, and they were starting to hit their straps, but just at the moment they're not. I don't
No.
know. They just look exposed.
Well, they only have one superstar. Well, but she's not a superstar yet. I'm talking about Izzy Papazian. She's on the way to potentially being a superstar. But yeah, she's their draw card, and yeah, I don't. They're very lucky to be there.
Yeah, well, the Burrows won't complain at all. I've got to get through the elimination finals first off. But a very healthy start.
Can I ask you a tough question, DK, which I know you're not going to want to answer, which is
Here we go.
my favourite types of questions.
It's all right. It's only 11 a.m. Where the caffeine's kicked in, so we can get into the nitty gritty immediately. Let's go.
Oh, you're on the caffeine. I'm on a Jameson and Scotch, which I don't even think makes sense because I think Jameson is Scotch. But
effort there from the Burrows, yeah. Sorry, please continue.
So of Timmy K, Ethan Butson, Sahil Dang, Josh Chia, who are you excited about the least?
Ooh, tough one. I mean, I think Dang's immediately out of that question. He's had a terrific season. So it was Timmy K,
Ethan Butson, Josh Chia.
Oh man, been there.
He went around the back. If he pulled that off, that would have been on the kitchen pickleball. That would have been unbelievable.
It's almost like a unintentional scorpion or something. He's trying to flick it over his head. Timmy K, the man in question. I think, you got to look at age in this. Because
that's a really good point.
Timmy K is obviously the youngest out of those three. Sahil Dang's out of the question. I think he's going to be incredible, but Kuznetsov's probably the youngest there, and then Butson, and then Chia.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, Chia is I'm pretty sure he's 28, so he's a lot older than the three other chaps mentioned. So it's a good shout by you, mate.
Oh, this is outrageous.
He's a classy player, isn't he, Ryan Simmons?
What's happening here? We've got a bit of a black screen. There we go. As we can continue with our match. But, he makes outrageous noises on the court, and he does play a little bit of unorthodox pickleball sometimes. So I'm not surprised to see him pull out that shot there. It looks like we have a double stacking effect for our Kuzi fellas. Interesting, Ash, that Tim Kuznetsov, despite the scoreline, so Dan K has obviously said, "No, young fella, you got to take the reins here."
Yeah, perhaps that dynamic works the best.
Oh no, they've swapped it up. They're keeping us on our toes here in the commentary booth. Oh, tight angle just on the wide side, and you can really see the Burrows are swinging freely at the moment. Very healthy scoreline for our gender doubles. But to go back to the question, I hate to say it, but probably Josh Chia. I think at the start of the season, I was has a little bit of pressure on him now. I thought he played really well last season. He took over that captaincy role, and it's probably good for his own education. And that one there's gone wide, and Dan Kuznetsov's not having a good match.
But just by the way, DK, that serve from Timmy Kuz was a fault. It was inside the kitchen, and it wasn't called.
Well, that one there has definitely been called, and Dan K's having a howler, unfortunately. But unfortunately, it kills me. I never like calling our players, but to answer your question, I'd probably put Chia in that category because, it's funny that we bring up age in pickleball. We have quite an older demographic that typically play this sport that we all love. And that's a good shoulder check there from Contrado. The Burras, just a 2-0 start for their campaign into finals. And you can see the Bandicoots captain, Walters, on the sidelines having a look-see. He'll be a little bit alarmed of the damage that the Burrows are causing thus far.
Yeah, and I've just received a text, DK, from an anonymous player who is a star of NPL Season 3, and the text reads, "The adders are getting pumped as expected."
Oh, sheesh, a bit of bite there. But,
yep. Well, I mean, that is an absolute pumping. 22-5. Let's see how. Do you give Izzy Papazian any chance here?
Well, I mean, she played in the 700, the Brisbane Championships, the PWR NPL event, and from memory, she went quite deep. Did she go down to Danny Townsend in the end? I'm trying to remember. Or was it Sarah Dennehy? It might have been Dennehy.
I think she lost in 3 sets to Selena Taruya.
It might have been Taruya, yeah. Either way, it's one of the superstars of the Australian pickleball scene. If Papazan was up against Dennehy, I would say maybe a chance. But Summer Dalabona is, she is number 1 in Australia for women's singles. I think she could genuinely take on the men as well, by the way. Like, she's freakish on the singles court. And Izzy, like, she needs to play a near perfect match here, I think.
What paddle? Izzy looks like she's changed paddles because she was with 6-0, then she went to Engage, and now that, I don't know what that is.
Almost. It's got the purple tape, which immediately makes me think of a black diamond for the 6-0.
No, but it's not. It's not.
So, yeah, I couldn't really answer you, mate. It's a fair question.
Izzy got the MVP in Victoria last round. She's in good form, and this is her home court. Yep. She plays here. She practices. She's here 5 times a week, I reckon, 4 times a week. So if she's ever going to beat Summer Dalabona, it should be here.
Yeah, and that's probably a good point to bring up about the Queensland sides, Ash, in that they have played all season in outrageous weather. So coming somewhere where it's a little bit still, there's actual like reasonable conditions and it's a bit cooler. I actually think that might affect a little bit of the Queensland results because they're playing in literal cyclone conditions some of the rounds. And for someone that has played, at the home court, that is a little bit of a benefit.
Oh, for sure. But it hasn't helped the adders so far.
No, they've definitely had a rough one to trot.
I'm really looking forward to the Adders versus the Bandicoots.
Yeah, same. It's going to
I
be a good one.
mean, it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be tense.
Yeah, and viewers, that'll be our 4 p.m. match. So we will have the Burras v Bandies straight after this. And I can confirm if the Burrows do take the game 3 and have a 3-0, we will also play the 4th game. So the results do count because obviously one team has to get knocked off. It may go down to point differential. So that's also very important to note as we are battling it out.
That's a really good point, DK. I mean, if the Adders get pumped here, I actually don't know if it will count because I don't think anyone's going to beat the Burrows. So it's going to come, whoever wins out of the Bandicoots and the Adders will get through.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And our next matchup will be the Bandies taking on the Burrows. And, if the Burrows do go through, that's a pretty awesome way to spend their playoff day. To get the 2 matches straight out of the way and then have the remainder of the Ivy to, rest and recover in that AHM recovery zone we were talking about. They're going to be primed and ready to go for that first match on Saturday, where we have our qualifying finals at 10 a.m.
Oh,
that's a smart shot.
Izzy Papazian.
You did mention Papazian in our last round, Ash, that she may be moving back to Armenia. Were those rumors confirmed?
I haven't confirmed them. And yeah, I'll pop down to the jar tomorrow morning and get to the bottom of that because the source who told me is maybe the most unreliable source in Australian pickleball.
Okay.
Again, shout out to Chris Baum. But
for our Chris, he's confident this morning.
No. But yeah, look, I'd be surprised if she relocates to Armenia long term. She's got so much opportunity here in Australia with how she's playing.
Well, for me personally, for next season, and by the way, viewers, you can find all the draft information via the National Pickleball League website. Highly recommend popping over as it's directly relevant to what Ash and I are currently talking. I think Izzy Papazian, she's going to be a top 3 pick next season if she does stay in Australia.
Oh, for sure.
For the Victoria region. Yeah.
She could also be a captain.
She could also be a captain. That's a fair point. Considering Evans and Spirides are both moving to the States, so the 29ers and the Tide will have captaincy positions open. Papazian coming in for Spirides to me is a reasonable fit, but it depends if she wants that captaincy role. We saw, Summer Dalabona, one of the most accomplished captains in Australian pickleball, decided she doesn't want to be a captain anymore. And now she's just a ace in the hole for the Sarah Dennehy-led side of the Burras.
Yeah. I mean, here's a question for you. And I think I might have asked you this before. You can't say Tom Evans. Who is the best captain of all the NPL teams? Who leads? I'm not talking about how they play necessarily, but who rallies the troops? Who is the best captain?
I mean, historically, my answer would be Remy Marok. She was an incredible captain in seasons past. Probably didn't get the results on court that she was really looking for, but as a captain, she was outstanding over in Queensland, as that's a net role there for Dalabona, in that she genuinely got around her team. Like it was a morale boost to have Remy on your side. But for this season, it's a bit of a tricky one. We haven't really watched too much of the Queensland side, so I'm not going to mention a Queensland captain. I imagine playing under someone like a Joey Wild would be positive. I'm curious to see how someone like Harrison Brown would go, as a captain. But for this season, let's have a think about it. So, New South Wales, is there anyone that immediately screams out to me? I don't know how playing under Adam Walters would be. That would probably be an interesting experience, that's for sure. Over in Victoria, I would say from a learning perspective, someone like Dan Kay, I thought would be you would learn a lot, and he seems to have a bit of a mature head on his shoulders. But unfortunately, this matchup that we're currently seeing is completely contradicting what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know whether Dan Kay's got enough dog in him.
Yeah.
I think you need a captain that's going to go to war. And, that's why I said you can't mention Tom Evans, because Tom will go to war and he will say, we're all fighting. Let's go. So,
yeah, and I mean, immediately, like, Zach Grabovic comes to mind for someone that will fire up. But we saw last week in the Sharks, they just capitulated, I thought, the last 2 rounds. As speaking of service actions, it looks like just having a bit of a discussion with Papazian.
she's got a heavily taped right shoulder there.
Yeah, I noticed that. I do wonder what's happened. Hopefully she's all good. Seeing quite a few drops here from Papazian in the last 5 minutes or so. Obviously not wanting to go toe-to-toe with Delamona on the baseline. I'm trying to give you an answer, Ash, for your captain's question. Too much oomph as well. I didn't really get a chance to see how Helena went as a captain. Like, obviously she was with the Emeralds as well, but I was never really there on person, Ash, so I can't really comment.
Well, you know who is possibly in the conversation? Selena Taruya. I mean, at the end of the day, they're undefeated. The whole team has pulled their weight, and Selena's led from the front. Ably assisted by her right-hand man in Kyron Lavers. So,
yeah, good shout. Yeah, that's a very good shout. The Heat are literally unbeaten this season. So technically, Selena is the best captain of the season. So yeah, very good shout. And Selena almost takes that Tom Evans role in that she will go out and ball out on the court. And she almost, we've seen her fire up in tournaments in the past. I don't think she's someone that likes losing. And you want a captain like that.
Really bad body language from Izzy Papazian in the last minute.
See, this is where the mental aspect of pickleball is so fascinating to me, in that if you're going up against the queen of women's singles, like, I imagine someone like a Danny Townsend relishes it. They're like, yes, like, I'm coming for you. But some people would get intimidated, right? And I do wonder if Papazian's in that category currently.
That's wide. Yeah, perhaps. I touched on this last round, or round 4. Often the match is already won before they've hit a ball. If you don't believe you can win before the match starts, don't bother. But I would say at least 50%, or maybe a touch less, probably don't even believe they can win. So this could be an example. I would hope that Izzy is starting to believe she can beat these people, because you have to.
Yes.
I could almost guarantee that Gabby May doesn't think she could beat Sarah Dennehy. So it's what's the point? But we need to see some of these superstars being challenged, and that's why Danny Townsend, is a superstar, because it doesn't matter who she's playing. She could be playing, Annalie Waters, and Danny Townsend would believe she can win, even though she knows it'll be hard. She would believe.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, mate. And I think there will come a point where I think Papazian will, she'll take a gold against a real quality contending player like a Mickey Hyatt or someone of that stance. And that, I think, is when we'll see her performance start to erupt, because she'll suddenly have the belief. The whole seeing is believing, right? Like if you get that result, it's suddenly like, okay, no, I can do this. Unfortunately, Papazian isn't having that moment right now. Unfortunately, as I mentioned at the start, though, you have to be just about perfect if you're going up against Summer Delabona, and that one there is not perfect, gone long.
Well, this is where a coach comes in handy. I mean, often it's just mentality. It's just putting the icing on the cake to your game. In fact, mentality is more than icing on the cake. It's probably the whole sponge cake, to be honest. But we see it in tennis. We see these awesome players, just along there from Izzy, who they can't produce results when it matters, and they get the right coach, and hey presto, they're consistent top 10 in the world. Tommy Paul's a really good example of that in the men's game. He was kind of nowhere, about 40 in the world, and he's been with the Summer Delabona, gets it done there easily, 11-4 over Izzy. Izzy doesn't look fit. She's kind of, that shoulder must be troubling her, but yeah, mate, I think for someone like Izzy, I would be trying to get a coach on a very, part-time basis, just to help you believe.
Yeah, it's probably one thing that I remember speaking with Coco Lococo about this, one of the top coaches in the country, in that not enough players have. It's not the physical aspect of coaching; it's the mental aspect. In that players don't. They're just not. How many times do we see players just collapse on court mentally? They just give up. And unfortunately, there's only, like, how often do you see someone like Tom Evans or a Joey Wild crack it, like, on court? Like, I know Evans does get a bit cranky sometimes, but he never gives up, is the point I'm making. Whereas, unfortunately, this season has been a real good example of lots of players and teams just mentally capitulating. These guys are all outstanding athletes. They're all very fit. They all, work out and drill nonstop. But how many of them have actually been to a sports psychologist? How many of them have actually, because you've mentioned it, pickleball is mainly mental, but no one thinks to get the mental side in check, as we've got our second match here between Dennehy and Gabby May underway.
Well, that's it. And, I've said this numerous times. I think that's why, Ben Costin's so important to Danny. Just having that someone you can talk to in between points at timeouts. There's not a lot of great coaches in Australia, and I think there needs to be more. Obviously, the more money that's in the sport, the more coaches we're going to see. But if you can go to someone that's going to make you believe and help you believe, again, you need to do this work before the match starts. And it's crazy how many people don't do it and don't believe.
Yeah, but there's one reason why the Opals didn't make finals, isn't there? Just going to put that out there. As we've got our good start here from May and Dennehy.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a little drive-by there. Look, I think the Opals are an interesting one. I don't know the full story behind the team and the dramas within the team, and why their number one singles player didn't play and Ben Costin played. But I wonder if Danny had her time again, whether she would do what she did. Because at the end of the day, as good as Ben is as a coach and a doubles player, he's not a singles player. And singles is a huge component of the NPL. So that they were never going to go far with Ben playing.
That's right. And we're talking about the mental aspect of pickleball. You can't be putting in a player that doesn't play half of the rounds. It's just not a good pick. I mentioned it, we've got Jake Winan, who doesn't even play for Victoria, coming in to substitute in for the Bandicoots. Sorry, he doesn't play for New South Wales. He's coming in to sub for the Bandies. Jake should have played for the Opals. Like it's a no-brainer. I think if Jake played for the Opals would be in finals. But here we are. It's it's just a decision that probably completely derailed their season. But yeah, it is what it is. So Gabby May not off to a good start here up against Sarah. Nice little cat and mouse rally underway. And that one there is punched. I will say though, Ash, I think Danny will go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Gabby's, I think she's having too much fun out there.
Mm-hmm.
Smiling and mucking around, and you're not there to make friends. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about sixth gear Summer, right? Like, Summer's always happy-go-lucky on the court until she gets cranky and then starts to dominate. Sarah she's almost got like a professional mentality. She's always very polite off court, and then she almost like locks in as soon as she gets on court.
Yep.
And I think, unfortunately, we're starting to see players that they need a bit of grunt. Like, they need a bit of a revving, if I use like an AFL term. You need to get a bit fired up on the court. And honestly, it's probably someone like Helena Spirides, probably their biggest downfall, in that Helena doesn't get grumpy on the court. She's too nice.
No, 100%. We're playing for big money this weekend, and it's not a social game where we're trying to make friends. I would like to see a bit more game face from Gabby. Yeah, and a lot of players, to be honest, just, this has been embarrassing for the Adders so far. This is just a real example and case study on why they shouldn't be in the finals. This is just an absolute pumping. Pardon my French, DK.
No, well, I do imagine that the Roos are probably watching at home right now, and this would be stinging, because I know, I thought you talked about players that had a sneaky good season earlier. Kat Westbury had a great season. Obviously got an MVP. This would be killing her, because she'd be like, oh geez, I wish I could take on, a Dennehy or a Dalabona, and she would 100% be like, I wish I could take on the Bandicoots.
Oh, for sure. I actually saw Kat Westbury and James Cornish during the week, and yeah, they're still hurting. And I said to them, once the season ends, it will be a blessing, in a way, because you'll be able to move on. While the finals are still being played, you've got to watch it. You think, oh, I could be there. It stings even more.
Yeah, and it's something that I think this team environment of pickleball it's so interesting in that, if we play like a normal tournament, like let's say our PWR NPL events, the players can just sort of move on to the next one. As that there, Sarah Dennehy, absolutely clinical 11-0, and the Burras victory here at a 3-0. We will play our next match, however, for points, of course.
Sorry, DK, that just gets my goat. That Gabby just lost 11 love and is running up, smiling and mucking around at the net and shake. It's like, what's the point of playing professional pickleball if you're going to be quite happy to lose 11 love? I'm sorry. Am I missing something?
No, I think you're right. Like, I would almost... Maybe we're being masculine here, Ash, with this response, but I... mean, this here is probably a very good example of that, as we had our kitchen cam up there. Dennehy and Contrado not exchanging any words whatsoever. They are going through their dinking patterns, locked in. Like, because Brandon Contrado is the same as Sarah Dennehy. Lovely off the court, hops on the court, full business. Like, just, I'm here to win. Whereas May and Kuznetsov, despite being 3-0 down, are quite bubbly and happy. And that is their personality, to be fair. They're both lovely people. But it goes back to, we were talking about that mentality earlier, required in any professional sport. This is not just pickleball. I just think it's something the Australian pickleball scene just needs to get better at, is just stop treating this like rec play. This is for serious prize money.
Yeah, and there are some players who take it seriously, even if it's a Wednesday social game, and I'm one of those people. And maybe I take it too seriously, but I'm also having fun, but I like to compete. This is season 3 finals. You're down 3-love.
Yep.
You should be furious right now. Furious.
Yeah, like, Dan Kuznetsov earlier lost his singles match and he was like smacking the side barriers, etc. He's obviously not happy with himself.
Well, when that's the correct response. Like, you don't necessarily need to show it physically, but we see that he cares. The intensity is there somewhere. But yeah, it's been a bit of a whitewash for the Burrows, and I think we're just seeing the difference in depth from Queensland to Victoria. Queensland, I think, is the best state in terms of the strength of their pickleball league in the NPL.
Yep. I'm going to do a naughty here, Ash.
Go on.
In that, I'm going to ask the sponsor a question. In that, you never do this, and I can tell Ron Shell's already sweating listening to this. But, we're sponsored by AHM. They do health insurance.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see AHM get behind NPL with sort of the mental health aspect of pickleball. Get in, see if there's any sports psychologists or anything along that lines for our players.
Oh, that's a good shout. Well, it's also not, anything that we haven't seen over the last 5 to 7 years. Sports psychology, it's in every sporting industry now.
Yep.
So if you're not using it when trying to get the best out of yourself, or have at least looked into it to see if it's something that might work for you, then you're not utilising all of your resources.
And let's get underway. Mixed doubles action here. Adders v Burrow.
We were just talking about who you that tough question I asked you before. Apparently your audio cut out when I said who are you least excited about out of the players in Tim Kuznetsov, Ethan, Sahil and Josh Chia. I got a message saying weirdly the audio dropped out with your answer.
There we go. The viewers will never know. Keep everyone on their toes. I'll try and maintain the good cop for our Greenzone as we got Adders v Burras underway. Sorry, viewers.
That's a nice beautiful little hold volley there from Sarah.
Sarah Dennehy's had an interesting start to her pickleball career. Obviously had a bit of time over in the States and then came back as the one of the top prospects, especially taking a captaincy role.
Well, yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning too, she loves to play at the jar. She played phenomenal pickle season 2 finals for the Caterpillars, and they obviously won the gold. I think if Sarah can fire, how long? And we know that Summer's going to fire, but if Sarah can fire, I mean, wowese. Yeah, the Burras could be that wild card.
I think Sarah's like, we've got the Mount Rushmore of the NPL ladies, right? Like the Dallabonas, the Taroyas, Townsend, Hyatt. I think Dennehy is like, she's in that category now. Considering her results in tournaments past and her first season as captain, she's made it through to finals. I think the sky's the limit. Do you think? I think it's not far before we start seeing her genuinely take down some of those other ladies that I just mentioned.
Well, she took down Mickey at NPL Brisbane in 3 games. And that, actually she made the final, and she lost to Summer Dellabonna. So look, I think that was a bit of a breakthrough for Sarah in Australia.
Ooh, wayward drive there from Kuznetsov.
Yeah. Just watching the adders, mate. I just can't wait to watch them play the Bandicoots, and I will be going for the Bandicoots.
Yeah, I would almost say that the bandies are going to be very interesting. Like, what Adam Walters are we going to get? I know that like someone like Josh Chia has copped it a bit this season. Steph Georgic in that conversation as well. But like I've spoken to Adam as well, and unfortunately he's in that category. In that him and Alex Tran have both played a couple of seasons now and really haven't had the results they're probably looking for.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And that Bandies lineup, like, they're going to go up against a wounded and probably angry Adders duo. I think Adam Walters needs to come and ball out.
Yeah, for sure. No, you're right. We sometimes forget about New South Wales and some of these players that they've just been plateauing for a long time. And you're right, Alex Tran and Adam Walters are in that discussion. And I think you're very kind to mention Stefan Jordic. He's obviously a good fella, but he wasn't even chosen as a replacement for round 5. And there were replacements everywhere you looked. So I don't know if Stefan's stocks are as high as he would like at the moment.
Wow, I mean, we mentioned the draft coming up to, the following seasons. And, there's so many players that'll be worried that they're going to lose their spot, but also players that, like someone like Steph, that they want to get back into the mix. Obviously, we're going to see, I think, a lot of our Div 2 players are going to get a chance to play a lot more game time. You mentioned, obviously, Amy Munro had a terrific, repeat showing this season. Sahil Dang's another great example. These players are going to be taking positions. So if you are on the cusp of either in or out, scary times ahead for our next draft. Oh, and she's done it again.
Yeah, she's carved him up a couple of times like that. And it's a good play. You got to keep Timmy Kuz honest. He's trying to encroach there in the middle of the court.
Oh, they've definitely they're initiating the speed ups here, the Burrows.
Yeah, you're talking about the draft spots for season 4. I think it'll be swings and roundabouts. There will be players leaving. We know that Tom and Helena will be in America, so there's 2 spots there. I think someone like Henrik Traskin in Victoria, I don't think he'll be playing. I don't know if Nerea will play. So this is just Victoria. So I think, and by the way, in Queensland, I don't think Molly O'Donoghue will be playing. So there's plenty of people and spots available for new draftees, and it'll be interesting.
Yeah, and it's Ash. I feel like the media space in pickleball has copped it as of late, in that we're almost we're starting to question players. This is a professional sport. We're meant. He knows that this is a professional sport, and he's in that relegation period of either getting drafted or not getting drafted. Unfortunately, I think players have almost been too comfortable for too long, Ash. That's a great rally. Nice shot there from Timmy K.
I'll give you a little big call. Are you ready for a big call?
A little big call, all right. Pause for effect.
I'll wait for the rally.
Through the post.
Yeah, he's pretty sneaky, Contrado, isn't he? He holds that really late. Yep. I don't think... Here we go. Another one. One of these players will get drafted in season 4, but I'm actually not confident that either of them will. But I'll tell you one thing, both of them won't get drafted. 2 players in Victoria who have played a fair bit in season 2 and season 3. Do you have any guesses?
You're the Victorian, mate. You're the Victorian, so I'm all ears.
Well, I'm going to say that I don't think Josh Chia and Stefan Jordic will both be drafted. I think one might be, but I don't think both of them will be playing season 4.
Okay, and I guess who takes their spot? I did the Vic Open this year, but obviously I'm not as in tune. I'm not as in tune as the Victorian pickleball space as you might be, Ash. Is there any up and coming superstars that might take those spots?
Well, I'll give you another big call. Without Tom Evans there.
It's a very interesting discussion point because, leading into this season, we had, I thought, for instance, the Tide were going to be incredible. Didn't happen. The Sharks, for that could potentially take it at the same level as Tom Evans, but he'll probably say he didn't have the season that he was aiming for. So yeah, you might. Oh.
Well, here's another discussion point, DK, which I know you love discussion points, but this is a tasty one. You look at someone like B. Horsley. She's from Victoria. She made the decision to play for a Queensland team because she thought she was a better chance of the cash, to be honest. And she's put herself in the outback. And she's going to be proved correct because they're going to be there at the pointy end of the finals. And I don't know whether any Victorian teams will be.
Well, I'm going to give you a basketball analogy for this question. And that one there, that's a serve that's gone wide, and the Burrows continue to build. For any of our NBA fans, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about that are watching. And there we go. The first of the 2 has been locked up for the Burrows. Very clinical play once more from Contrado and Dennehy. And Contrado's having a great start to his Burrows return. It's good to see. But in the basketball, we have the west side of America take on the east side, east versus west. And the west is always considered significantly better. And I'm starting to see unfortunately, Victoria is almost in that East category. So Queensland, arguably the home of pickleball. It started a long time ago, and especially within the high-level open levels, there's just been a lot of people that want to play in Queensland. New South Wales has been very solid. They're in a good middle ground, as we have our sponsors here. Here we are discussing the heavy points of Australian pickleball. This is a good time for a little sponsor pop up. But I think Queensland is the West in this. If I'm using a basketball analogy, as we get underway with our second mixed doubles match here. But unfortunately, Victoria, I think at the moment it's probably a weaker. Going across to Queensland, Ash, I think it just reflects the players that she wanted to play up against and play with. Because B knew full well that she might not have got drafted to someone like.
With some, captains about where she would play. And you got to remember too, she's is in the red. She spent some money this season without receiving anything. So she's had to take care of her flights. I'm not sure if she's had accommodation, but she would still have spent a bit of money. So she's invested money to potentially make money, which can be risky.
Well, it just goes back to that mentality thing, isn't it? Where how much does it mean to win? I've had players message me telling me off for us suggesting, that's a nice Ernie there from Kuznetsov, that we suggest that the players get a bit fired up. We want the players to show some pride on the court. B. Horsley's literally traveling states because she values winning over a financial incentive. I keep mentioning you have to try and be the best. And I just think some of the players are dialing it in at the moment, and good on B for putting results over.
I think that clipped Summer. Good little fight back here for the Adders.
Yeah, they need it. Especially leading into the Bandicoots. That's a nice drive.
Yeah, look, interesting discussion point that we've mentioned. It's like if Victoria can't win the NPL season 4, not to sound glass half empty, but what's the point?
Well, I'll try and put a positive spin on it. If you're a Victorian player right now who's an up-and-comer, I would use this as motivation because the throne is empty. Evans and Spirides are legging it. They're going to play against unreal players, right, on an international stage. Whereas if you're someone right now like a Sahil Dang, Vuk and Naray are in that conversation, but they didn't do it this season, unfortunately. I hope there's players that use this as a motivation to suddenly there is a genuine chance that Victoria could be theirs. They can make it they're known for playing in Victoria. Right now in New South Wales, like you've got Taruya Hayat, Stoker, Lavers, like those gentlemen as well in that conversation. That New South Wales is known as their turf. Whereas Victoria right now, I think of what? Grabovic? Maybe. That's probably the only person that's really in that top consideration.
Well, which says a lot. I mean, Zach hasn't played singles in a year, and he's your top choice in Victoria. I mean, I'm not going to liken Zach to Ben Costin, but I don't think anyone ever has. But I think, unless Zach can get his singles absolutely firing again, then he won't be at the top of the game in the NPL.
Yeah, Zach's in a very interesting spot. I think there was almost too much media coverage on him this year. Probably a little bit of that was self-inflicted. By the way, this is great for the Adders. They're putting up some fight, and that's all we ask for. It's a bit of pride on the line. Dan Kuznetsov showing that. But
yeah. Well, DK, if we go back 2 weeks ago, it was Dan Kuz and Izzy Papazian who won that mixed doubles against the Roos. That ill-fated. I said I wasn't going to bring the Roos up again, but this is contextual. The ill-fated mixed doubles match where they took out Pat Valos and Josh Chia, and like a car crash, sometimes you need to watch it a few times.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, if I'm someone like an Izzy Papazan, Sahil Dang, who immediately else comes to mind for like young up and comers, that like for those guys, I would be, if you genuinely want pickleball to be your, I guess, career, next season you have to go all out and make Victoria yours.
Yeah, I agree. And you need to take it seriously. You mentioned the Adders are doing well here. I reckon that, there would be some confidence gleaned for Izzy and Dan Kay after what happened in round 5. They would be feeling they're never out of it. They all go into the melting pot of belief.
Well, the thing with the Kuznetsovs, right, is they're in that category of they can fire. Like, I'd probably say Dan's probably the most calm out of the three. Like, I've seen Tim lose his cool on the court, and Matt is probably a bit known for it. Like, getting grumpy on the court isn't a bad thing. I think we've almost gone the way of trying to maintain. Alabama, not happy with that one. Dan Kuzi copping it.
Here's a question for you, DK, and I say it with my tongue firmly in my cheek. Is there a bonus point for the playoffs if you win 4-love?
Well, I think it depends on if you want to if you want to be in that top place, which I think you would rather secure a playoff place and just sort of deal with where the cards lie. So, once again, I reiterate for our viewers at home, the playoff positions, you'll either be taken on the Tide or the Stingers from New South Wales and Victoria in the next match. So, in the next set of matches. So, I think, or are you talking like a theoretical bonus point, like a confidence boost leading into?
Yeah, I'm being silly. There's obviously no bonus point, but look, it's damning for the Adders. They're like, oh yeah, we lost 4-love. Who to? The team that finished 3rd in Queensland. I mean, it doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence.
No, I would agree with that, and I know. Yeah. Similar to the Roos, this will sting the Adders. Like they will not be impressed. If they can pull it back here, if Papazan and Kuznetsov could get a victory as that ATP attempt, I think that was wrong. Like really? not summer shot. I think Papazan's dink was called wide.
Right.
it would be a big boost, but they're 5 points down. And also, I would also add, is this a warning here for the Burras? You know, you're looking at Somerdale Abona's body language. Yes, they're up 3-0, but she doesn't look as relaxed as normal. Is this a chink in the armor for the Burras with their mixed doubles lineups? This is their number 2 team, so this is the closing side.
Yep, potentially. Potentially. They've kind of pushed ahead a little bit, 18-14, but it's a big let off there.
And, you know, we use the phrase playing big. So in mixed doubles, we typically see in a double right-handed combination, we typically see the male play on the left. Dan Kuznetsov's gone for multiple earnings here on Somerdale Abona. I do like that aggressive play style, but Ryan Simmons almost seems a little bit timid on the left. Oh, that's a returning error.
Yeah, he's got a big weekend ahead of him. He's going to need to fire. And didn't he say to you, DK?
Yeah, he was in a good headspace. He felt very comfortable. But, you know, I just want to put this out there. Dalabona didn't play last round for the Burras, and Simmons got... Especially in pickleball, right? Where you might have 2 absolute incredible players, but if they don't gel on the court, it doesn't work.
I think Dan loves the matchup when he's taking on Summer Delabona, because she's, again, about a foot off the kitchen.
Well, I was about to say, she plays aggressive too. And I think Kuznetsov, you know, it's almost repenting. Like, Kuznetsov obviously wouldn't be pleased with these results throughout this match. So getting blasted out by Dalabona, he's probably like, yes, like, I need to get this out of my system before we jump into the Bandicoots match.
Do you think the break is going to do the Adders good? Obviously, they play now, and then the next match is Burrows versus Bandicoots, and then at 4 p.m, I believe, we have the Adders versus Bandicoots. Do you think the three-hour break will serve the Adders?
Well, there's 2 ways of looking at it. I mean, they're obviously going to rue over their mistakes that they made with the Burrows. They might even pull up the Greenzone and listen to all of our kind words. But they...
I think you've been a bit harsh occasionally, DK.
Oh, sorry, guys. So they could potentially... You know, you could argue that jumping straight into the next match could be better for them. But at the same time, if they have a positive mentality about it... ATP from Simmons... and well left from Izzy Papazad, swing and a miss. It could also be said that
her shoulder's no good. Her shoulder is no good. Something's happened.
No.
It's a hard one. Yeah.
Well, if I'm the Bandies right now, I'd be... you know, they would be looking to strike.
Oh, look, they've got a real opportunity, the Bandicoots. They've got the Adders star player, Izzy Papazyan, has... It looks like something's really wrong with her shoulder, and the rest of the team aren't firing, and they arguably haven't fired all season. So can the Bandicoots take advantage of that? I still give the Adders the edge.
I mean, for me, if Izzy's in a world of pain right now, I think the time is now for Gabby May. You'd be putting Izzy Papazan on the right if she doesn't have a shoulder that's at 100%.
Oh, yes.
And the victory there will go to the Burras, and I would be putting Gabby on the left. That's assuming Izzy's like really in strife, and she doesn't have to pull out.
Yeah, I think her Tui, the double-handed backhand, doesn't hurt her as much as the forehand volley.
Yep.
But I don't know. That was just woeful from the Adders. I just was watching them shake hands then.
Yeah,
I know you shake hands at the end of the match, and but grinning, thanks. Yeah, for love. Thanks for coming, Adders.
Yeah, too friendly. And like you look at Contrado still looks serious. Like they just won 4-0. It's the mental aspect of it in sport. I think we are starting to see a slow transition. But either way, well done to the Burrows. 4-0. That's a warning sign to anyone in the finals. They've come out with a big effort. And for the Adders, danger signs, Ash. I think the Bandicoots will be looking to strike with their double sub combination. I expect Jake Wyman to come out and absolutely blitz teams. And, Nat Fisher up against a injured Izzy Papazan could also come out and ball out. But either way, viewers, sorry, mate, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think Oxnard will still play number one singles, I think.
Yeah. Well, Oxnard, she could low-key play very well in that matchup. I think the time is now for Gabby May. She's got an injured superstar. She needs to rise to the occasion. But we will see the Adders perform at 4 p.m. later on today, viewers, as we're going to get ready for our next set of games here. Burrows v Bandicoots will be kicking off at 1 p.m. Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors here for the NPL finals. And we're going to jump into a quick commercial break. And when we return, we will commence once again the AHM Greenzone with our second playoff match, Burrows v Bandicoots, the New South Wales side taking on the inform at a 4-0 start. Queensland-led Burras with Sarah Dennehy. Look forward to getting back to the matches after this, Ash.
Yeah, see you soon, DK.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the AHM Greenzone. My name is Dylan Kimlin. Ash Williams will be jumping with me in the booth as we're about to get ready for our next set of matches here at the Jar. The finals for our season 3 have kicked off with a doozy, with a bit of a it's a bit of a slaughter, to be honest, with the Burras putting away the Adders very comfortably with a 4-0 starting scoreline. We're about to get underway. However, with our next set of matches, with the Burrows taking on the Bandicoots, it's going to be a good one. Ash Williams and I were talking about the Bandies earlier today, and sort of, this is a good opportunity for them to strike. Unfortunately, they do have 2 substitutes for our finals this weekend, but it's going to be very interesting to see how they perform. As well as our amazing players, we have to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors that have been getting behind the National Pickleball League this season. Obviously, AHM, our premier sponsor. We talked about them earlier, and the recovery zone down at the Jar, as well as Vietjet and Luz, one of our major sponsors. Luz paddles have been in fair use this season, and Vietjet, if you are looking for amazing international airline flights, please take a look at their website. The Squealing Pig Bar will be chock-a-block all weekend. And remember, on Sunday for you Victorians, there's going to be a bit of a shindig down from 12 o'clock onwards, live music pumping, beverages flowing, good, high-quality pickleball. Big thank you to Franklin, the official ball of Pickleball Australia, as well as Yola, our net provider. Now, here is our finals thus far. So, we've just had our match between the Burras and the Adders. You can see there the Heat and the Brumbies will take each other on, as well as the Outback and the 29ers. Both are going to be incredible matches on tomorrow. We're doing all of our playoff matches today for you. We will see the Stingers take on whoever comes through from the playoffs, as well as the Tide, which I think it's going to be very interesting. I said at the start of the broadcast, I believe the Burrows were probably the strongest team in the playoffs. And if I'm the Stingers or the Tide, I would not want to verse the Burrows. We will see how it all pans out. But my goodness, do we have some amazing matches to come up throughout Saturday and Sunday. Now, for the Greenzone on Saturday, we will be kicking off at 10 a.m. with our first quarter final, which will be the Heat v Brumbies. But let's get underway with our team lineups for our current set of sides on for our game 2 here of the finals. So the Sarah Dennehy-led Burras were just straight up dismantled the Adders in their last matchup. I thought they played incredibly consistent, and Brandon Contrado played very well in the matches he was in. He's obviously missed a couple of matches thus far, or a couple of series thus far. Very good to see him back in the Burrows uniform, as well as Ryan Simmons, who is just coming off an MVP for performance, is in very solid nick as well. Over at the Bandicoots, the New South Wales side, this is the first time we'll see them today for our finals. They do have 2 substitutes with Jake Wine and Nat Fisher coming in. Unfortunately, they do have Spencer and Wong out. Captain Adam Walters will be looking for a strong start for his side, and Ash Williams did mention Louise Oxnard will probably take that number 1 position. It's going to be very interesting to see how she performs today, leading into a terrifying women's doubles combo of Dallabonna and Dennehy. It's going to be just a tantalizing matchup to see how these players can take on one of the top 3 sides from Queensland. I'm very happy to see Jake Winan got a substitute. I'm very surprised he didn't get a position in the Queensland sides. He did come in as a substitute throughout the season, but it's really good to see him here at the Jar. Our first matchup will be between Captain Adam Walters for the Bandies taking on Brandon Contrado. And our ladies are just having a bit of a warm-up. I'm not too sure if Ash Williams is back. Be good to kick into some discussion pieces here about the Bandicoots. But for our third place sides in New South Wales, it was a vicious battle between the Dinkers and the Bandies. And overall, the Bandicoots just managed to get through. But it was a tale of the same story for the Burras. They just managed to get past the Opals to take that third spot for Queensland as well. So very interesting. Our ladder at the end of the season, which you can find all of this information, by the way, on the NPL website, was just chock-a-block with very close matches. We had the Adders just come through and took the position of the Roos. Unfortunately, the Adders did not have a solid outing in their last matchup, but It looks like Ash is ready to go in the booth with me here. And yeah, we can get underway with discussing the Bandicoots. As we can see, the two ladies here, Fisher and Oxnard, having a bit of a warm up. Oh, he isn't back yet. I will continue waffling on. But we have seen Nat Fisher play in the past, very solid player. And Louise Oxnard, I think, has had a pretty solid 2025 thus far over in New South Wales, which, New South Wales is an interesting one because the Heat and the Stingers are so strong. So to come third is still a good effort, as I imagine both Heat and Stingers will be aiming to go deep into our finals here. The Heat were unbeaten all season, so third place is definitely nothing to snub at. But my goodness, for the Bandicoots, they got a little bit of work to do, especially with having two substitutes. It's a tough one leading into our playoffs here.
I'm back, DK.
Welcome back. There's the voice of Ash Williams. And I was just saying about Bandies and the Burras. That's our next matchup here on the Greenzone.
Yeah, look, mate, I had to shake off the first playoff match, much like the Adders need to. But, yeah, wow. Was that the biggest thrashing of the whole season? And I'm not joking. I think it literally might be.
It's up there. Yeah, I mean...
Well, it wasn't just a beating, DK. Some of the games were 11-love, 11-3, 11-4. Both doubles were like... The first one was 22-5, and then I think it was 22-15 or 16.
Yep.
It was a beatdown.
Well, it's funny, Ash, because I had a couple of players message me and sort of get grumpy at me for mentioning that, the players needed to fire. I thought that the Adders were a little bit too casual. Obviously, Isabel Papajan, we hope she's okay. She was really clutching that shoulder of hers and hopefully no injury concerns. But I think finals are different. Like the teams that come out swinging will obviously do better. And the Adders, I think they just looked a little bit lackluster in that one, mate.
So what, some players have been messaging you saying what?
Just that, we need to temper our expectations for our playoffs, that the teams
mate,
are having a good time, which I disagree
honestly,
with.
Who are these players? Because they shouldn't be playing pickleball with that mentality. Like, honestly, that makes me furious.
That's okay. I'm not going to call anyone out, but I do find that...
Well, I'm guessing they're not playing playoffs with that mentality. You
would be correct.
Yeah. And it's just, look, I've actually been getting a few messages as well. And they're saying, yeah, I'll try and get you an actual...
We don't need to spill the tea here on the Greenzone, even though we do try and give a bit of a juicy broadcast, which, by the way, Ash, I think we've had a lot of positive feedback regarding the Greenzone this season. A lot of people tune in, and it's definitely a different, broadcasting product in the international pickleball space. There's no one else that does it like this. And what a fun season it's been thus far.
Oh, mate, it's been a lot of fun. And, yeah, there's been lots of talking points, and I think that's what makes sport so great. You've got all these different personalities, different techniques, and it ultimately the score speaks louder than everything. So that's why we love sport.
That's right, and results are so important, and I think it goes back to what we were saying regarding the mentality and showing pride on the court. Like, I know the Adders will be furious after that loss, and hopefully they can really bounce back, as we can see Kuznetsov just walking off screen there. For this matchup here, we've obviously got the Burras, who just seem all business at the moment, and that's why I think if you're the Heat or the Stingers leading into the playoffs and the Tide, you would not want to verse the Burras. They just look locked in at the moment.
Oh yeah, yeah. They've got their number one guy back in Brandon Contrado, who's been missing for 3 rounds. They've got their number one girl back in Summer Delabonna, who's been missing for 1 or 2 rounds, and they're here for the cash. This could be a big payday for for the Burrows, and I thought it was interesting. Do you think Summer Delabonna and Simmons have always played as the number one mixed pair, or do you think that was a captain's call from Sarah Dennehy, putting herself and Contrado as the number two pair?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. Obviously, we haven't been able to watch the Queensland space too much with all their weather concerns, and obviously the Queensland teams would know exactly who the 1 and 2 combos for those players usually is. But for the viewers at home, they probably don't have any clue, and it's. I'm going to leave it in a mysterious case because I find it's the interesting wild card of the NPL finals because to try and make a silver lining out of us not really being able to watch Queensland, there is a hidden factor about it, which I think is so cool.
Oh yeah, this is and also in the same breath, DK, what happened in the season in the home and away matches or the round matches counts for nothing. It's
That's
like
right.
the AFL finals. You know, you don't want to be the Port Adelaide. Shout out to any Port Adelaide supporters, but you don't want to be the home and away team who can't get it done in the finals.
You're right. Yeah, I agree. You've almost got to like I've been watching what's that show? Ted Lasso at the moment, which is obviously about sports and there's a lot of good ethical discussions in it. But they do say you've got to have the memory of a goldfish in it. And I think it's very true for our players. If, especially, let's use the Adders as an example. They've just been 4-0'd. They just need to put that behind them. And for their next set of matches, come out and play lights out. If you're a team that's just scrambled into third place or maybe second, you've got to put the season behind you and hopefully come out and perform now that you're through to the finals.
Well, yeah. And what's an interesting wrinkle here with the Bandicoots is they have two replacements in Nat Fisher and Jake Winan, and that means they've never played together with their teammates. So Nat Fisher is going to have to play with Louise Oxnard for the very first time here, and then we're going to need to see Adam Walters and Winan play together. So if they can somehow qualify for the finals over the weekend, it would be remarkable.
Question, Ash. Fisher, she's Victorian based, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a Queenslander and a Victorian filling in for a New South Wales team.
Yeah. Well, it obviously makes sense having Nat Fisher fill in because she's from Victoria and the finals are played in Victoria this year. But Jake Winan, I'm not sure how that transpired. It was certainly an interesting choice, whether he was going to be here or what, but I'll try and get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And viewers, we can confirm we are going to have our ladies singles up first, as we can see Dennehy and Delabonna going head-to-head. It will be Louise Oxnard taking on Summer Delabonna. And tough one for Oxnard straight off the bat to take on the Burras captain.
Yeah. Yeah. Look.
Summer taking on Louise.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Oxnard. Very tough. They're not going to. Yeah, the Burrows will be one love up after this, whichever way you cut it. So,
who in Victoria can take on these two in singles? Like the 29ers, you've got Green and Lilanoa, Spirides.
Sorry, mate. I'll stop you there. So Green and Lilanoa, they're not going to really trouble anyone in the singles. Their strength is their team play, their doubles, their nous. I don't think anyone in Victoria from the ladies will shake up the Summer Delabonna and Dennehy. I mean, this is like a dream team, the Globetrotters team. I don't even know how this happened.
Yeah, well, Sarah Dennehy had the number one pick for Queensland and naturally took the superstar Summer Delabonna with her first pick for Queensland. And that is how it happened. So she did get a little bit lucky with the draft pick. But over in New South Wales for the ladies, we will see, obviously, we've got Louise Oxnard, Nat Fisher, but also Mika Masoi, Mickey Hyatt, and Selena Taruya and Nancy for the Heat.
So here's one for you, DK. Who's the second best ladies singles team in the country?
Well, number one is these two. I think.
Well, that's it. That's
guaranteed.
why I said second best.
I mean singles. I might even go to another Queensland team. The Outback are very good. They've got Crystal Milewaters and B Horsley. Even though B's technically Victorian, it's obviously she counts for the Queensland tick. Brumbies, you've got Lindsay Baker and Leona Quinn, both solid. Obviously, Selena Taruya and Hyatt are some of the best in Australia from New South Wales as well. But taking that second place, I would probably just go the Outback over the Heat.
Yeah. You know what? You just mentioned Lindsay Baker, and she's someone we've kind of forgotten about a little bit. And let's remember she won the finals MVP last year for the Caterpillars. She loves playing here at the Jar. And if she is firing, then Joey Wild could be walking away with a lot of money this weekend. So, yeah, I look forward to chatting more about who the wild cards are over the weekend. But Lindsay Baker is definitely one of them because her top level is as good as it can get.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, talking about top picks, like Joey Wild obviously locked in Baker very early in the draft for that reason. She had the finals MVP already ticked. And Lindsay, we were talking earlier about players that want to fire. Lindsay Baker can fire. You know where she is on the court because she gets loud. I think, the Brumbies need that barometer because Caden Hansel, Leona Quinn, Joey Wild are all very reserved players. They're very calm on the court, whereas Lindsay's an absolute barometer. I think it's a good thing. And you're right. It's going to be very interesting to see how Baker's finals kick off later on when we see the Brumbies play.
Yeah, can't wait for tomorrow, but we've got a little bit of housekeeping to do before we get to the main event. We're going to change the referee.
Mr. J.
David J.
is in the house, and let's get underway. The Burras take on the Bandies, Queensland, New South Wales. Ironic considering State of Origin's just kicked off as Summit Albona getting the first points on the board 1-0.
So, is there any way the Bandicoots can beat the Burrows? Like, what needs to go right for the Bandicoots to win this?
It's all on them. It's all on the guys. I think Jake Winan, I think, is a very interesting side package, considering obviously it's such a bummer that Colin Wong and Shannon Spencer can't play, but we've got to look at the team lineups as they are. So, I think Walters and Winan, if they click, could potentially push Simmons and Contrado because they're almost in a unique position in that they're the same as Contrado and Simmons. Brendan and Ryan haven't really played too much together this season, Ash. Obviously, Brendan Contrado's only played a couple of rounds. So any of that cohesion that we typically see with team lineups, the Burrows don't necessarily have it with the gentleman side of things anyway.
Yeah, look, we've got a few little narratives with this contest, but the Burrows have got off to a fast start, as to be expected.
Oh, it's just Summer Delabona. Like, the question we should be asking the audience for the Greenzone is, will Summer Delabona lose a singles match this entire finals? Despite how the Burrows go, like, will she lose a singles?
She won't. Who's going to beat her?
Like, the only ones I can think of is maybe Taruya or Hyatt.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Unless, we were talking about Lindsay Baker or someone like that pulls out an absolute screamer. Crystal Milewaters, maybe. She's obviously from a gun tennis background. It would be interesting to see I'm sure we could bring up historical numbers on how Horsley and Mild Waters went against Dallabona. Oh, Oxnard just missing that one. How they went against Dennehy and Dallabona. I'm sure there's some interesting stats there, but Dallabona is on track for an 11-0 here.
I'll just get you that information. So when they played the Outback, Summer Dellabonna didn't play. And Sarah Dennehy played Crystal Mild Waters and won 11-7.
Ooh, okay.
Let's see if they played
Is that
again.
our first match done? Because ladies didn't paddle tap or anything. They just walked straight off. Well, it must be a timeout for Oxnard. Geez, a 10-0. I was talking about, the Burras are in business mode. They are here. They only have results on their mind.
Okay, I got something for you. When they played earlier in the season, Summer Dellabonna beat Crystal Mild Waters 11-1, and Sarah Dennehy beat B Horsley 11-love.
Whoa, okay, that's a statement. Okay, there you go. So historically speaking, they're just a different caliber, Ash. Dallabona and Dennehy. They just go about it differently, and we're on track here for an 11-0.
Well, that's it, and that really makes the wild card. Contrado and Simmons, can they fire like their teammates? That's 11-love. It was always going to be tough for Louise, but that was pretty easy.
You got to feel for Nat Fisher here. She's coming in as a substitute, and it's like you got to take on Sarah Dennehy, who is literally versed Annalie Waters. That's a scary prospect. And the match is on the line. Obviously, you don't want to give up a 1-0 start to the Burrows.
Yeah, look, it's not often you have such an uneven matchup, but this is almost just shake hands and let's move on to the doubles, because there's no way that Nat Fisher can win this match, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I did say I think it's going to come down to the gentleman in this matchup, and I think obviously Fisher's come in for Shannon Spencer. I think Spencer would have also been in a similar conundrum against Dennehy, because viewers, if you are relatively new to Sarah Dennehy, she's in that top 5 female players in the NPL, so it's not like it's a easy task.
Well, that's for sure, but I think each player has their strengths. Sarah's strength is her singles. She's still great at doubles. Nat Fisher's strength is her doubles. So she's a bit of a fish out of water in this matchup. So the sooner we can get onto a doubles court, the better.
I reckon the men's singles are going to be absolute blinders. We saw Brennan Contrado just pull out some outrageous shots earlier today. It's going to be very entertaining. Ryan Simmons also coming off of an MVP. So I think the men's singles are going to be very interesting as we're about to get underway here with our second ladies. Remember, viewers, if you are relatively new to the scoring format, I know we're up to finals, but I know we're getting a lot of different viewers from around the country and internationally. How it works is we play a set of singles first, and each team, it piles into a result of 1. So if you get 2 of the wins, that counts as an overall win for singles, for the ladies anyway. So if Nat Fisher were to win this for her side, then that would count as a tie, and neither team gets a point on the board. But we can get underway. Speaking of points, let's get started. And there we go. First point on the board there for Fisher. A return error for Dennehy.
It's always great to get off the mark with a cheapie. Two.
We've seen 2 returns from Dennehy go towards the backhand of Fisher.
Well, this is where you need to do a bit of your homework. Nat Fisher likes to roll that backhand cross court 95% of the time. So,
yeah. It's this is what I mean. Having these players come head to head is just fascinating. Very strong start here for Fisher, and this will be what the Bandies are looking for.
yep, I know Nat Fisher's very, very keen to get drafted for season 4 of the NPL. I expect her to. I know she wants to work on her singles, in the off season. So yeah, I expect her to be well and truly drafted by next season. Oh yeah.
Oh, what a shot. There we go. Fisher really starting to put the pressure on Denny. To a couple terrific shots there.
This is a huge start for Nat. And to be honest, Sarah hasn't really put the pressure on her. I would just put the ball in a tough spot and come to the net.
Full service error. The challenge is there. Confirmed long from official J.
Much better spot there for Sarah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how. Yeah, well left. How Sarah plays all finals. I mean, obviously it's her first season as a captain. There's different pressures that come with that. Terrific forehand roll down the line. And viewers, we will be having the MVPs also announced throughout the finals for each state. Will be another interesting discussion point. We don't know. Well, I know I don't know, Ash. I don't know if you've been told a sneaky who it could be.
So it's one MVP per state, or it's a male and female MVP per state?
Oh, good point. I think it's male and female. We were told this week. Dylan should know better. Let me bring up my stats for you all at home. Either way, MVPs will be announced this weekend.
Nat would be very happy so far. She just needs to keep her mind on the prize here, and getting 4 points is not the aim. She's got to try and cause an upset here. Because Sarah would still be feeling the pressure as well. She's expected to win this easily, but there's still pressure there. So Nat can take advantage of that and have a bit of a swing, which is what she's doing now.
Well, we saw it happen with Dan Kuznetsov. He unfortunately didn't get the result he was looking for with his singles match. But, he didn't. It does weigh heavily on a captain. And Dennehy obviously wants to come out. She's up against a substitute. So if she doesn't get the result she's looking for, oof.
Well, it's 6-4, Dennehy. Yeah, it is It is unfortunate that they're not at full strength because, Colin Wong and Shannon Spencer would have changed things a little bit. Shannon Spencer's actually stronger in singles than doubles. But again, it was going to be a really tough ask against Dennehy.
Yes, Spencer and Wong had such a good season too. I imagine they'll be picked quite high up the draft list. And as I mentioned earlier, viewers, if you are someone that wants to get on board with the draft, please pop over to the NPL website and see all things with our next season. Going to be a whole lot of fun. As we see Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria once again go head to head. Nice drive there from Dennehy, punching it down the right side. Bringing up the 6-point rotation.
That's 6-4 now. Right.
You reckon you'll get drafted next season, Ash? You going to put your name in the billet?
Oh, it depends whether I agree to do this with you again, mate. I can't do it all.
It's been so much fun having you here in the Greenzone, and
I mean,
players have been
to be honest, if I wasn't doing this, I reckon I would have played many rounds as a replacement. Some of the other replacements I torch on a regular basis. Not my words. But look, there's a lot of scope. The great thing about the NPL is there's a lot of scope and there's a lot of breadth for skill set and what you need with your doubles and singles. And we're seeing that with players like Nat Fisher, who she wants to work on her singles. And then we might see someone like Sarah who needs to work on her doubles to get up to that single standard.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that Della Bonner started as a singles specialist in her early pickleball career and then quickly became very solid at doubles as well. Dennehy obviously taking the same path forward and taking it down the right side. I just love how the NPL has such a focus on singles, Ash. Really, I say it all the time. I fell in love with singles watching National Pickleball League. Dennehy into the net, and this is really good for Nat Fisher. She's pushing the captain here.
Oh yeah, if there was a betting market, the over and under would have paid out by now. This is.
I have to say, yeah, like Fisher getting a tie here is gigantic for the Bandicoots.
Oh, it would be the biggest upset of the NPL season. It would have to be.
So,
to be fair, Sarah's not playing really well, is she?
Not in this matchup, no. So, to give you all an idea at home, and I'm using the Australian pickleball rankings here, a little bit different to what we usually use, but Sarah Dennehy is the 15th rated women's singles player in the country. So, for her to theoretically not win against a substitute is just ginormous. Especially, as you mentioned, Ash, Nat Fisher is more of a doubles player. So Dennehy really needs to put the pedal down here.
And she will. She will. Look, we do see this a lot. Some players can get to 7 or 8, and they kind of take their foot off the gas. And I'm not saying that's doing that, but we see it too often for it not to be a thing.
Jesus, Sarah. Sorry to cut you off, Ash. Is Sarah sunburnt?
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Yeah, I didn't realize she was that red.
Oh, I said that's when they were playing the adders. I said it's really easy to the t-shirt tan.
Yeah, she's got the old tradie tan at the moment, Sarah. And is Fisher getting her back here? 2-point difference.
Yeah, mate. What do you singles?
Oh, I wouldn't really know. I don't think I've called that in singles in the past, so I'd probably go on the lower scale, but I could be wrong there. I don't know, 3.5, 3.8.
Yeah, 3.9. And Sarah's at a 5.3.
There you go. There's Dennehy on a game point here to secure the first victory for the Burrows, and she's done it under a little bit of pressure there, a little bit of a scare. Well done to Nat Fisher, the substitute. Now women's singles portion completed.
A great effort from Nat. And, you know, she'll learn a lot from that, and she'll be able to apply that hopefully to season 4. There is a big difference, though, playing finals in the playoff. That's really good for their experience in high quality pickleball.
Yeah, let's talk about that. The prize money for this weekend, viewers, is outrageous, but we have, there's 100K this weekend across the top 4 teams. So first place gets $50,000, second gets 25, third gets 15, and fourth gets 10K. So it's excruciating, but you might get through playoffs, but if you're unsuccessful and hit her out, you still get nothing. Finals MVP obviously getting $5,000 as well, but it's you can't just be content with just winning the playoffs, right? Like you got to want to go deep.
Oh, for sure. Ryan Simmons has got a bit of Roger Federer to his game.
He would love that.
Well, he's a natural. I was just watching him warm up. He's a natural ball striker, and he's got some finesse to his shots.
Yeah, well, I mean, he plays a lot with his good mate Sumi Rajpal and obviously the Australian superstar Rob Sterling. These two fellas, or those fellas, are always having a hit. We were talking about flat track bullies earlier today. Ironically, Jake Winan's game style quite a bit. And this here is the matchup that I think will really determine how this will all pan out. If the Bandicoots boys can fire, oh, this is anyone's.
Yeah, the interesting thing is if the Bandicoots can somehow beat the Burrows, then it's almost good night for the Adders, isn't it?
Yeah. That would really make things interesting.
But they would need to beat the Bandicoots badly, considering if we look at percentage, they lost 4-love to the Burrows.
It would be almost fitting if that occurred, considering the absolute mad scramble for the teams to get to the playoffs in the first place from each state. I'm very curious to see how Brendan Contrado plays in this one. I thought he played very well in his matchup against the Adders.
I actually think the Burrows will win this as well.
Yep. Question, will we see a deal breaker today?
Well, if we're going to see one, it'll be here. Let me just think.
Do you think the Bandies and the Adders may go to a deal breaker?
it would be poetic, wouldn't it? A deal breaker to see who goes through, but I'm just trying to think of the matchups. So if you look at, let's look at the men's there in the singles. You've got Adam Walters versus Dan Kuz, Jake Wynan versus Timmy Kuz. Probably split the points, I think. And with the ladies, Louise versus Izzy Papazian. Izzy wins that, even though she's injured. And then Gabby versus Nat Fisher, which could go either way. Just because I mean, Gabby's the favourite, but I think with let's add pressure to the mix, Nat is a real chance. We saw her lose 11-7 to Sarah. All right, here we go.
Yeah, tantalising pickleball underway in a very important matchup here for the Bandicoots. Can they push the Burras boys? We had to get started here with our second set of matches here for the Burrows v Bandicoots. Now, similar to the matchup we saw earlier, Ash, we've got Contrado playing on the right and the captain, Adam Walters, taking the left for his side. Substitute.
Good play.
And he plays big. Good poach.
Yep. He's going to need to really, play off his head, as they say. Okay, from a unknown number.
That's a worry.
What just says, the adders don't want it enough. They didn't have to travel. So, is there something in that these teams who travel, they get on a plane, they come all the way to Melbourne, they're like, they've got some stakes on this.
Horsley deliberately playing in Queensland, and the decision to financially invest into a team, into a space. All of these teams from New South Wales and Queensland have had to travel. They've already had a financial loss, so they're doing it for the love of the game, for the love of their team, and hopefully they get a little bit of money as well. Actually, not a little bit, it's quite a lot, with a 50k on the line for the first place.
We saw Adam Walters in the warm-up really rolling his backhand at the net, which is fine. The warm-up, but when you're in a match situation, we've just seen two cheapies there from the Bandicoots. It is low percentage. I wonder if just try and put one foot in front of the other for the first several points.
Prado with the ATP, classy. And for Fisher and Wynan, getting the opportunity to play as a substitute in finals. But for their draft stock leading into our next season. Huge opportunity. Couple of errors here from Contrado. He's got highs and lows. He hits an ATP and then two shots before and after were errors, unfortunately.
You can tell that Ryan Simmons comes from tennis, and one thing that tennis players have when they transition to pickleball is a great overhead smash.
Yep, Ryan played a lot of tennis back in the day. Ooh, that's a howler there from Jake.
This is the first time I've had an opportunity to see Jake Wynan. You've been pumping up his tyres for a long time, DK.
I just can't believe he didn't get drafted in Queensland. I just think that's an absolute, it's no good. With a big cheeky grin on his face. But it's nice to see that the Bandicoots obviously saw the potential in from Contrado.
Oh, yeah. And Adam Walters persisting with the white sock and black shoe combo.
It's classy. I almost got Angus Young vibes from it. He's got the schoolboy look going. Unfortunately, that one there too much oomph, and the Burras off to a healthy start.
I would dare say Contrado. Sorry, man, I was going to say, I would dare say Contrado doesn't come from tennis, because that's not a very tennis forehand.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Brendan's third.
I'm going to say it's table tennis or something. He's got Tam Laveau vibes with some of the technique.
Good shout out. Laveau, very solid player. And it's fair to say the worries that we may have had with the Burrows fellas, not at all remotely a thing at the moment. I guess it's really going to come down to, when they take on the likes of some of our teams up in the finals picture, like the Tide or the Heat, Stingers, etc. How Contrado and Simmons will fare.
Well, you mentioned Contrado, and I might do a little play on words with his. And we see a full strength Burrows, and we see a half strength Bandicoots.
Yep.
So it's not a really fair fight, is it?
No, but old saying, you can only play who's in front of you.
It's true.
For the Burrows, they've just got to put the teams to the sword and lead with confidence into the finals. But additionally, for the Adders and the Bandicoots, it's nice hands. There we go. Walter's putting it away. It's a tale of two stories, because if the Adders don't make it without a substitute, geez, that hurts. Whereas the Bandies will be.
That would just be huge. And I am going for the Bandicoots. I want to see that happen. I love the underdog story, and I'd love to see two replacements in the main draw of the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, will we have any other? Are there any other teams that are having subs this weekend? Actually, let me have a think about it. So the Heat, no. The Stingers, no. Brumbies and Outback, no.
Full strength across the board.
Yeah, nice. So, well, there you go. Obviously, if the Bandies do get through, they'll be the only side with a substitute. Or two.
It's like in the AFL. We were talking about how the Bandicoots are at half strength in the AFL last night up there at the Gabba. The Bombers were big underdogs, and they were doing some pre-match interviews. And they said, look, we don't talk about who we've got out because they've got half of their team out. We talk about who we've got in, and we talk about what we have to do to win tonight. And they almost caused the biggest upset of the season. So
yeah, I was rooting for Essendon, but it's a good point, Ash. Like, for the Bandicoots, they just have to deal with the cards they've been dealt and try to perform, and they're on a little bit of a run here.
And yeah, the wild card is the incumbent captain in Adam Walters. Adam Walters needs to really lead from the front and play out of his skin.
The ladies you can almost pencil it in as a victory.
Yep.
So, like, the Bandies need to do very well in this particular matchup.
That's a good point.
Not going
That's a
their
good
way.
point. So yeah, there's actually, he's going for the nasty Nelson. I like it.
Adam, that's hilarious. I know there's going to be a bit of... I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Trine does it back to him. That is banter.
It just wasn't on target. He had him. If it was on target, he would have middle stumped him.
That is so funny. Adam's just tried to take out Ryan Simmons. Oh, dear. Oh, Jake Wyman, big swing.
Because he moved super late, Ryan Simmons, with that attempted nasty Nelson. I think it would have cleaned him right up. You know what? It's not. I'm going to put my serious hat on right now.
Oof.
Well, he's the captain. They should be trying to get every point they can. It's very Adam Walters, though.
Yeah. Nice there for the Burras, and that's a little bit of confidence booster. Second server, Ryan Sims will bring it in, currently 9-4-2. Oh, and a service error. Oh no, confirmed. Oh, the ATP must have been wide, because they're up to second server now. Oof, pummeled. Geez, Contrado gets some pace on the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. He's got some real pop on the paddle.
Service error there, and this is the chance for the Bandies. They have quite a heavy deficit at the moment, and leading into the ladies, danger zone. Oh, what an outrageous rally. Interesting here, Ash.
Yep.
Winan's playing on the left. So Adam Walters has given it to the sub. Said pop off.
Cool. Wynan at the net's been positive. So it's worth trying it.
Yeah, we'll see here, viewers. No, he's got the palm open. Okay. So the Bandies have fully decided for Jake Wynan to be on the left here, as we've got a game point to get our first underway with the gentleman. It's so interesting with the substitute, the different dynamics that it all brings out.
He's a bit too far back. Well.
Getting into the second part of this matchup, But positive signs there for Jake Wyman, considering he did take a little bit more of that aggressive placement on the court. But also, got to give credit to the Burrows fellas. They did very well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tasty matchup when we see the Bandicoots versus the Adders, because the Burrows are just a step above the other two playoff teams at the moment.
Yep.
As you said, DK, we've got Delabonna and Dennehy coming out now, and this is, they're taking on Nat Fisher and Oxnard. This is only going to go one way.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just reinforces the point that we made in the matchup against the Adders. If the Burras fellas at minimum get a tie, or if they get a result, it's amazing. But if at minimum they get a tie, that's crazy. Like, the Burras are a genuine threat.
Oh, 100%. It's a pretty good position to be in. Just one of them needs to win. Split the points in the men's and let the ladies take care of the rest.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the team lineups for the other states. So the Stingers have got Mickey Massoy and Michaela Hyatt. Mild Waters, Horsley, Quinn and Baker. And then we've obviously got Lenore and Green as well, as of Spirides and Martin. Like, is there any of those duos that could take the women's doubles against Dennehy and Delabonna?
Yeah, so going back to the round matches, when the Burrows played the Outback, the Burrows won in gendered doubles 22-18.
Geez, that would have been a good game to watch. Like, I'm not saying that it's a guaranteed win for the Burrows, but statistically, it's probably as close as you can get for both the... Well, I won't say the women's singles. It's a guaranteed tie minimum. I don't see the women's singles. They're not going to lose a 2-0.
Oh.
They may get a tie. Like Taruya or Hyatt or someone can win one of them.
I can't even see that happening, because that means they'll need to beat Summer. Mickey and Selena believe they can actually beat Summer. Summer's got such a dominance in ladies singles pickleball in Australia. And then we've got Sarah coming in, taking on the number 2, and she's clearly the best number 2 singles player.
Remember that Sarah's the number 1 for this team. She's the captain.
Sure.
Well, she's captain. She has to be number 1.
No, she's not.
Oh, no, you're right, because Delabonna did play first in this matchup.
Yeah.
So you're saying the Burrows would play Delabonna against the likes of Toronto.
And then you've got Sarah up against Nancy Ferguson, the other Mickey, B. Horsley's probably, I was going to say a tougher proposition, but Sarah beat her 11-love when they last played.
Jeez, it's a tough team to go up against, isn't it? Now we really start to dig deeper into it.
Well,
Long ball there, Fisher.
Yeah, so the opposite of the Burrows are the 29ers. Really strong male team.
Yep.
And, that really strong ladies team. So if we extend that hypothetical out, That's a fascinating matchup if we were going to get that.
I think the 29ers and the Burrows are near identical, but 29ers are obviously top of the ladder for Victoria. It's just, yeah, it's just so interesting seeing how it's all panning out.
But they don't have the leadership of Tom Evans. So that's where Tom Evans is worth 2 players or more. I don't know whether Sarah is bringing the same leadership to the Burras. In fact, I know that she's not. So, yeah, I'd give the edge to the 29ers just because of Tom.
Well, it'll come down to the mixed doubles, won't it? In that matchup. So if let's do a theoretical. If we had a Burrows v 29ers, so the fellas would most likely go the way of
29ers.
So Tom Evans would win his men's singles. You would probably back Matt Kuznetsov.
100%.
And then ladies would go the way of the Burrows. Oh, but then it comes down to the. So this is where the picks are so important with who plays first. Because right now in this matchup, right, the ladies are playing second. So you would back the Burrows in the gender doubles.
Yeah.
If right now, if the 29ers were versus.
Edge to the Burrows in the gender doubles, and I would give the edge just slightly to the 29ers in the mixed.
So deal breaker.
Yep.
Oh, wouldn't that be so good to watch? Please, Pickleball gods, let that happen. That is an incredible matchup. Is it even possible? Let me have a look. So 29ers would have to lose to the Outback. Going to be on opposite draws, sides of the drawers. I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, we can only dream, DK.
Oh, man. It's because the 29ers are at the very... Yeah, so they... Outback and 29ers, by the way. My God, that's...
Well,
no, there is a possibility. If the 29ers win against the Outback, and then the Burras beat the Stingers, and then beat the loser of the Heat and Brumbies. Jeez, the Burras are going to have to do it the hard way.
They can do it. They can.
It's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, look. That's what's so fun about this weekend. There's lots of talking points, and you and I, wax lyrical about all of it, and we're just scratching the surface.
Nice shot there from Dalabona. Like, it is, if you're a pickleball purist, this weekend is it's March Madness. Like, it's just, it's so good. So glad to be a part of the Greenzone as Dennehy and Dalabona are slap, hey. Dennehy, she's had a couple of shots today down the right side.
Yeah, well, look, when you talk about fantasies, DK, a lot of people have all sorts of fantasies, and our fantasy is a little bit on the Burrows.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that, but that's a good way to course correct. But but you are right. Like, my goodness, that would be an exceptional matchup with the 29ers and the Burrows. But I mean, there's potential for a Burrows and Stingers matchup, which is all
Yeah, the Stingers. Again, it's going to come down to Mickey at number 2 and Fury. Oh, sorry, no, Fury's out with the Heat. The card counter. What's his name again?
Card counter. You're referring to, so for the Stingers we have Kyle Stoker and Ryan Morris.
Ryan Morris. I was getting it mixed up with Ryan Simmons. Yeah, so Ryan Morris.
Oh, nice shot.
Ryan Morris is a great guy to have in the trenches with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. We've seen him in the past at this very same venue in some outrageous matchups. Yeah, Morris is going to be very handy in the finals battles to come. So Stingers v Burrows. That Morris matchup is crucial because you would imagine Kyle Stoker would win the men's singles.
Yeah.
Mickey Masoi would most likely go down to Dennehy. And then Dalabona Hyatt is just box office. So, yeah, the Ryan Morris and Ryan Simmons matchup is just so important. All theoreticals, of course. Got to get through our current set of matches. The Burrows have stalled a bit here, Ash. They've been on 18 for quite a while.
They're probably just getting bored, DK. They've dominated for, what time is it now, 1:30? They've been dominating since 10 o'clock.
Probably getting bored.
You can come off the level. Once the game is all but secured, you can just kind of relax a little bit.
West Coast. I imagine there's quite a few teams watching the Greenzone right now with they're probably all sitting in their team houses as we speak, watching these two set of teams going up. And I imagine the Burras, they're probably discussing the exact same things we're talking about, Ash. With theoreticals and, oh, geez, how do we take these two on? It looks like we have a timeout.
Sorry, mate?
It looks like we have a timeout, so please continue.
I was just going to say, I'm just trying to find out who's been messaging me. And they won't say who it is.
It's a bit of a concern that your phone number is just public knowledge, mate.
Oh, it's someone who's obviously in the pickleball scene. And they have my number.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, dear. Well, I've put my phone away. I'm all business now, mate. We are here to look at the Greenzone.
Oh, well, you have your WhatsApp on your computer. Whereas I still roll with it off my phone. Perhaps I should have it on the laptop.
Makes all communications with our broadcast very handy. By the way, viewers, you probably aren't aware of it, but Ash and I are remote calling this weekend. So we get to watch the Greenzone at the same time frame as you at home. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far, as Ash and I. We've really delved into some very interesting topics today, Ash. There's been good pickle discussion. And that's a good drive there from Dalabona. We have a game point here to lead into a 2-0.
Yeah, well, DK, we should be informed too. This is the finals. The commentators should rise to the occasion as well. So,
very good point.
For everyone. It goes for the referees. It goes for everyone involved with the sport.
I wonder what no, I'm not going to go there. There was obviously some comments about the officials from some of our NPL players last round?
Yeah, DK, come on. What were you referring to, mate?
That's a lovely drive there that I'm referring to. But no, the 2-0 from the Burrows. But no, like obviously last round there was some fired up players at
Well, yeah,
some
you're
goals.
referring to Zach Grabovich, who was not happy with the referees and one referee in particular, and took it to social media, over 48 hours. He was still furious the next day. So,
Yeah, I mean, we're always trying to promote public or the correct PR, I suppose. But general rule of thumb, guys, is just put the social media away after after having a loss. It's probably the smartest business to critically about your team. Now, these are some great matchups here with the men's singles. We've got Adam Walters, who leading his side this is a must win for the Bandies. He's up against Contrado. Oh, nice drive.
big start. Yeah. You know what? Even if it's not for this match against the Burrows, it'll be great for Adam's confidence for when they come up against the Adders.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Adders respond after their... if a 4-0 happens here, it's obviously theoretical, but it could happen. The Adders and Bandies is just... like both teams have been blown out. It just really comes down to who can respond to the adversity. That's a terrific forehand drive there from Walters. And we're just getting our scoreboards in check, viewers at home.
Walters has come out hot here.
Yeah, it's good. Needs to fire.
It's wide. This is good, mate. Like I said, this might be all but done against the Burras, but, you want to take some confidence into the next rubber against the Adders. 4-love against Contrado. Would be feeling pretty good right now for Adam.
Have we had any of our Div 2 matches on today, Ash?
I believe it's all happening on Sunday morning.
Yeah, nice. Geez, it's going to be awesome to see the Div 2 players duking it out, and best of luck to all of our Div 2 teams this weekend. Nice rally, Contrado into the net. And yeah, you're right, Walter's got a bit of a prep in his step.
Yeah, I would wager there's no way Contrado comes from tennis. There's just no way. Whereas you can see Adam Walters comes from tennis. He's got that real textbook wind-up.
Yeah, he doesn't mind top spin. No, you're right. Go ahead. I'm agreeing with you.
I was just going to say the nice forehand pass there from Contrado. In Div 2, the top team in each state go into the round-robin finals. So we've got the Tide from Victoria. And then I believe it's the Bandicoots and the Burrows, if I'm going off my memory. Let's double check that.
Here we go. Contrado's on a bit of a return. 4-5. Okay. Love to see a timeout from Adam Walters soon if he... Oh, well, he's already given up the lead. This is very good for Brendan Contrado and the Burras. Oh, Walters with the never say die attitude. But there's a 6-point rotation, and sheesh. This is a very close one to get us going for our men's singles portion.
Yeah, he's climbed back into this, Contrado, pretty quickly, hasn't he?
It's a good effort.
This is a must-win for Adam Walters.
Yeah, well, you want to inspire your side. Time is now for Captain Walters.
He seems like he'd be a hard guy to play against, Contrado. He's very unique, especially when he can just, change hands and hit you with a left-handed forehand. It would be disconcerting.
You mentioned that he plays similar to Cole Stoker. I do see the similarities. Bit of chaos ball on the court.
For me, he's the love child of Cole Stoker and Tam Laveau.
Oh, Walters trying to whip it, and yeah, unfortunately, not good here for the Bandies. Oh, what a play. Contrado with the walk-off. Terrific shot down the line.
Yeah, he almost gave him a face-off there at the after running way past the net.
Is it up with the service error?
DK, this time last week there was an event at the Jar. I was involved with it, and it was fantastic with Make-A-Wish.
Tell us all about it.
Yeah, well, the charity partner for the NPL, and beautiful forehand there from Brandon. And yeah, it was just it was a fun day out, and a little bit of a pickleball tournament, and all the supporters of Make-A-Wish got involved. Some took it more seriously than others, but it was a great day out. So shout out to Make-A-Wish for making lots of wishes for sick kids come true.
Oh, it's a good thing, man. And the NPL, they've just got so many wonderful initiatives with different communities and organisations. And is that a little bit of... No, it's confirmed in. I thought there was a bit of frustration there from Walters flogging that one away. Yeah, while you were at the Jar, I was down in South Australia, in Adelaide, doing the SA Championships. Great to see the South Australians get amongst it. Just goes to show the Australian pickleball scene, Ash, it just continues to blossom. There's a bit of game point here for Contrado.
Man, Adam Walters was doing this easily at 5 love.
Yep.
What happened?
Oh, I keep mentioning that the Burrows just mean business. I just think they just ran at the right time. Like Contrado's just doing exactly what we see the ladies do.
This could be the difference. Contrado and Simmons could be the difference for the whole final series.
I think it's a huge... See, if the boys come out on fire, the Burras are just... They have to be... I don't even think they're a dark horse. They are like... Could take it.
Well, it's official now, DK, that the Burrows are through because the Bandicoots can't win from here. So, look, we have one team through to the weekend's finals.
Been very impressed with Brendan Contrado. So he's taken down Dan Kuznetsov and Adam Walters, two very accomplished singles players. You know, like if we look at the other lineups for the other teams, so the Stingers, he would take on Stoker, tough, man, that would be a hectic match now, think about it. Contrado and Stoker, like we would not be able to call, like it'd just be absolute mayhem on the court. But let's get underway with Simmons and Wine, and this will be a fun matchup. Two Queenslanders going head to head. I don't know what the historically how these guys go against each other. But we may see Contrado take on the likes of, you know, Porphyry or Lavers for the Heat, which would be very interesting. And Kuznetsov and Evans. How do you reckon he would go against Matt Kuznetsov?
Who?
Contrado.
Well, you won't have to play him, but yeah, I'd give the edge to Matt Kuznetsov. But again, he's a pretty wily character, Contrado.
He's certainly impressed thus far. Good morning of pickle for him leading into the afternoon here at the Jar. Jake Wynan to bring it in. First points on the board for his side. It's all going to come down to the Bandies Adders matchup, which will be in our next time slot straight after this match.
Do you think Jake Wynan has something to prove? You know, you mentioned that he wasn't drafted for NPL Season 3. Do you think, you know, here's his chance to show what he's made of?
100%. I think there are so many moving parts leading into our next draft, right? Like, if you're a captain for Queensland, obviously, you know, the historically the top female picks are usually picked early on in the, you know, in the buyout. But if you're someone like, I don't know, like a strong male captain in Queensland, you would like someone like a Jake Wynan playing next to you. Like Harry Brown has Nicky Mal. Obviously, they're a fantastic duo. But I think Wynan he would be okay as a replacement for Nicky Mal if Nicky Mal got drafted to a different team. You know, like, and for Wynan, he has that point to prove. He has to come out and show, look, it was a mistake that I wasn't drafted, but here I am.
You mentioned Nicky Mel. Nicky Mel's got a big weekend ahead of him too. Very big.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen him in the past at the Jar with some fiery matches. I love watching Nicky Mel play. I think he just doesn't care. It's great. What other people say or think about him. There's a nice rally here. Bang, put away, ball still alive.
Oh, so good.
Oh, nice. Wynan digging deep. But yeah, Malaganaeus is going to have a very interesting weekend, especially when he goes toe-to-toe with some of the other, you know, the big teams. We are going to see the 29ers and the Outback. So that means we're going to have Harrison Brown and Tom Evans, the Australian Pickleball Championships gold medal match is our first headlining match between those two. And then we are going to see Matt Kuznetsov and Nicky Malaganaeus, two of the fiery gentlemen in our Australian pickleball scene. box office pickleball here at the Greenzone. Oh, unfortunate there for Winan, and Simmons getting one back. Oh, good coverage.
Yeah. Good point construction from both players there. Now, Harrison Brown has improved, consistently, I would say, over the last 6 months.
Yep.
Do you give Harry any chance of beating Tom Evans?
Man. I mean, Evans has had so much international experience as a count or a rebuttal.
Well, let's just remember it's only one game, first to 11.
True. So who can come out firing immediately? I think there's a bit of a shot from Simmons.
Oh, yeah.
I think there'll be a little bit of I don't want to say a grudge match, but for that Australian Pickleball Championships, I was like when Harry Brown really came on the scene and everyone was like, "Whoa, who's this guy?" I think he wouldn't mind just being like, "Hey Tom, you're going over to the States, mate, but NPL's mine now." Like, I think there's going to be a little bit of that about it. And
Yeah, well, good.
yeah, that's good for us.
We're waiting for someone to take the mantle.
And yeah, can he take it? See, because we haven't really watched the Queensland space with all the rain. So I can't give you like an informed discussion on how Brown's been going.
Well, we saw a bit of him at NPL Brisbane. I think he went down to who was it? Japanese dude.
Kenta, yep.
I think Kento got him in 3. But again, I think I'd love to see Harry. Well, we also saw him at NPL Sydney, and granted, Tom Evans wasn't there, but he won that, and he beat Tom Evans' teammate in Matt Kuznetsov. So,
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'd love to see another coming of age story. We've seen him come of age to, if we call Harry Brown a lion, and we use that metaphor of the Lion King, I would say Harry Brown is like a 20-year-old lion. I would like to see him evolve to the king of the jungle, maybe the 30-year-old lion, and shake down guys like Tom Evans.
Yeah, well, he has to. Harry Brown has to put away players like Joey Wild, Tom Evans, if he wants to really secure himself in that top echelon. I just want to point out, this is a very good discussion piece we're having, but this is an absolute screamer of a singles match we're watching right now between Simmons and Winan.
Yeah, no, it's classic pickleball. I was going to say the points are being crafted, and we touched on a couple of weeks ago that Federico Staxrud said that he worries about the status of the game. He thinks it's becoming too bash and crash, but not the case here. This is classic pickleball.
Yeah, old school singles pickleball, and the traditionalist in me is loving it. Man, I'm just trying to get my head around these matches we're going to have tomorrow and how outrageous they are. Like, we are in for such a treat. tomorrow with our finals matches.
Are you going to sleep
Oh.
tonight, DK? This is like Christmas Eve for you.
It's incredible. I love, like, I've been calling the Australian pickleball scene for so long, and it's the NPL. This is the best finals we've had in regards to team lineups. Like, it's anyone can take it. Nice rally here, one, and keeping Simmons on his back foot. And it's long. Ryan Simmons survives.
Yeah, I think to have 4 teams, maybe 5 teams that could win it. I mean, it's the perfect ending to a great season.
Do you give a chance for either the Bandicoots or the Adders to beat the Tide?
How do I say this politely? No chance in hell, DK.
Okay. Fair enough. And then the Tide, if they were to win that match, would have to take on the loser of the 29ers and the Outback. Sheesh.
Yeah, that could be big. Tom v. Helena.
Yeah, well, fitting in a way, right? Considering they're popping over to the States, and we wish them well over there. Nice rally. Simmons putting that one away, and he's really put the foot down here against the super sub in Jake Winan.
This is looking like it could be a 4-love again.
Yeah, it's possible. Big statement for the Burrows, though. And I will say, if you've come third, it's what you should be striving for. Is like, nah, we are supposed to be here. Obviously, for the Adders and the Bandies, it's not ideal.
Well, I'd say this. I don't think there would be a team stronger to have ever made it through the NPL playoffs.
Yeah, very fair call.
When last year I think we had the Woods, which was Danny Kuznetsov's team, and another team which I've forgotten, but they were never going to win it.
Well, it just goes to show, we were talking about how strong Queensland is as a state. For their third place team to be a legitimate contender, just goes to show, right? Oof. And for a player of the caliber such as Townsend to not even be in finals, where if Townsend was playing in New South Wales or Victoria, I think would be nearly, not guaranteed, but she would be very much in the conversation, you know? Simmons off to a subtle lead here with 3 points in it. We'll drive into the net. And remember, viewers, we will go through to the fourth match regardless of this result. Point differential does matter. There we go. Winan doing well. Proving his worth here. Simmons is an accomplished singles player. Sub coming in and giving him a good effort. We saw Nat Fisher do the exact same as well. So the subs are really trying to prove their worth here. Here we go. Still 9-7. Whoa. What is the call on that shot?
It's good.
In. That's an outrageous shot from Ryan Simmons to push to a game point.
Time out.
Yeah.
Mate, I told you he reminds me of Roger Federer.
My goodness, what a play. So he's flicked it wide. We'll see if we can get a repeat on that exact shot.
Yeah, if we can get a replay of the last point.
Yeah, good pickle here at the jar. Quick timeout, and I imagine that place is going to be hopping all weekend, Dash.
Yeah, well, it's starting to get busier. What are we now? 2 o'clock on a Friday. Tomorrow, no one's really got work. It will be packed there over the weekend.
Yeah, the home of the NPL, the jar. Here we go. Let's get underway once more. Simmons with a game point to get to a 3-0 for the Burrows. Good timeout. Yeah, down at the jar also, they've got that new coffee sponsor, Ash. I see Zach Grab's been promoting it as well. That is...
But is that the sponsor of that? That's just Zach's deal, isn't it?
No, Melbourne Milk. They'll be down at the jar this weekend giving out coffee and protein drinks to all of our players and spectators.
Okay.
So just another cool little activation the NPL are doing. That one's long. Simmons getting it back.
Do you know if Zach was drinking the Melbourne milk before his performances in NPL?
I don't know, mate. I don't know the answer to that one. Mr. Grabovic himself will have to tell you that. So we've got an 8-10. Oh, one and yeah, not happy with himself.
Big chance. It's a great drop. Nice.
There we go.
He's still in this one, then.
That's what I've been saying, mate. Like, I think he's a fighter, real scrappy. And we're having a bit of a classic here between these two fellas. Oh, no way. Oh, Ryan Simmons. He has gone for some outrageous shots throughout.
Jake Winans' Jupa is 4.72.
For singles?
Yep. I'm a little bit surprised. That's higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah, well, I know in Brisbane they do have like high level sessions that he attends. So he'd be going up against some of the best frequently. That's a beautiful shot.
Ryan Simmons, 4.4.
This is so good for Winans draft stocks right now. Pushing this to a 9-10.
Oof. That hurts.
$10-10. Here we go. This is our first 2-point pickleball display. Oh, on the full, if you don't mind. It's gone wide.
That would have been an incredible volley.
Oh, drive. Baseline bomb from Simmons goes to a 1-point lead. Still has service.
Brings
Needs
match
to put it
points.
away here. Mouse here. Well played from Winan. Calm under pressure.
Good controlled point there from Simmons. Didn't push, just did all he needed to do.
Ooh, long. Ooh, it's a nail biter.
They're kind of similar players.
Yeah, I mean, Jake's not bad at doubles. I'd say Ryan's probably better at singles. That's a nice angle. I know in doubles, Simmons likes to take a fair chunk of the court. We're going to keep building here. There we go. Nice shot from Simmons. Gets it back.
Yeah, so Ryan Simmons' duper in doubles is 5.16.
Yep. They're both going to opt to have a breather. Simmons with a big grin on his face. And, you know, we're talking about smiling on the court. I think now's the time to be gritting. When you're in a real fight with your opposition, you just give each other a subtle nod. Like, all right, we're putting on a show here. This is fun.
Of course, and he can afford to grin. They're 2-love up. They've already qualified for the finals. They haven't been challenged all day, and it's 11-all. This is effectively a dead rubber. When you can't smile is when you haven't won a rubber all morning and you lose 11-love. And we saw that this morning. It's just like, okay. I guarantee you Ryan Simmons wouldn't be smiling if he was losing 11-love.
No, probably not. If I know Ryan well enough. But either way, we're about to find out how this one will pan out. Simmons to bring it in once more. Oh, he's gone for it again. The forehand down the right side. Been successful with that a couple of times here, and we have another game point. That was patient play there from Winan.
Yeah. Would have almost liked to have seen a lob from Simmons.
Mix things up a little bit, but
Yeah, just over the backhand smash there of Winan.
I thought that was quite mature from Winan, considering he was under pressure. He's the sub.
Oh no, you can't have a ball come on the court. Who's done that?
That isn't a David Anjou, is it?
You've got to have those barricades set
That's
up.
Joey Wild. That's the Brumbies warming up. Is that Lindsay Baker there on the back right? Am I seeing that right? Either way, rally's underway. Oh,
Okay.
one and into the net. And we go back to another game point. Too much angle.
They'd be feeling it right now, these boys.
Well, this is the first real grind out that we've had today.
And this is why singles is so good. It's just a lot more physical.
Oh, cat and mouse, how good is this?
Oh,
One and unable to get it back over. The substitute is running around like a greyhound at the moment.
You can see Joey Wild warming up in a beanie. Must be acclimatising.
Yeah, no bucket hats required indoors. Simmons punching it down the left and just outside. Matter of inches.
Yeah, this is the thing, DK. This game obviously being played in good spirits, but yeah, it is a dead rubber. So they're having a bit of fun out here, the boys.
Well, it's probably a confidence booster for both of them too. Obviously, we've got the next matchup against the Adders coming, and the Burras. You know, for Simmons, it's good to get some reps in before he goes into finals.
Yeah, and it's you're right, and it's good for Wynan to get some reps in before his stoush with the Adders later on this afternoon.
Oh, still in. Flick of the wrist. Wynan missed
He's
it.
missed.
Oh no! What an
Oh,
amazing game. Well done to the fellas, and there we go. The Burrows will take the singles matchups. HQP here at the Jar. Oh, he was so close. This is a crazy rally to finish it on as well. He just pushed it too far.
Good wheels from Simmons, and that was a entertaining game.
As we'll get ready for our mixed battle here between the Burrows and the Bandies. Remember, viewers, our next matchup will be after this one, I believe. It's scheduled at 4 o'clock, Ash. It's currently 2. I imagine we'll probably start a little bit earlier than that. So we're flying through these games so far.
Well, yeah, it speeds things up when the Burrows win 4-love. 4-love.
Yeah, of course. And I'm going to go through while our players warm up for you all at home. So we will have our 2 quarterfinals on 4 individual streams tomorrow. So we will have our quarterfinals 1 and 2. So obviously we will see the Heat and Brumbies take each other on, as well as the Outback and the 29ers. We'll also have our elimination finals. So the Stingers versus whoever will be coming first in the playoffs, which I imagine would be the Burras. And then the Tide will be taking on whoever comes second in the playoffs. Following that, from 1 p.m. onwards, we will have the 2 semi-finals. My goodness, that is going to be some crazy pickleball leading into the afternoon for our Saturday. And all of your pickleball action live here on the Greenzone with AHM. Sunday, finals day. All the money on the line. We'll have MVPs announced, and we'll find out who is crowned the winner of this season. 8:30 onwards, we will have the 2 preliminary finals, which, oh my goodness, going to be just outrageous pickleball for your Sunday morning. Get your bacon and eggs and mushroom and toast ready, and curl up on the couch for that one if you're at home. If you're in Victoria, you should be going to the Jar, but if you're at home, the Greenzone will be kicking off nice and early. 11 a.m, we will then do the bronze medal match here on the Greenzone, followed by the gold medal match at 1 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. Obviously, that's Victorian time. And so many good matches to come on this amazing weekend of pickleball for Season 3 of the NPL. We have our mixed action about to get underway here. The 2 substitutes, Wynan and Fisher, have been very serviceable for the Bandies. Despite the 3-0 scoreline, I think Adam Walters, the captain, would be... there's positives for this, as his mind will now be turning to the Adders matchup, which isn't too far away. On the Victorian side, we'll be looking for a little bit more of a positive outing after their last matchup against the Burras, who admittedly are doing the exact same to the Bandicoots to what they did to them. So who knows who's going to take the Adders v Bandicoots matchup. Remember to follow the National Pickleball League on social media if you haven't yet. Facebook and Insta, and of course our YouTube channel that we're all currently live on here at the Greenzone. Keep up to date with all things pickle. Got a couple NPL tournaments coming up. And all of the information will be provided to you all via those social media pages and the NPL website. A very handy tool. The website is just chockers, full of data, statistics, and team information for all of you pickleball fanatics out there that are just getting into the professional pickleball space. It's a wealth of knowledge. We will have the combination of Contrado and Dennehy playing here for the Burras. For the Bandicoots, it looks like we will see Oxnard and Winan. Let's get started. First matchup here for our mixed doubles. There's that open face shot again. Dennehy has had a lot of success with it today. Down the right side. Utilising the Franklin X40s for all of our matches today and this weekend, by the way, viewers. Franklin, the official ball of Pickleball Australia. And the X40 has been in fair use throughout the National Pickleball League. These players have been flogging the ball around. Speaking of that, what a drive from Winan down the right side. 1-1 scoreline. Oxnard to serve. Block. Sarah Dennehy, that is why you're a captain and quickly soaring up the ranks as one of the best female players in the country. Terrific defense turned offense. You can see there that the switch is on for Dennehy and Contrado. High percentage of the shots going to Sarah Dennehy at the moment, which isn't really working in favour of the Bandies. Now Louise Oxnard, a lefty, playing with Jake Winan with his right hand in the middle of the court as well. Sarah Dennehy is putting on a defensive clinic at the moment, Ash.
Yeah, the Burrows, they've been on fire all day. Did we find out who the Burrows will play tomorrow?
Well, my understanding is that it would be the Stingers, according to our ladder that we've got.
Yeah, I want to double check that again. It just doesn't make sense to me. If the Stingers finished above the Tide, why would they play the top-ranked team from the playoffs?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the numbers don't match up, but either way, we'll find out tomorrow. Lovely shot there from Contrado, poking it down the middle of the court. To be fair, oh man, either way, whoever the Burrows take on, it's going to be an outrageous matchup, whether it be the Stingers or the Tide. Oh, Contrado punching it wide.
Also, Dika, I figured out who was texting me. I've had a random number for any viewers who have just joined us. A random number texting me all things pickleball today. And I've figured out who it is.
Oh, just long. Oh, here we go. You've got a fan.
Well, I'll see if you can guess. It's a current captain of a finals team in this season of the NPL.
Well, they're obviously not playing at the moment. Nice.
Well, here's a clue. They are. They are playing, but they might not be playing on centre court.
So Mr. Kuznetsov would be my guess.
Well, does it sound like Dan Kuznetsov to be texting me smack?
No, that would be an Adam Walters. If it's not him, it's the other captain.
Now, it's not Adam Walters, but there is another captain who is playing
So it's something this weekend. Sorry, I thought it meant from our matches today.
No, they're in the finals. Yep.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I misread that. As we've got a dinking rally. Oh, lob there. And Dennehy's multiple times has been defending on the shot. She doesn't mind a volley lob, by the way, Ash, which I'm a big fan of. Difficult shot to pull off.
Yep.
All right, a captain that doesn't mind talking smack. So let me have a look.
It's very obvious.
I'm trying to be fair here. Someone that's in the finals that doesn't mind a bit of nonsense. It's definitely not Tom Evans.
And I said they're currently playing right now. As we speak, they're currently playing pickleball.
Like on the court.
Yep.
Well, Sarah's the only captain on court.
No, well, you're being thrown by the riddle. They're playing pickleball on a court. It doesn't necessarily need to be centre court.
So is it Joey? Because he's on with the Brumbies.
It is Joey. It is Joey Wild.
Mr. Wild. Speed up from Contrado catches Oxnard.
But Joey didn't tell me who it was. I said, "Who is this?" He said, "A concerned citizen." But I've done the some investigative
Journalism.
digging. You know what I wrote back to this number? Because every now and then in the background you'll see Joey Wild playing in a black beanie.
Yep.
So I just texted back #beanie weather.
No, it's probably a bit cooler down there than Brisbane, where the Brumbies are based. Nice rally breaking out here, and unfortunately for Oxford, forehand into the net, and the Burrows just continue their dominance here with this lineup.
Yeah, they can put their feet up after this, maybe have an AHM ice bath, put the compression boots on, and have a good feed and a rest tonight, knowing that they have not dropped a game. 4 love is a good day out.
I would suggest that they would have a bit of a squealing pig to enjoy the evening, but I don't think any of these players would. They're probably more likely to have a Melbourne milk with their ice bath. Enjoy their afternoon and remaining matches. Well done to the Burrows. This has been a terrific outing for their weekend, or start to their weekend anyway.
There's Joey Wild, right of screen.
Oh, ATP is good. What a shot.
You know what trumps an ATP? An ATP defence. It's much harder to pull off. It doesn't get it as much acclaim. And it's probably not as showy, but it's a much harder shot.
I might be in the minority here, but in any sport, it doesn't have to be pickleball. I actually get more excited from a defensive effort. Like in basketball, if someone gets a big block, AFL, someone gets like a massive smother or like a big spoil, run down tackles in rugby, any of that, it's just good for me. Like, I just think it's amazing. In pickleball, an ATB defense or an Ernie defense, anything along those lines, I'm like, that's amazing because it's so hard to pull off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should be celebrated more. They obviously do it super well in the NFL in America. They really celebrate the defensive efforts.
Yep.
Well, and we're especially to see it a little bit more in the AFL. So if you get a hold in the ball, the player will kind of revel in it a bit more than they used to.
There we go. Contrado, a little bit of a limp there with the Burras victory to get us underway with our mixed doubles. We will have the second set of pairings coming on.
I think that's how he walks.
Yeah, okay. Well, never mind then. But that's something we can influence with the Greenzone, Ash. When our players have a great defensive effort, we will go over the top to celebrate it.
So, knowing what we know and after what we've seen so far today from the Bandicoots and the Adders, who goes in as the favourite for the next match?
Tough. I mean, Papajan didn't look 100% in that last matchup. I think that Fisher and Winan have both had a pretty solid outing in this lineup, considering they're up against pretty hard opposition. Probably the Bandies out of the two.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I just like obviously we're talking about the Adders today versus the Adders this season, and the Adders today they just didn't fire. It depends on if they come out and have a complete change, then yeah, fair enough. But let's face it, Ash, the only match that's really gone close, because it's been 2 potential 4-0s thus far, was the Winan versus Simmons match.
Yep. And that's why I like the breakdown of prize money. I think this season, season 3, it's top 4 teams get the cash.
Yep.
I don't like that. You know, you haven't got teams limping in 7th and 8th position, getting some cash. It's like, nah, sorry. It's just for the pointy end.
Yeah, well, it's once again rewarding excellence. We were talking about earlier in the broadcast in that players need to fire up a little bit. Like, they can't just be complacent on the court. Because obviously the prize money's only going to the top 4. Dalabona, big double-handed backhand.
Well, this is it too. We touched on it earlier this morning, and I was just saying I want to see some intensity from the players. This is not a social hit. We're playing for what's the prize pool, DK? $100,000.
100K total, so first place is 50K for whichever team.
So yeah, prize pool of 100K, first prize 50K. This is not a place to make friends. Not when the matches are on, anyway.
I agree.
And so you've got to bring the intensity. And if you're not going to bring the intensity playing for that kind of money, then pro pickleball is not for you. So whoever was messaging you, DK, saying, "Oh, you guys need to," maybe they were talking to me. You need to calm down. We're playing for money. So if you want to keep playing on your Sunday afternoon 3.5 nonsense, then have a great hit. But no one will be watching, and there'll be no money on the table.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming to a point now where, and I think this is more of a reflection of the Australian pickleball scene, is that it's been a very fun and rec level game for a long time. Whereas this is professional sports now. And, you know, not only are these players fighting for that 100K that we talked about, but they're also fighting to be drafted next season. They have to think about their career, in a couple of months when we kick off with our season 4. There's more riding on this than just the performances, the win-losses and whether you had fun. It's a genuine financial incentive.
I think too, the sport's very infant here in Australia, and the prize money is just starting to build. And with any pro sport, there is going to be opinions on your game, and the more money that's on the table, the more opinions you're going to get. And I just think that a lot of these players have really thin skin because they're not used to any form of feedback. But if you're going to be playing for more and more money, you're going to need to get used to some feedback and have a thicker skin and get on with playing pickleball, because a really, I was going to say the lion's share, but a really high amount of players have thin skin, DK.
Yeah, look, we're having a rather deep talk here, Ash, as we're up to a 14-2 scoreline. But I will say I'm probably partially to blame for that. I've fostered a very positive media environment throughout the Australian pickleball scene, and I don't typically call out players. But you are right, Ash, in that we are entering a professional environment where, every other sport, players they have to expect criticism and feedback. Not only just from us, but from the fans, right? Like, thankfully, pickleball is so inclusive and so lovely that we don't have anyone at tournaments. Like, I'm thinking of the soccer mums and dads that line up opposition teams, etc. We don't have any of that. But you go to the footy or the rugby, and if how often do you hear booing and whatnot for the opposition? We're not there yet, but it will eventually happen.
Well, you get booing at the pickleball in America occasionally.
Yep.
Again, it comes with money and an audience. And that's what you want. You kind of, not saying you want booing, but you want the crowd to be, a variable in the sport. So, some theatre, the third player on the court, or the fourth player if there's a referee. But yeah, it's
just long. I would almost suggest on this topic, Ash, that players need to almost embrace it. Now, if you haven't had a great season, to use that as motivation to try and bounce back. Like if I use someone like Winan as an example, he didn't get drafted. He's been given an opportunity to play in finals. He played for the Brumbies earlier in the season, played all right. And rather than be down in the dumps about it, he's out here trying his heart out. It's just your mentality and how you use it, I think, is the difference.
Also, I think we have opinions, and you mentioned you like to foster a very inclusive, friendly environment. From where I'm coming from, I'm just trying to call it as I see it. I'm just trying to call a spade a spade. Have accurate, they're my opinions. They might not be right, but they're what I think. And because I think if you just say, oh, everyone's great, that's a great forehand, isn't everyone just a great player? There's no nuance to your opinions or your thoughts, and it doesn't actually herald or give a pat on the back to the really good performances, because there's no nuance to your opinion. So it's just about having some light and shade to the players and to the opinions you give.
Yeah, very fair point. And I hope the players understand that this isn't going away. It's probably the biggest thing, in that as the Australian pickleball scene continues to grow, we've already got things like the Greenzone where we can film 12 courts at any given time. Gone are the days where if you have a poor match, especially in a professional environment, with the NPL, people can go back and get the receipts. That footage can be found. Your results will be on ladder. Your results will be public. Simmons, oh no, he's framed it. So I think the players that embrace, the potential of being not necessarily called out, but having receipts taken, I think you have to take it as a positive in that it's going to happen. Whether it's you and I, Ash, doing it, or any other media outlet, like it's inevitable. It's just the growth of the sport. So a dinking passage here for our match on court. Burras in the box seat. ATP from Walters is good. Ball's gone up and oh no.
And good defence.
Yeah, and good defence.
Yeah, it is really fascinating. The conversation we're just having. It's not just as the game builds here in Australia. It's not just about whether you can hit a nice third shot drop or a nice drive, you know, are you holistically strong on and off the court? And that goes for everything, with your training, whether you can shake things off, whether you have the ability to turn on competitively and also laugh at yourself, you know, and be humble. I think a lot of these players maybe don't have the balance right, in that maybe they could maybe be a bit more intense on the court and have some better results, and maybe take themselves less seriously when they're not playing. I feel like they have the balance a bit off. That's understandable.
I think you're right. As we've got a pop up here, ball goes long, and the Burrows well and truly in cruise control at the moment here against the Bandicoots. I think if we look at the growth of pickleball within the professional space here in Australia, so, you know, players have only really started drilling. You know, we're not even getting into deep stuff of players getting their nutrition right, getting their, you know, body in the right shape, recovery and rehabilitation taken seriously. We're not even talking about the mental aspects that you and I are discussing, Ash, in that getting the sports psychology and the right mental fortitude to lead and play, as we have a match point here for the Burras, in a professional environment. Like, I think, and it's the sport's so young. So, you know, it's growing phases. Players, and there we go, that one's gone wide. Players, obviously, they think of sport, they think of it as a physical element. But what you and I are discussing has nothing to do with what's done with your body. It's more of a mental thing.
No, for sure. And I think a lot of the top players, that's not really who I'm talking about. They have the results to back up their intensity. It's more the second string players that, maybe think they're better than they are.
Well, the results will show, and we're on track here for a... Is this a historic victory for the Burrows? Are they the first team to go through and take 2 4-0s in the finals to the playoffs? I don't know if that's been done before.
Well, it would have to be. And also, I think, and I'm going to go back tonight in my spare time and see whether their beatdown of the Adders was the biggest for the whole season.
Fair enough.
That's
And
what I like to do for fun, DK.
fair enough, mate. You're a pickleball diehard, and the Burras have let that be a warning shot to the other teams in the finals. 2 4-0s in the playoffs. Outstanding effort from the Queensland side. And, you know, considering they were fighting for that third place with the Opals, the Burras would be very happy hitting their stride at the right time. Viewers, we do have a couple more matches, or rather one more match, for the evening for you all. We will have the Bandicoots taking on the Adders not too far away. Going to bounce into a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll get underway with our final matchup here for your Friday of Pickleball, live at the Jar. NPL AHM Finals. Ash, any final words on that match before we bounce into our commercials?
Look, it was the old Simpsons scene with Milhouse. You know, stop, he's already dead. The, yeah. Well, no, do you know the scene? Do you know the scene?
I know exactly what you're referring to. That's rough.
Well, no, I was going to say the Bandicoots were done at 2-love, and the Burrows just kept the foot on the throat, and they were merciless all morning and all afternoon. So I can't wait to see them over the weekend. And now we see... I don't want to be insensitive, but we can see who can limp into the finals out of the Adders and the Bandicoots, because one of them will be making up the numbers tomorrow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the other one won't be going through to finals, viewers. Heartbreak for one of the teams. We will find out who that will be leading into our next matchup. Adders v Bandies, not too far away here at the Greenzone. Commercial break underway, and we will see you live at the Jar very soon.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball!
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
Love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport. It's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball!
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
Love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport. It's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These These are the athletes redefining what's possible. The stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevated.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
40 love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible. The stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevated.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
40 love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution. And it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, Elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
40 love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, The stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
40 love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
Love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport. It's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, Elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
Love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport. It's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is the sport to watch. From iconic venues to unforgettable moments, the National Pickleball League transforms every event into something bigger, louder, unmissable. But this isn't just for the pros, it's for everyone. Pickleball connects us in ways no other sport can. The world's fastest growing sport, a league built to elevate it. Pickleball isn't just a game anymore, it's a revolution, and it starts with us. NPL, Pickleball, elevate.
NPL, let's go!
Vietnam is calling. Let's Viet chat.
Don't you dare sting me.
Why not? Oh, you still sorting out health insurance, Teresa?
Yeah, seems complicated.
Not with AHM. They make things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. And I should know. I don't have a brain.
Or a heart.
Ah, doesn't mean I don't have feelings, Teresa. No-brainer.
Stop that.
Okay.
AHM Health Insurance makes things straightforward, so it's a no-brainer. AHM are now proud sponsors of the greatest sport you've probably never heard of. It's easier than tennis, funner than table tennis, and partly named after a dog called Pickles.
Pickleball.
AHM, official sponsor of the NPL.
Woo!
40 love Aisha. Love Wanya. Love him. Love them. Love all.
Some say pickleball isn't a real sport. They couldn't be more wrong. This isn't just a sport, it's a movement, a lifestyle, the dawn of a new era in competition. It's fast, it's electric, a game of inches decided in milliseconds. Pickleball is not just a pastime, it's a battle of precision, power, and passion. At the center of it all is the jar, the epicenter of pickleball, where sport meets spectacle and every event becomes a memory you'll never forget. These are the athletes redefining what's possible, the stars of today, the legends of tomorrow. This is their stage, and they're showing the world why pickleball is
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the AHM Greenzone. We are live here with the National Pickleball League season finals for your Friday afternoon. About to get underway with our last set of matches. For our matches today, we will have the Adders taking on the Bandicoots. It's fair to say it's a cutthroat match. This is a do or die. Whichever team wins here will go through. As we are just getting the players ready to warm up for our third game slot here for the finals. It's fair to say both the Bandies and the Adders had probably a disappointing start to their finals campaign, both getting blown out 4-0 to the Burras. But on a positive note for the Burras, my goodness, watch out. They are going to come out swinging, and I would not want to be facing the Burras tomorrow when we get started with our qualifying finals and elimination finals from 10 a.m. onwards at the Greenzone, which Ash Williams and I are calling. The matches today have been a little bit all over the place, and there's our finals that I can put up for you all at home. We will see the combination of the Heat take on the Brumbies, as well as the Outback and the 29ers, two exceptional matches. I'm so excited. From a diehard pickleball fan, this is just incredible. We will see the Stingers and the Tide also playing. And they will be taking on the Burras and potentially either the Adders or the Bandicoots, relevant to our match that we're about to show. We will then go through to the matches following that, and then on Sunday, it's where the prize money is going to be. You will see the MVPs crowned, and the 100K will be split. Just waiting for our teams. They're not too far away, just getting ready on court. And then we can get cracking with our next lineup. And as always, got to give a big thank you to our sponsors. AHM Health Insurance, been behind the National Pickleball League for quite a while now. Big shout out to them. And if you are someone looking at look at your health insurance options, highly recommend getting behind AHM as they get behind pickleball. Vietjet, if you are looking for international travel, as always, Vietjet Airline, the official airline of the National Pickleball League. Major sponsor of the NPL is Luz, the wonderful paddles that a bunch of our NPL players have been getting behind, as well as Squealing Pig Wines, the official wine of the National Pickleball League. Franklin, the official ball, and our net provider, Yola, as well as our official court with Lakehold. These sponsors are so important for our National Pickleball League season. And we thank you very much for getting behind our wonderful sport here in Australia. Only a couple of minutes away now before our third game for your Friday afternoon of pickleball. And we can get underway with our team lineup. So for the Adders, they had a pretty dismal start, if we can put it fairly. The Cuzzy brothers of Daniel and Tim, I think they've had a pretty good season thus far. But unfortunately didn't have the results they were looking for against Simmons and Contrado against the Burras. For Papajan and May, now these two, I think they're both quality players. Just today, they're just not having the results they're looking for. I did say to Ash Williams, as Papajan had her shoulder heavily strapped, perhaps it might be best in the women's double for Papajan to move to the right. Gabby May take that left side. We will see how that all pans out. For the Bandicoots, we did just see them play against the Burrows. They also had a 4-0. They've got two substitutes in today, Nat Fisher, Jake Wynan, who I thought both played very well in their matchup against the Burrows, considering they're up against a lead opposition. Adam Walters, the captain, he'll be pushing his side to get through for that final spot in the finals, and then Louise Oxnard rounding out their side, taking out the women number one spot for the Bandies. Going to be an interesting set of matchups here between these two teams. I think the Kuznetsovs are going to come out firing. That's pretty much guaranteed. The matchup of Jake Wynan, who had a terrific match against Ryan Simmons earlier today. Seeing him go head-to-head with one of the Kuznetsovs is going to be very interesting. I think he'll probably take on Tim, and we'll see Adam Walters and Dan Kuznetsov go head-to-head with the fellas. Two great set of singles matches underway there. Now, for our ladies, Oxnard and Fisher will be, it's going to be an interesting one, as they're up against the combination of May and Papajan, who have had a little bit of an interesting day, to say the least. And I'm wondering who's going to take that number one spot between those ladies. As we can see, the Cuzzy coaching brand there. They're very much behind the jar here in Melbourne. Ash Williams will be jumping in the booth at some point soon. And we did discuss earlier today that it was quite cool here at the jar down in Melbourne. If you are a Victorian, highly recommend getting on down to the jar for your weekend of pickleball. Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have a bunch of fun. And I have to give a big shout out to all the local people that are going to be down at the jar. You will see the AHM Health Insurance Rest and Recovery Zone. If you are a player or a spectator, there's going to be a wonderful slew of stuff on hand for you all. And you can definitely have a break and get your recovery in action, which obviously is essential. We will also have the Squilling Pig Bar. As always, it's going to be lat sticks. Awesome to see Squilling Pig once again getting behind the National Pickleball League. The Melbourne Milk Crew are getting behind our finals here at the Jar as well, giving out coffee and protein. And then on Sunday, the finals party kicks off from 12 p.m. onwards. We'll have DJ Jimmy Tran pumping the music, and the vibes will be high in Melbourne, as we will see who will be crowned this season's champion. Ash Williams is back, I believe. We're going to start waffling on about our current game with the Adders v Bandies. Maybe not. I'll continue waffling on about the Adders v Bandies. It looks like we will have David J calling this one. We can see him there on the right side. Talking to Mark Taylor, two of our referees for this weekend. First matchup here will be Dan Kuznetsov v Adam Walters, men's singles. This is a terrific game to get underway. I'm not entirely sure who to back here, honestly. Both are accomplished singles players, both coming from a tennis background, and know how to swing a paddle around, that's for sure. The gentleman there on the left, Mr. Anjou himself, have to give him a big thank you for his combined efforts this weekend and this season. And we can see our players getting their final reps in this must-win match against each other. Whoever wins will go through. Simple as that. There's no other way of putting it. There's no win point differential or anything like that. It's just simply whoever wins will go through. So do or die for your Friday afternoon of pickleball. Which is rather fitting considering how these two teams got into the finals in the first place was just cutthroat. The Bandicoots only just managed to push out the Dinkers. And my goodness, the end of round 5 was outrageous with the Adders sneaking in and taking the Ruse spot. They'll no doubt be hurting watching the Greenzone, thinking they maybe could have done a bit better than their Victorian counterpart. Let's get underway. The captain himself, Captain v Captain Kuznetsov underway, 0-0. And first shot goes wide outside out. Adam Walters will bring it in for his side for the Bandies. Oh, serve and drive. Are we watching tennis? That was a terrific service by Walters.
That was a very generous call there from the oldest Kuznetsov there, DK.
Yeah, look, I wasn't too sure how close it was, but either way, first points on the board for Walters. Oh, he's done it again. Forehand roll has been perfect.
This match is absolutely massive for both teams. It will set the vibe for their team. Captain v captain. You'd think whoever wins this wins the whole match.
Well, you talk about leading from the front, you know, like the season is literally on the line. It's do or die pickleball, and you're starting it with your captains up to grabs. I think it's amazing. Yeah, there we go. Big smash. And Kuznetsov didn't get the result he was looking for against Contrado in their matchup against the Burras. He'll be looking for some redemption. And that's a good start. Who are you backing for this entire match, Ash, between these two teams?
I've got to go with the Adders just because they're at full strength. I know that unfortunately Izzy Papazian is injured by the looks of it, and it looks rather serious, so we hope she's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff from Walters, but you've got to go with the Adders. A team with 2 replacements, you wouldn't think they were a chance, but this is pressure pickleball here in the playoffs.
Yep. And for that reason, I'm going to go the opposite and go the Bandicoots. I think they have, knowing that they have 2 substitutes, they have no pressure. It's like, well, whatever, we just got to try. I think they're just going to have fun with it, and ultimately we'll see who goes through. But I do believe, and you sort of touched on this earlier in the broadcast on the Greenzone, neither of these teams will probably go deep in the finals.
Yeah. You don't need to tell me.
Isn't that so?
Sorry, mate.
No, you're having a bit of a giggle to yourself there about.
Oh well, mate. I was, you're preaching to the choir, but I want to bring some positivity here for our last playoff match. So I'll probably stay quiet. No, look, I think. Where did Dan Kuznetsov just put 6 points on the board?
Yeah, great start, hey. And it's what I'm saying. I think he's a bit fired up after his result against the Burrows. Additionally, I'd like to see Adam Walters do the same. That's a terrific shot down the left side. So we had a confirmation, Ash, that Mr. Shell himself said that it'll be... Trying to pull it up. We were talking about it. The teams that the Burras will be facing will be the Tide.
Yep, and I did say that to you, didn't I? Because I said it didn't make sense for the Burrows to have to face the Stingers.
Yep.
So here's a question for you, DK. If Adam Walters doesn't get this done, what do you think of his season?
It's a tough one because I think Alex Tran's probably in the same boat. They both played a couple of seasons now in that captaincy role. And I mean, is it a matter of pride? I don't know. Like, we saw Summer Dalabona relinquish captaincy to play this season in NPL, and she's playing some just exceptional pickleball. Kyron Lavers for the Heat, Mickey Hyatt for the Stingers. These are examples of like elite players that have removed the burdens of captaincy. For his season, you got to look at it two different ways. As a captain and then as a player. Would the Bandies... Ooh, was that in? Close. Yeah, confirmed in. Great shot. Would the Bandicoots be happy with their season? I think Colin Wan had an exceptional season. Shannon Spencer also, she's a bright spark for their side. Unfortunately, both those players couldn't play in finals. I think the Stingers and the Heat are just crazy good. And I said this earlier in the broadcast, but coming third in New South Wales, to me, is still an achievement because of how good the Heat and the Stingers are. So I would probably push on more the positive side of things as a captain. Individually as a player, Adam probably hasn't had the results he's been looking for, though.
Well, that's it. So, look, he was the captain, so that team discussion is relevant. If he wasn't the captain, I would say, look, let's just talk about his individual performance. But look, I think he'd like to have another crack at it. He wouldn't be satisfied with his performance this season.
I agree. And, like we look at Kyle Stoker, at the start of this season, he made it abundantly clear, like, he's locking in. Like, he sort of made it quite public. So we have a nice cat and mouse here between the boys. Terrific. Jeez, Kuznetsov looks angry. Good. He's fired up on the court as he has a game point here to secure the first for his side. Kyle Stoker locked in, right? And he's had some exceptional results this season. And as a result, the Stingers are number 2 in New South Wales, and there is the match for Dan Kuznetsov. I think Adam Walters needs to have the same moment to what Kyle Stoker did last season. Oh, the start of this season, sorry. for season 4. Well played from Kuznetsov, and that's a positive, you know. He definitely didn't have the result he was looking for, and your boy's out on the court there, Ash. Always
I
making
just saw
himself,
that. Any
always
opportunity
making himself
to
known.
fill in.
Mr. Georgic. He's getting himself in some reps with
And that's
Jake
Kyle
Winan,
Stoker.
the sub.
Kyle Stoker down the other end.
Is that Stoker? I thought that was Winan.
Who is it?
Jake
Oh,
Winan.
Winan. It looked like a Stoker forehand. Maybe it is Winan. That's Stoker. I know a Stoker forehand whenever I see one. Could be wrong.
We'll find out soon. Either way.
Well, I'll tell you what, Winan's forehand is a bit Stokery. It is Winan, but gee, it's a compliment.
Had a couple comparisons to Stoker today. We saw Contrado playing some odd shots that were like Kyle, and
Yeah.
here's the super sub Jake Winan doing the same. So while these fellas warm up, Tide v Burras. Good match. Any early calls on who goes through?
So you've got Helena and Emily Martin versus Sarah and SDB. Again, of course, Burrows being the Burrows, the girls will get the point there. You would think they'd get both points, both singles, adding up to 1 point. Gentlemen, Book and Ethan versus Contrado and Simmons. I mean, I'm going to have to give the edge to the Burrows just because, I don't know, I think that Ryan Simmons could potentially upset Butson, and I don't think someone like Emily Martin could upset Dennehy. So that's the singles component, and just I think the confidence that the Burrows would have built today, 4-love and 4-love, they will walk into the jar tomorrow, you know, moonwalking. They will dance onto centre court.
There we go. Fair analysis. It's going to be an absolute doozy, and the winner of that will verse the loser of the Outback and the 29ers. So tomorrow's Pickleball, ladies and gentlemen, is just mental for our Greenzone coverage. It's going to be so much fun. And it looks like Timmy K and definitely not Kyle Stoker are about to get underway here. The substitute Jake Winan coming from Queensland, filling in for Colin Wong.
Yeah, we'll have to get to the bottom of the Jake Winan story. You know, was he going to be in Victoria? Or did he just fly down from Queensland to be a replacement for a New South Wales team?
Yeah, good question and good stories. I mean, Winan's got the super sub title at the moment. I thought he played quite well against Ryan Simmons earlier today. Now, Fish has also been serviceable, but she was up against two of the best singles players in the country, so we can't judge her too harshly. Looks like the fellas are underway because Kuznetsov to bring it in, and for Jake Winan, this is a must-win for his side to force the tie. As we got the Bandies taking on their Queensland counterpart. Sorry, Victorian counterpart. And that means the winner of this match, Ash, will go through to take on the Stingers. We talked about Stoker. That's his team on the New South Wales space. Tough match.
I've got some intel, DK.
Here we go. That was quick.
Jake Winan's brother is playing in the Div 2 finals, and Jake came to watch his brother.
Oh, there you go. Pickleball, bringing families together.
Again, I've just received that from a very, very, very unreliable source, but
As it's gone wide. Well, it can't be your mystery messenger of friendly messages, as it looks like he's on the court there on the right. And that one goes wide for Timmy Kuznetsov. Are they the most successful family in Australian pickleball? The Kuznetsovs?
It's a good question. I mean, it's a very shallow pool. The family pickleball pool.
Oh, nice rally.
You'd have to say yes. I mean, look, there's obviously Jake Winan and his brother.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there any like mother-daughter or father-son or whatever
Oh, well.
parent and their children?
Katie Hargraves and Mitch Hargraves.
Yeah, there you go. There's one. Obviously, Beck Kingsley doesn't play anymore, so, well, not to this level. So Sarah Burrow and Beck Kingsley are no longer in that conversation. They did win a lot of medals back in the day, though.
Timmy Cook is moving well. I think
good to see.
Last time we saw Timmy was playing Josh Chia, and I think he was injured, but he's still got the chocolates. He's moving really well today.
Yeah, he didn't look 100% in that match, did he? Now I think about it. I did have some concerns about him.
I'm not going to mention the ruse anymore. I'm putting it. I can't do it.
We're done. No more ruse talk. Ooh, poke down the left. Sorry, the right. That's gone wide. Little fist bump there from Kuznetsov. Speaking of Kuznetsov, his brother's watching on with the... he must be the singles whisperer, Steph Georgic. We saw at the NPL PWR 700 in Brisbane. Georgic was in Kyle Stoker's corner. Stoker took a gold in that. So maybe,
I think it's okay. Here's a question for you, DK. What do you think about players who are not on your team sitting in the player box?
It's a good question, and an ethical one at that, because how do I word this? If we ever, by the way, for viewers that are just tuning into the Green Zone, Ash and I have been having mad deep conversations all day. This is where you get in the Green Zone. We discuss heavy things here. If we ever go down the route of gambling in sports, this would never be allowed. Like, we would never allow to have someone just jump in.
But why not?
Well, I mean, there could be all manner of match fixing buggery that could go on.
Yeah,
but
sorry to cut you off, DK, but in tennis, anyone can sit in your box. There's betting on tennis. Why is that any different?
Because Georgia can just move across and sit in with the other booth. He could have definitely heard things that might be, tweener, nice play. Like, if you're in there for the whole duration, that's fine. But obviously bouncing between booths, etc., wouldn't be. Right now, as it stands in pickleball, I think there's nothing wrong with it. But what I'm saying is, as the financial element continues to grow, for example, we can see visibly that Izzy Papazian has her shoulder heavily strapped. But let's say it wasn't strapped and she said to her team, guys, my shoulder's really hurting. Georgic hears that and goes straight over to the other team and says, guys, target Papazian's forehead. You know what I mean? Like, that's... Oh, is that in? Timmy Kuznetsov, what an outrageous shot. That's information that you would only know if you're in the booth, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I think you'd be able to get some of that information in the tennis world as well, even if you weren't in the box. And look, yeah, betting will eventually come to pickleball. So
yeah, it's an interesting discussion point. Yeah,
putting the betting to one side, should players who are not on your team be allowed in the team box?
Just in general. I'll put it in a different way. Dan Kuznetsov's a pretty nice guy, right? There's a chance that, and I'm not saying Steph's like this, let's say anyone, could just be a nuisance. Like, get out of my booth. I'm here to try and talk my team up. We're locking in, and you're an external presence that might not necessarily be positive. You know, there's a world in which it could actually disrupt the team as well.
Oh, it's good areas from you, DK. Really good areas. You know, I think too there's a big difference between playoffs day and the finals on the weekend.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot busier. That team area or the team box is like a bit of a safe space. You know, it's like, you know, that's where you can actually breathe and have some, you know, bit of focus on the game.
Well, how often do we see at tournaments, Ash, as we just got official Jay here, just having a chat with the fellas, how often do we see players jump in the commentary booth, not to commentate, but just simply to get away from everyone else? They just want a brief period of peace. And you're right, in this particular instance, your team booth is that area of peace.
Well, yeah, I think it just comes back to the captain. It's captain's call.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think, look, let's call a spade a spade. Look, factually, whoever wins this goes through to tomorrow's final. So this actually is a big tie.
Yes.
And if Dan felt that Stefan was hampering that, then he should really say, hey, let's catch up after the game.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, speaking of captains, geez, Adam Walters doesn't look pleased over there in the corner. He's obviously not having a
good ball
positive start, but
well, you know, they actually Stefan actually calls himself this. I'm not sure if the Kuz brothers call him this. He calls himself the fourth Kuznetsov. So I think there is some, you know, bonhomie over there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I'm not just talking about Stefan in particular. I'm talking about just people, you know. I think a good captain will say, you know, let's catch up afterwards. If they're bringing a positivity to the team or if they're distracting the team.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen in tournaments in the past of players and coaches just going straight up and offering, you know, unsanctioned advice to players, and it throws them off their game. It's like, that's not in a team environment. That's just like a normal traditional tournament. So yeah, it's an interesting point, and I guess that's almost where the referees, I guess, come in. Like, it's like, hey, that's like a restricted zone. You shouldn't be in there. But I don't know what the actual ruling on it all is.
I mean, this is why someone like Ben Costin's super polarising, but I like him because he doesn't mince his words. And I remember at NPL Sydney, I believe it was Joey and Danny, and they were in trouble. I think they'd lost the first game, and they had a timeout, and they were talking. Joey and Danny were talking to Ben, and Stefan was kind of in the huddle trying to get involved. And Ben said, "Listen, Stefan, go over there. You know, get out of here." So, yeah, I think it's up to the captain or the coach to kind of protect the space of the players.
Yep. And it's funny you mention that because it looks like Georgic's no longer in the booth. Is that Matty K on the left? So all the Kuznetsov. Similar, you know, he technically plays for a different team. Obviously, he's going to support his brother, but
Our blood's thicker than water, and because your blood is thick, mate, they share their snacks. They come prepared with communal strawberries. I've seen their bevy of berries that they all share.
Oh, that's good. It's really good to see the fellas all banding together. And, geez, we've got a bit of a scrap here on our hands with Winan just ahead.
I'd like to see Winan get this.
Oh, it's huge. Huge for his side, and it would really reinforce Adam Walters picking him as a substitute, because I imagine there were a couple other options. Oh, drive down the line is good.
Well, it's perfect. It's a perfect storm for Adam Walters. I mean, Jake Winan's a really handy sub, and thankfully he was in Victoria supporting his brother.
So convenient to have a ace in the hole like that.
Because let's play hypotheticals. If Jake Winan is not there, who does Adam choose?
Well, it would depend if someone like Asahil Dang's allowed as a sub still. Because
No,
he technically
you can't.
for the Rangers.
Because he was officially named the captain in round 5.
Yeah, well then he'd be out. Who else is a sub? I mean, we just talked about Georgic. He'd be available from Victoria. There's obviously a bunch of other players in Victoria that are probably not allowed to play in this particular event, unfortunately. But I don't think if there's anyone that's had like an outstanding couple of little performances in for Victoria. I mean, you'd probably go to your Div 2s, right? Like, who's played it really well in the Div 2? Or is this you trying to promote yourself, Ash? You're like, yeah, I'd be available.
No, I'm not trying to promote myself at all. I can't. I couldn't play. I've agreed to do this commentary for this season.
Oof, just short. Either way, it's very convenient for the Bandies to just have a superstar in the wing. And he's currently got a 3-point lead here against Kuznetsov in a very important matchup. Obviously, if Kuznetsov gets it and they have a 1-0 start, very positive for the Adders. However, for Jake Winan, he would love to tie this up. I reckon there's a very high chance we're going to a deal breaker, Ash.
Gee. No, yeah. He really pushed the envelope with the approach and the volley, Winan. He doesn't need to go quite so close to the line.
Shot.
These are big points for Timmy. 6-all.
Huge confidence boost for the young man.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind that slice backhand, hey? Oh, nice shot from Winan.
That was a good run, Timmy. Good run. Get it right back. Run out.
Oof. Jeez, that backhand from Winan. That has some pace on it.
Yeah, DK, we have discussed this, maybe not today, but I just got a message from an anonymous source who is an NPL player.
Yep.
Who wants us to muse on who the season 4 captains might be.
Is this like phone a friend? People just call in. We're live here with ABC Radio as we can just discuss the Australian pickleball space.
A lot of I don't know what it is, but a lot of pickleballers have questions, but they want to remain anonymous. This person has literally written, "Keep me anonymous."
Fair enough. Well, it's a good point. You know, obviously we're involved in media within this space, and players do want a lot of things discussed, but they are a bit afraid of repercussions, because obviously a lot of these players are trying to make money out of it. You know, they're trying to get into the sport, trying to become a professional. As we have another screamer of a singles match underway, as Ash and I start talking about heavy stuff. Who's going to be captains? I think it's probably easier to start considering who won't. Well, actually, let's look at who's going to be a lock for captains. So the NPL ambassadors, like, you know, Wild, Taruya, Townsend, like those guys are guaranteed, right? Like they're definitely locked in for next season.
For sure.
Cool. So we know for a fact that Evans and Spreedies won't be, as they're moving to the States. We wish them both a bunch of luck over there playing with our American friends over in New South Wales. So is Kyle Stoker an ambassador? Not sure.
I don't think so. No.
So assuming he wants it, I think Kyle Stoker's definite. I think Selena Taruya definite. Assuming she wants it. Actually, that can just go across the board. It's whether they want it or not. Dennehy, I think, will keep it if she wants captaincy. Harry Brown, I think, has had an outrageous season, so he'll be good. Danny Townsend, Joey Wild, yes. I don't think Wally O'Donoghue will. Adam Dagmar's an interesting one for the setters. I almost feel for Dagmar, and I don't know if he's watching or not, I would almost like to see Dagmar in a non-captaincy role. You know, like he can just play under... Because he's a gun. Like, Adam's very good. It's just... I almost think he needs to follow someone like a Samadala Bonner in that nice shot. And the sub is really getting it done here. Jake Wyman balling out. You see someone like Dagmar come in as your second male, game point, by the way, to force a tie. To me, that's a great option. You know, like I would like to see Dagmar consider that. We'll see what happens. That one's called long, and he's done it.
It's a good win.
Timmy K's not happy. And there we go. That's huge from the sub. Jake Wyman has to be drafted next season. As we have a tie here for our men's singles, Captain Adam Walters would be very happy with that. But let's look at the New South Wales area. So Jovic, Tran, Walters, Calderwood are the ones that I think are potentially up for discussion. Will any of them retain their captaincy? I mean, Tran and Walters have had... Calderwood's been in it for a while as well. Jovic... I actually think the Aggies can have a pass. And I know you're probably giggling at that. But I think the Aggies have had... They're just so many newer players. Like, I think they needed a season to cook. And then we'll see how those players come in next season. Calderwood, I think, has leadership qualities. Obviously, she lit you up. So you probably got a different opinion on that. But be very interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's a good leader. I don't know her, you know, I don't know if I've ever met her. I think I met her once. But you know, she's a good player. The fun I was having with the comments was nothing to do with Tyra. It's just that, like, everyone's saying, the comments are making you run, when they were the opposite of that. So, and then I think if you zoom in on Victoria, like you touched on, no Tom, no Helena, I would assume that Zach gets captaincy again, and then Sahil Dang, we mentioned him. Just someone like Ethan Butson get a captaincy.
Well, he was last season. He filled in.
I've got one for you. I've got one for you. If she wants it, Kat Westbury.
I think so. I think Kat Westbury's had an outstanding season, but but then again, it's whether she wants it. You know, like similar to Kat Valos. Like I think, and I know you didn't want to bring up the ruse, but it's thematic. I think Kat is a solid captain. It's just unfortunately they sort of crumbled at the end of the season.
I think you've got to really decide whether A, you want it, B, if that's a good match for your personality. Because there's actually a lot of benefits to being a captain. It's not all negative. You know, you can actually craft your team.
That's right.
And if you're a good leader, you can create the vibe and create this world for season 4.
Well, it's about the culture of the team.
That's it. And that's a, you know, if you want to take advantage of that, then go for it.
Yep. No, I agree. I think
Because there are some players, sorry, DK, there's some players that don't like playing with some players. That's a little bit, you know, behind the curtain of pickleball. But there are some players who wouldn't want to be on the team of some other players. And, you know, if you're a captain, you get to curate your team.
Like, I'd like to think that Dan Kuznetsov keeps his captaincy spot, assuming he wants it, of course. You know, despite the fact that the Adders are fighting right now to retain their third spot, I just think Victoria are losing so many captains. Like, they're already losing Spirides and Evans. I don't believe Traskin. Like, I put Traskin in the same boat as O'Donoghue for the Reef. Like, I don't imagine they'll get asked to come back as captain. I could be wrong there, of course.
There's no way. Forget about even being captain. Molly is not playing NPL probably ever again. And, yeah, forget about captain. And I don't think Henrik will be back either, even though at least he played 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, so time will tell there, but the point I'm trying to make is that with all of those questions for Victoria, I think Kuznetsov and Grabovic are sort of a lock as a result because there's so many unknowns. And I guess if you're a Victorian player that does have leadership qualities and you wouldn't mind a captaincy role, now's the time to stand up. Like I'd already be in the DMs of NPL, be like, hey guys, I want to. This is my time, right? Like we saw Sahil Dang come in to go from a substitute to captain of the Rangers is just incredible.
I heard that happened very late in the piece, DK.
Fair enough. Oh, he did a terrific job.
I'm not sure of the exact story or the exact details. I'm probably speaking a bit out of school, but I believe they had someone else locked in.
Cool. Well, what we do know for a fact is that we're about to get underway with our Adders v Bandicoots women's doubles. We will see Oxnard and Fisher at the sub, taking on the combination of May and Papazian. Whoever did phone a friend there and ask you your question, Ash, hopefully that gave them a suitable enough answer. Any other questions you guys want, please let us know.
I'll say this, a little bit of a clue. She's just messaged back, and she's actually one of your favourites, DK. You really do get along well with her. She said she'll watch it back after work.
One of my favourites. I'm nice to everyone. But we'll find out as we're about to get underway. Now, I did mention, Ash, that if Papazian does have a shoulder concern, whether she would play on the right or the left, as it's on her forehand side. It does look like she's opting to start on the left. As we can see, viewers, that Papazian, for the Adders, has her right shoulder heavily strapped. And it did look like it gave her some discomfort in her last match. And also, Fisher's playing on the left as well with the left-handed player of Oxnard. So we already know that the Bandicoots are going to have a very strong presence down the middle of the court, which probably puts an even more strain on Isabel Papajan's forehand.
A lot of cheap errors from the Bandicoots.
I think this is such an important series for Gabby May. I really think she needs to fire here and prove herself because she's up against 2 substitutes. Her female partner is potentially injured with her shoulder strapped. Gabby needs to come out and play big pickleball here.
Yeah, you're right. She should be the one that stands out here.
And she's playing on the left. Ooh, communication mishap from both ladies. Nice. But I guess we didn't really answer the question on who, like, that was who we think will definitely have captaincy. We didn't really talk about who's going to replace those people we didn't think would be still in. You know, how do you replace Tom Evans as captain? Whoa.
Well, someone to, if Izzy Papajan is in the country, she could be a captain.
Yep. Yeah, potential Sparides replacement. Speed up.
There it is.
Long.
Like clockwork. I don't want to repeat the pattern, but it does boggle my brain when you see a pattern over and over again. Are you au fait with which pattern I'm talking about, DK?
The high bounce speed up for Gabby May.
Yeah, it's Gabby. It's 1 or 2 dinks max, and then a speed up.
Yep.
And it's not every second time it's every time. So it's something she's going to have to work on if she wants to take her game to the next level.
Nice shot there, down low for Fisher. And what a response here for the Adders, considering how they played against the Burras ladies of Dennehy and Dallabonna. Gabby May and Isabel Papajan have come out firing. There's a speed up to dinks, as you said, Ash. We've had a lot of positive feedback, by the way, Ash. A ton of people are messaging in saying that they're appreciating the heavy-hitting conversations we're having here on the Greenzone, which, by the way, viewers, if you're only just sort of getting into it, this is the norm. We talk about stuff like this all the time. It's been a lot of fun this season with the Greenzone.
I appreciate the positive feedback. I've been getting some positive feedback too, and I got a couple of messages too saying that I was a bit harsh on the Adders earlier. So I'm like, gee whiz. Some people are very sensitive, DK.
We're praising the Adders at the moment with a 6-0 lead, and Papajan to bring it in once more. Let's see if they can round this one up as we have the fellas coming on next after this for our gender doubles. Oh, just short. And the...
This is where we're seeing a team that's never played together before. Well, they played together for the first time this morning, or early this afternoon. They're feeling each other out. Here's the thing, DK. You haven't not only never played together, you don't know each other as people. You're not really friends. So from a personality standpoint, you don't understand each other. There's lots of new variables at play. Louise needs to stop doing those speed ups, though. She needs to get into some dink rallies. I'm considering messaging Adam Walters. I think I might have lost DK. That's a superb drop from Nat Fisher. Tasty loop on that. Dropped hard at the last moment. Good little run here for the Bandicoots. It was the right shot, just popped it up a bit. Good little run though. Of course, if you've just joined us, this is win or go home. The winner will go through to the weekend finals tomorrow. And the loser, that's the end of their season 3. And of course, if you missed earlier, the Bandicoots have 2 replacements. So 2 of their usual players unfortunately couldn't make it to Victoria. So they've got Nat Fisher to the left of screen, filling in for Shannon Spencer. And then we just saw Jake Winan defeating Timmy Kuznetsov, and Jake filling in for Colin Wong. So the Bandicoots, all things considered, doing pretty well at the moment. Did all the hard work there. I'm not sure where DK's gone. I feel like his Wi-Fi is just, if you mention, it's like Beetlejuice. If you have 3 controversial things that you discuss in a row, his Wi-Fi just drops out. Adder's really having a good start here. And you would expect the Adders to continue the trend once they change teams at 11. Every point crucial at the moment. Clawed their way back into this though pretty well. They were 7-love down, now 4-8. Second serve. had a couple of points on their paddle the last 2 rallies, putting themselves in good positions. Nat Fisher just signalling there to return to Gabby May. You'll see this go left.
Oh, I apologise, Ash. I'm back.
It's gone long. It's a great lob there from Nat Fisher. Yeah, DK, it was pretty civilised while you weren't here.
I have to say, viewers, obviously our Queensland players have copped the wild weather this entire season, and I'm obviously based in Redcliffe doing the remote call for you all here on the Greenzone. The wild weather continues. I've just had a power out, so that good thing I've got my camping battery ready to go, and we've MacGyvered it. So we're back live, which is awesome. Thank you for having me once more, Ash.
TK, it's always a pleasure.
Oh, tweener from Papajan.
And look, based on that tweener, you would think that her shoulder is okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd be going for risky shots if you were seriously injured.
Yeah, good point. Ooh, ATP attempt, called wide. Yep.
6-9, number 1. They've clawed their way back into this game, DK.
The Bandies. Good to see.
Yeah, I think that was 7 love down. It's a cardinal sin to miss a serve at a key point like that.
Or just long. Are we finding that a lot of the balls are going towards the way of the substitute in Fisher?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, Nat Fisher's backhand side is super strong. She absolutely creamed a couple of backhand drops that were almost unplayable. So she plays that side really well. She's obviously playing with Louise, who's a lefty, so that can be a little bit confusing. You mentioned that Gabby May could be the one to lift in this, but what about Louise Oxnard, DK? I mean, she's a regular member of the team.
Yep. It's a good
Couldn't
point.
the same apply?
The same should apply, and it looks like the Adders have locked it up after that fight back from the Bandies. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Ash, in that she obviously has to change up her play style going up against or playing alongside a substitute, and Adam Walters does as well. Obviously playing with Shannon Spencer, I think that Oxnard's had a pretty good season pairing with Spencer, but the question, it's a very fair one. Whether she
You've got to
also
really
needs-
have your... Sorry, mate. I was going to say, you've got to really have your communication on point. If you've got a righty-lefty combination, it's obviously both of your forehands. And if you're playing for the first time, maybe you haven't bedded down that communication style.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. And speaking of communication, we've got the siblings on with the Kuznetsov duo taking on Walters and Winan. In the men's singles, Winan was the hero for the Bandies to come back and force a tie. We're going to see who's... a very heated discussion here with official Jay.
Dan was talking to David J after Timmy Kuz's singles as well. Something he wasn't happy about.
Well, we'll find out how it all pans out. We are quite
11-6.
lucky in pickleball. We are quite lucky that our players can speak so much with the referees. I know a lot of other sports, like good luck, the official's decision is final.
I think it can play a part which referee you get. I mean, there are referees who you prefer and you like their nature, and then you might get another referee and you're like, this won't be fun. This, if I do anything, I know that they're going to call point penalty or something.
Well, this is an important one, viewers, as League Commissioner Dave Angel has been brought into it. So here's a little bit of education for you all in the Australian pickleball scene if you're, I guess, new to tournaments and how they work. And I am sort of putting this in the same category. In the traditional hierarchy of a tournament, the two most important people in the event are a tournament director and the head referee. So in this instance, Mr. Angel, being the league commissioner, would take that TD position. And obviously David J, the top referee in Australia, would take the head ref. So those two are just going over some finer details, no doubt. And that's usually when the TD and the head ref come together, it is about finer details, just the rules of the game and whatnot. And it looks like they've come to some sort of decision and we can continue.
So they got an extra point. It was 11. Oh no, it was 11-7, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that entire discussion was about, but either way, looks like all is good and we can continue. And it looks like Jake Winan's going to start on the left. We saw this earlier with the Bandicoots up against the Burras. We saw Adam Walters playing on the right side. And they're still in discussion.
Do you give the Bandicoots any chance from here?
I do. Yeah, I don't think either side. I wouldn't write off either side. I think both teams can take it, and there's a lot of pressure riding on the substitute here in Jake Winan. Speed up, good.
There you go. Good start.
Two speed ups not going the way of the Adders, and the Bandicoots getting it back on a 7-11 scoreline. Double stack in effect for the Kuznetsov duo. And Captain Walters still on the right. And you've got to say that there is a little bit of leadership in that Walters opting to let his partner take the primary position.
Good ball from Walters. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're making a decision. It's leadership.
Yeah, you're just putting the ego to the side, right? It's like, nope, I think you're going to do better in this position. It's going to benefit our team the best. Some would say, well, you're the captain, you should lead from the front. But in this particular instance, you've got to consider all of your players as resources, and Winan seems to be the best fit.
It would give your replacement a lot of confidence. My captain believes in me. Let's go.
Oh, the net roll. The YOLO going the way of the Bandies.
It's a good discussion piece, DK, too, because a captain also might play left side and hog the whole court. So unlucky there for Winan, but which can then take a lot of power away from the person who's playing right side because they feel like they can't get into the game. And they're just there for moral support for the left player. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that Adam Walters has given Winan some authority to make the moves out there would give him a lot of confidence.
I mean, similar, we saw it earlier with the Burras, right? Ryan Simmons, Summer Alabama duo. Simmons was on the left, but it did almost seem like they were a little bit timid, as obviously that is a big whack there from Winan. Delabona, one of the best drivers in the game. Obviously, on the right side, she has a double-handed backhand in the middle of the court, but it's just fascinating. And you know, we see so many people come from different sports coming into pickleball. They don't necessarily know the strategy and all the technical aspects of it. This here is just one of the finer points of professional pickleball. Big poach, switch here for the Kuznetsovs. Well played.
It's a great rally.
Yeah, things are ramping up here between the Adders and the Bandies. Must win pickleball here on your green zone. Winner of this will go through to the finals.
I've just received another message from an anonymous Victorian NPL player.
Okay.
And it says, I'm praying the Bandicoots win.
Victorian player, not going for a Victorian side.
Player. Yep.
Oh dear. Where is the support for your state? Actually, fun topic, Ash. When I was at the South Australian Champs last week, I did bring up should there be a state of origin of the Australian Pickleball Championships with each team. Oh, nice flick there from Winan. With each state, you know, providing teams. And obviously, hearing what you're saying, Victoria probably has a little bit of work to do in the team building department.
I think that would sort itself out if there was a state of origin. I just think there's some bruising from some of the matches in the, you know, the rounds of season 3.
Jimmy, you know it's coming there every single time. Hit a two-hand backhand. Let's go. Come on, man. Come on.
Oh, well, Adders are through. Well, they got through to this anyway.
I mean, really, they should win.
Yes. Considering the Bandies have 2 substitutes.
They're doing well, though, the Bandicoots. 13 all side out. They've put themselves in the final straight here.
Oh, nice. He's got that backhand down pat, Jake Winan.
Oh, he's a gorgeous player to watch.
Okay. Oh, big speed up there from Walters.
Yeah, similar to Ryan Simmons, Jake Winan, they've got, you know, seemingly all the time in the world out there on court.
Oh, into the net.
Bit of frustration in that smash there from Timmy K.
Yeah, and it's a maturity element of playing professional sports, I suppose, seeing that, you know, not letting your frustrations take hold, considering we're at the pointy end of the stick here. There we go.
Good firefight, good leave.
Now, Winan is really making his money at the moment as we got a timeout, it looks like, from our gentleman. Got Mr. Lachlan Hood there on the court from the National Pickleball League. Just another, and Dylan Ventura Ho, actually, all the NPL boys at the back right there. Outstanding effort these fellas put into the Australian pickleball scene. And they've delivered a doozy of a finals weekend for you all at home. As we got our replays, as the gentlemen are having a bit of a breather. Jeez, he's had some nice shots, Jake Winan, today. What a cool story he is, isn't it? Comes down to cheer on his brother. Gets a chance to potentially play in finals on Saturday.
It'd be amazing if you could make it through to the weekend. Play with some house money.
Yeah, Winan's rocking the OG NPL uniform, by the way. Looks like he's wearing the Mowers uniform from last season. Obviously had a complete team overhaul at the start of the season. Think rally underway. Ash, we talked about, this is a great rally.
Beautiful.
We talked about Walters taking the right side, but here we have Kuznetsov doing the exact same. Timmy Kay's taking on Jake Winan in the dinking patterns. Whoa, that is a vicious speed up from Walters. What a rebound from Dan Kuznetsov.
Well, I think, could Dan be more familiar playing forehand? Does he usually play forehand with, Matt Kuz?
Oh, well played from Tim. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Like, currently, Tim Kuznetsov's battling with Winan, and you've got the two captains are both opting to play on the right. Nice.
Well, he's playing really well. He's showing that he's up to the standard, not just in skill, but mentality. Because, Dan Kuz is a seasoned pro, and Timmy Kuz is as well, even though he's very young. So this is high stakes, and some people can kind of just fall away in these high pressure situations, but Jake Winan's not doing that.
I want to bring up because you mentioned Dan Kuznetsov's experience. So in his matchup against the Burras, he was non-stop going for Ernie's down the left side of the court where Tim Kuznetsov currently is about to serve. This match, he's immediately changed. Like, he's playing a more of a support role, letting Tim Kuznetsov do his thing. And it just goes to show pickleball, you always have to be on your toes and be able to adapt. Ooh, backhand flick, unsuccessful.
You know how we have the acronym HQP, High Quality Pickleball? That was LPP, Pickleball. These are key points here. I wonder whether you just lock in and try and just play, well within yourself.
Well, it's a captain's clash. Finals on the line. Whoever loses goes home. High stakes, high drama here at the Jar. And
He's
there we
stepping
go,
up here.
captain point. And
Got a
it's
timeout.
substitute calling the timeout. Jake Wynan immediately like, nah, we're having a breather. Ooh, 16-14. Anyone's game from here.
Look, Dan Kuz is the difference at the moment. He's just stepping in at the right moment.
Yep. Yeah, there's been some definite positive passages of play for the last 5 minutes or so regarding the adders. Was that going in, that shot there? I wonder during the rally. Very close on the line. But I will say the speed ups from the adders have been elite thus far. Adam Walters tried taking Dan Kuznetsov out earlier. Wonder if there's a bit of feeling in this one as well.
When did he try and take him out?
Oh, it was about 5 or 6 points ago. There was a rocket of a drive straight at Kuznetsov, who admittedly defended it very well.
I wonder if we're going to see an attempted nasty Nelson from Adam Walters.
Yeah, well, we did see it earlier, didn't we?
For anyone who missed it, I think they were down. What was it? They were down like 10. Was it maybe 17-11?
Yeah,
and he
it
went
was
for an attempted nasty Nelson. It was pretty risky, and unfortunately, it didn't come off.
No, Ryan Simmons got out of the way. And Wynan staying on the left. Can the Bandicoots respond? Ooh. Gone for the
They
speed
got
up
that.
again.
Yep, big point there for the Adders.
Timmy Kay got the noggin out of the way. Rotation of sides. Yep.
It's going to be very tough for the Bandicoots from here. I can't see the Adders with Dan Kuz kind of steering the ship the way that he is. I think the Adders get through here and they'll find themselves playing in the finals tomorrow against the Stingers.
Man, tough game. Tough game. I still think we're onto a deal breaker.
Oh, I would love it, DK. I would love it.
Make it happen. Give the people. What
There's
they want.
nothing I, as an entree before Hawthorn Collingwood tonight, I guess to get to watch a deal breaker between the Bandicoots and the Adders.
Yep. Oh, good day of sport. Pickleball, man. Like, it's just been so good this year. The quality this season has been outrageous with our AHM Greenzone. And season 4 is going to be the exact same. Remember, viewers, if you are someone that wants to get involved with the draft, hop over to the NPL website. You'll see all the details over there. And we're underway once more, the rotation of sides, and that one goes long. Great here for the Adders. You know what's interesting, Ash? We talked about with the Burrows v Adders, the mentality aspect, in that the Adders didn't necessarily look locked in. To me, that's changed. They seem a lot more focused in this match against the Bandies. Ooh, captain's punch there.
Well, they are because, this is a different calibre of team. They're actually in this match. The Burrows did not let them breathe.
Swatted away. On the top right of screen there, we can see Harrison Brown and Nikki Malaganaeus from the Outback. Currently warming up. We will see them feature this weekend. That's the amazing thing about coming down to the jar for free. You can go and watch some of the best pickleballers in the country going head to head. Jake Wyman, man, he is really proving his point with that big poach. 1 point game. He's gone
Let's
and
go,
done it.
Coots.
Double error for the Bandies, and that stings evermore. The Adders continue to build this lead.
Nah. I really don't think Adam needed to press the issue there. I think the Adders would be tight enough at the moment. Just keep the ball in.
Yeah, Walters was on the left, and now he's immediately gone back to the right.
Good spot.
Middle is the riddle. Second server.
Oh. That's not right. And Timmy Kuz knows it. Brings up match point. That's unfortunate.
Yep, the Adders do it. And
Look, you're meant to be unbiased as a commentator, but I'm rooting for the Bandicoots to win that one because I think it's going to be all uphill from here for them.
yeah, well, it was a good start. The Adders get the crucial point, and it forces all the pressure on the Bandies. They must either A, win or tie the singles, and then B, go through and win the mixed. They cannot lose either of these.
It's a good point, DK. We'll get a good look at Izzy's shoulder here as well. Again, she looks to be swinging a lot more freely than she was this morning. Whether she's put some rub on it or re-taped her shoulder, I'm not sure. But if Oxnard can somehow pull this match, and then we'll have a pressure game for Gabby May and Nat Fisher where anything could happen.
Yeah, huge. And viewers, we have to say, if the Adders win this match, so if they win the women's singles, that's all she wrote. We won't watch the mixed events, as the Adders will progress through to the finals. For the Bandies, it's all or nothing. Their entire season is lying on these next couple of games. Can they force a victory or a deal breaker at minimum? As always, follow the National Pickleball League on social media via their Instagram and Facebook pages and the NPL YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things HQP.
Now, DK, Izzy Papazian, Jupa, 4.77. Actually, 4.78 if we're being to the decimal. And Louise Oxnard, 4.3.
I thought Izzy's would have been higher. She's
Wait,
had some,
I thought so too.
she's had some solid results in tournaments.
Her doubles is 4.9.
Yep. Yeah, well, either way, big thank you to our sponsors. As always, getting behind the National Pickleball League as we discuss duper ratings. No doubt that squealing pig will be poured out. No doubt. Actually, there's probably people right now at the jar enjoying a cool beverage or a warm beverage. I know they've got the coffee and protein set up down there as well.
DK, are you being paid per mention from Melbourne Milk?
Nope. Just giving them a shout out, mate. You said it's warm down there, so I'm trying to get people in to have a coffee.
No. It's one of my favourite things to do, to give you interesting questions.
Oh, you do well at it, mate. You constantly keep me on my toes here in the commentary booth.
Did you see the image that Tatiana Wild did from Beyond the Court?
Yeah. That's great. When you talk about the good cop, bad cop dynamic, well, she's nailed it. So
Well, I think she had me as the devil and you as an angel. But
Yep.
look, it's all about balance, Tati.
that is right. You need it. And if you haven't followed Beyond the Court, by the way, incredible work on the Australian pickleball scene. Highly recommend it. I imagine they might have a little bit of bias this weekend, Ash, supporting the Brumbies. We will see if media coverage is fair from the BTC team. Izzy Papazan getting the first points on the board for her team. Long.
I think it's worth mentioning, not to pump up our own tyres, DK, but I'll do it anyway. You know,
Okay.
people talk about long games on a pickleball court. We're pumping out 7-8 hours of commentary as well. So, you know, when we say things and when we discuss talking points, we're trying to talk about things that interest us over 8 hours. So we're going to cover all sorts of things, and hopefully it's entertaining and interesting.
Yeah, that's all we can ask for. Ooh, is that in? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Great shot
good.
from Papajan. Yeah, it is a really good point, Ash, as we try and, here at the Greenzone anyway, we're trying to create a different broadcast for you all at home, something that's a little bit entertaining, a little bit spicy, and obviously looking at the HQP on court, seen some outrageous performances thus far. Yeah, Papajan pumping that away, and we were wondering whether there was an injury cloud over Isabel Papajan. She's off to a 3-0 start here against Oxnard. Is there a world, Ash, if Papajan is injured, as that shoulder of hers is heavily strapped, that she might pull out tomorrow and a substitute be brought in? Or do you think she just toughs it out?
She's
Assuming
Armenian.
the others go through.
She's Armenian. She's not going to be pulling out. She'll tough it out.
Yep, I agree.
And she's already looking much better. You know, she looked like she was in quite a lot of pain this morning.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on. Like, you know, Looney Tunes, where they have that Bugs Bunny brings the water bottle out at halftime and they suddenly get much better. Oh, that's a nice forehand roll from Papajan. I wonder if Izzy's had something like that with the AHM rest and recovery tent. She currently has a 6-0 start.
Look, warning bells here for the Bandicoots. Their season is almost over.
Yeah, you are right. As they've got the substitute, Nat Fisher, to come in next. And she's up against Gabby May, who I mentioned at the start. You know, like this is the time for May to shine. Nat Fisher played really well though against Dennehy, to be fair, when in the Burras matchup.
I think someone's been passing my mobile number out to random pickleball fans. I just got another, I'm not making this up, a random message saying, anonymous pickler here. The Bandicoots have got this one. By the way, Harry Brown's man bun needs a shout out. Yeah, you might see Harry's man bun popping to the right of screen. He's practicing on one of the side courts. I dare say Harry Brown won't be rocking that man bun tomorrow. It'll be all business.
Yeah, the lion's mane. He's got to look the goods. I feel like we're like a pickleball hotline. People can just tune in and ask questions. It's good interaction with the pickleball community. And here we go. Oxnevard's got a point on the board, 1-6. Called wide.
It can happen a bit in pickleball. You break the down wall and you can string a few points together quickly.
You were asking earlier, Ash, about what paddle Papa Jean's using.
Yeah.
Is that one of the new hammers?
Okay. You get a look at Harry Brown's man bun right there. Oh, it's just disappeared.
Glorious. And Nicky Mao warming up with him.
Can Nat Fisher level the ladies singles with a win over Gabby May?
Man, it's tough, isn't it? Like your season is lying on potentially a substitute. You got to feel for Nat Fisher to come in and be in that position. Jake Winan obviously was in the same boat with the gentleman and pulled out a victory for a tie. But we could potentially be seeing the end of the Bandicoots, and the New South Wales will be resulted with the first knockout of the season finals.
Sadly, it was to be expected, though. Just with a team at half-mast, so to speak.
No, it hasn't happened yet. Can the Bandies fight back? Papa Jean does not want this match to be pulled out any longer. Heavily strapped right shoulder.
Yeah, well, I think it's still giving her some trouble. She was stretching it out in the timeout. Great ball there from Louise.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward lunge. And Oxnevard. The time is now.
Dan Kuz to the side of screen, giving Gabby May some final instruction before her singles.
And could you imagine if Nat Fisher manages to tie it up? That mixed match.
Look, Gabby should win. I just think because of the stakes on the line, you never know.
Her shoulder might be injured, but her legs still work. Izzy Papajan going for a jog. And
He's so quick.
Back.
That volley from Oxnevard had to be perfect. I mean, Izzy was back making the ground.
Yep. Oh, into the net. Here we go. The heart still beats for the Bandicoots. She's grabbing that shoulder again. Out. Was that one going out? Papa John's asks the question to her bench. Oh, flick is good. A nice shot there from Babajan. Once again, another game point situation here for the Adders to really put the pressure on. Ah, she's done it.
Yep.
Admirable effort there from Isabel Papajan. And she has really put her team in the box office to potentially go through to finals. It all comes down now to the lady on screen. Gabby May has the potential to lock things up. And all of the pressure now lying on the super sub, Nat Fisher, to force a tie. Now scoreline up there says 2-0, but that is incorrect. It is currently 1-0 with a 1-0 lead to the...
They should be home, DK. I mean, all things being equal, Gabby May should win this. Bit of a difference in the Jupa. 4.3 for Gabby, 3.9 for Nat Fisher.
Yep.
And then we also factor in that Nat Fisher is a replacement here for the Bandicoots. Gabby May's had... This is her second season in the NPL. She was the captain last season of the Lights. And, yeah, she really should get this done and put the Adders into the weekend finals.
You know, I bet if Shannon Spencer is watching right now, wherever she may be in the country, this is probably killing her. Because I would... That is a very good match. Gabby May versus Shannon Spencer.
Oh, for sure. And Shannon singles is a burgeoning beast. It's always on the rise.
Yeah, I agree. So, either way, the all the pressure, the entire season for the Bandicoots now rests in the fate and the paddle of the substitute, Natalie Fisher.
She needs to get off to a good start, Nat Fisher, similar to her match against Sarah Dennehy, where she led 4-love.
Yep.
And lost at 11-7. But the start is crucial.
And I mean, Captain Adam Walters, I can't even see him. He's probably got his heart in his throat. All he can do is watch.
That's a good point. Adam Walters should be side of court.
He was earlier. I'm not entirely sure where he is now, but keep in mind, if Nat Fisher does win this, then we go through to a mixed set of matches where the Bandicoots must win it to force a deal breaker. So we've got not only is it HQP, it's HPP, high pressure pickleball, on display here at the Jar. See Robbie Mazzano there on the right, Ash, the ACT legend.
Look, yeah, hopefully Adam Walters is not too far away because, yeah, it's just one of the things about being a captain. You've got to kind of be there for all the matches, I think.
Yeah. Season will be determined from these next set of matches, and potentially Gabby May can sink the Bandicoots.
Yeah, DK, that was a very, very tight forehand from Gabby May. Bottom of the net. And another one.
Ooh.
2 bottom of the net forehands. Could this be a window for Nat Fisher and the Bandicoots?
Is the sub going to do the impossible?
She's got a great poker face, Nat Fisher, too. You know, she doesn't give a lot away. I've spoken to her and I've actually played her in some pretty intense matches. And, yeah, she's got a really good poker face. So
Yep, nice shot.
You don't go there. Gabby's got a great overhead smash.
Yeah, it's probably unfortunate here for Gabby May, but I imagine a lot of Australian viewers are tuning in to cheer on Nat Fisher. The prospect of a substitute saving the season for a team is just quintessential Australian sports media. But Gabby May's got the experience, as you mentioned, Ash. She is a former captain. Fisher down the left. Nice shot.
I think Nat's been putting in some singles reps as well. I touched on it earlier. She wants to elevate her singles game so that she's hopefully ready to play a full season in the NPL for season 4.
Yeah, she's got the tactical shoelace tie here. There's Gabby May winning that rally. Little words of encouragement there from Captain Kuznetsov on the left.
I think Lockie Hood from the NPL is a stand-in captain of the Bandicoots.
He's
Side
got
of
the
court
captain
there.
ready to go. You know, I have to say, both Hoodie and Eben, the social media genius behind the NPL, are very brave men. There's Adam Walters on the right side. He's having a chat to Louise Oxnevard and Jake Winan. I don't think I'd be game sitting so close to the court like Lachlan is at the moment. You get an X40 to the noggin.
Yeah, well, you got to risk it to get the biscuit, don't you? You want to get the good photos. You need to be side of court there.
Just saying, Hoodie, if you do cop a ball to the head, you're going to cop it from the commentary booth because we have warned you. So we can continue. Rally here. Fisher up on approach. Oh, she framed it.
I like the thinking, though. Approach Gabby's backhand and get to the net. Gabby's got to make Nat play. And I reckon that's what Dan Kuz would be saying to her, side of court.
Yep. Fisher has a very solid backhand, doesn't she? She rips that tui.
Oh, mate, it's awesome. And that's why if you're playing doubles with her, if she's playing backhand side, her backhand dink is actually, it's a real weapon.
Yeah. May opting to stay at the baseline here, not charging in. There we go, on approach. That was well played. Took her time.
Cheap error. It's okay to do that once, but you can't give another cheapie away.
Yep.
On this point. Ooh, bit of luck from the Yola net there.
Yeah, but May had a nice off-pace shot down the right side there that calls the air up. And she takes the lead as a result. Man, that face on the right there of Adam Walters, you can't even look. He's looking around, looking at the games behind him. Young man would be stressing right now, that is for sure.
He's a great character for the sport, Adam Walters. Just to see him there right of screen, he's a real personality.
Yep. I think he should get into Aussie Pickleball media. He's hilarious. But he's a bit shy from what he's told me regarding it all. Nonsense, I think. Oh, what a shot from May.
Yeah, well,
Double-handed backhand volley. Oof.
yeah. Some close calls down Nat's end too that I feel like must have licked the line.
Yes, flicked down the left side. Well played from May.
I feel like if Gabby can get a bit of a lead, say it's 3 points, she'll relax a bit more and probably run away with this.
Well, we can see on the left there, Izzy Papajan and Dan Kuznetsov just having a chat to May, and positive reinforcement over in the Bandicoots den. Bandicoots live in a den? Are they like little... What do they live in? I don't even know.
They
Anyway.
live in the ground, don't they?
Yes, I'm guessing so. Bandicoots camp. Anyway, trying to make it animal specific. They they're all over there at the back left, just trying to give some support to the substitute in Nat Fisher. That there was the chance that Fisher had to put that one away, but poked it back to May.
Bandicoots live in camouflaged nests, DK.
There you go. The Greenzone, education, and pickleball at the same time.
There you go.
Oh, drive. There you go. Swinging freely now, Gabby May.
Yeah, Gabby's at her best when she's got a target. And, yeah, if there's a short court approach, Gabby loves that.
Comes a 6-point rotation. And we talk about Evans and sort of what he brings to the table as a captain. I think Dan Kuznetsov has a similar leadership style, Ash. Quite verbal on the sidelines, always talking to his team, and we see Tom Evans do the same. It's good for Victorian pickleball.
Good.
Oh, wow. Nat Fisher with an absolute screamer from the baseline.
This is where Gabby's got to lock in and just not give Nat an inch.
That's a great drive, good approach.
The target again. Gabby's cutting her up with the passing shots.
Well, once again though, Nat Fisher had an opportunity to put that one away. Up at the net, she hit it towards Gabby May rather than a hard angle down the left.
Yep.
But she's getting the approach right. The transition's good, but it's just the final blow.
Yeah, I think she's got to move Gabby around. I think because Gabby's so athletic, she's trying to go back in behind her, but they'd be gassed at the moment, these two girls. It is an arm wrestle. It's their second match of the day. So, like an arm wrestle, you just got to keep pushing.
Oh, May had the chance. Oh, tense moments here at the Jar. Season on the line for the Bandies, and Nat Fisher is not giving in.
Technique wasn't right. It was she needed to hit that more in front of her body.
I feel like Nat Fisher's winning the backhand battle at the moment.
Oh, for sure. Gabby's just winning the passing battle.
So remember, viewers, Fisher has to win this to force the tie. And it opens up the opportunity for the
Yeah,
Bandicoots.
you're right. She's got to win this to keep the Bandicoots season alive.
Yep. If she loses, it's all over. Oh, we've seen a couple of errors here from May. And the substitute has a 2-point lead. Smart timeout.
She's got to keep her head high here, Gabby. Can't drop her bundle.
Oh, man, this would be a crazy story if Fisher could somehow pull this out. And then we're going to mixed pickleball. And then it's anyone's game. So that there was a particular play a while back where Fisher gave the ball back to May. She's done it twice now up at the net. But she's clearly corrected course. 2-point lead. Man bun on the right. Going to be great to see Harry Brown on the courts later on this weekend. And remember, you can see all the matches if you're in Victoria. Pop down to the Jar in Melbourne.
DK, if Nat Fisher can win this singles, would it be the biggest upset of the season?
I mean, a substitute coming in.
Oh, no.
No, didn't we have a crazy substitute? Didn't we have a crazy win in the rounds?
Yeah, I'm sure we would have had a bigger upset than this, but that hurts what Nat Fisher, just a fault at a key point. Ooh.
Oh, May had the chance. And this just comes down to composure. Who can hold their nerve?
Well, who wants it? Who wants it?
This is hard to watch. Errors on both sides when the point can be put away.
Swings at those dry volleys, doesn't she, Nat Fisher?
Yeah. Ah, there we go. Good read from May.
Good coverage.
1-point game.
Yeah, I'd like to see Nat Fisher have a few different volleys. Not every volley needs to be a dry volley. She comes from a tennis background. I'd like to see just a stock tennis volley to mix it up. Oh, there you go. Now that volley that she hit there was in front of her body, unlike the one several rallies before. 8-all.
I like the lob serve. Changing things up.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's gone wide.
Come on, Nat. I think Nat's played for 3 different teams this season.
She's done well. Hopefully next season she gets locked in, and we now have a season-ending point. Gabrielle May can put the Bandicoots to the sword.
Oh, that's it.
It's happened. The Adders will go through to the next set of finals here for our NPL Greenzone, and oh man, sigh of relief for May. She's got it done. Nat Fisher with an admirable effort on the singles court today. Took on Sarah Dennehy and Gabrielle May and going down in both matches, but putting on a pretty good scoreline for both. And that has confirmed victory for the Adders. They will go through later on tomorrow, viewers. What will no doubt be an exciting match to take on the Stingers from New South Wales. The Burrows will be facing the Tide. Adders v Stingers,
Look,
tough
kind
one.
of- Yeah, well, it's kind of what we expected. We thought the Adders and the Burrows would go through. Perhaps the Burrows not so easily, but we're all start licking our lips for tomorrow and the weekend.
Now, we can see Dave Anjow there on the left, just having a chat to the players to confirm if we are going to play our final mixed event for you all at home. They technically don't need to, as the Adders have won it. Bandies are warming up. The two substitutes, they're ready to go. Put me in, coach. But for the Adders, you know, for me personally, Ash, if Papajan is facing potential injury concerns and they've already locked in, I would be getting immediately into that AHM rest and recovery zone and getting ready for tomorrow.
Oh, 100% DK. If this doesn't need to be played, then it looks like they're going to be playing.
There we go. Both teams want to. The green zone will continue. And Ash, as this is, I don't want to say it's a dead rubber, but it almost is. We can discuss finals. That's our good transition to round out the green zone for our next set of matches and what to expect. As we will see our mixed doubles events going forward.
Well, look, Harry Brown is having a really solid warm-up on court 2 there.
Yep. Getting his eye in, the lion. So, we have...
Yep.
Well, we'll talk about Harry Brown. So, he's playing in the Outback, taking on the 29ers. So, we will have Brown taking on Evans. Malaganaeus taking on Kuznetsov, the other Kuznetsov, not the one playing in this matchup. We will also see Lelanoa and Green, Mild Waters and Horsley. That's a tough one to call.
Yeah, mate.
I think
I'm leaning towards... Again, it's that discussion piece. You know, I was talking to Ron Shell about that TikTok or social media meme with one human versus 1,000 humans versus one gorilla.
yeah.
And in this example, Tom Evans is the one gorilla.
Yep.
Can the 1,000 humans in the outback beat the gorilla?
I mean, Harry Brown is probably one of the few people here at finals that could potentially push Tom Evans in a singles event.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he is a gorilla in almost every sense of the word, but I think you throw in Tom's leadership, and that's why he has so many strings to his bow. And I think the mental battle. Can he intimidate some of these younger players? Does he still have the edge on them and hold a bit of aura?
Yeah, well, I mean, especially in the mixed doubles, like we're going to see Evans play really big, and absolutely blast shots at either Horsley or Mild Waters, whoever's going up against him in that. And that's an interesting one because I think both those ladies will probably relish the challenge. They'll want to be in that firefight. I think for the 29ers, it doesn't necessarily come down to Evans. I think it's going to be Lelanoa and Green.
Oh, for sure.
The match will be determined on those two.
Yeah, but it does. If Tommy's on and he's taking 80% of the court in doubles, in mixed, and the lion's share in gendered doubles, he's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, but it's only like I just don't know if one person can influence a result that much.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'll see. It's going to be tantalising pickleball. Yeah. Either way, viewers, let us know on the NPL social media pages whether, like, who do you think is going to win out of Outback in 29 is outrageous call. On that note, Ash, Heat v Brumbies. Like,
I think these are the two teams we probably haven't spoken about enough today. And I'm leaning towards the Brumbies. I just think that perhaps they're I don't know, that I was going to say they're a bit more firepower, but how can you have more firepower than Selena and Kyron? I just something saying the Brumbies to me. I think Joey Wild will be able to ride them home.
well, we'll just go over the team lineups for everyone at home wondering what exactly we're talking about. So the Heat have Selena Tarulia, Nancy Ferguson, Ben Porphyry, Kyron Lavers. They came first overall. So they were first in New South Wales, first in the overall ladder in the country. Then we have the Brumbies, who were very close to the Outback for the Queensland ladder. Captain Joey Wild, Leona Quinn, Lindsay Baker, Caden Hansel. Caden is back. He didn't play last round rather. By the way, if you are just tuning in, the Adders have secured the victory here against the Bandicoots. We are playing the final mixed. So the Adders will go through to take on the Stingers tomorrow, which Ash and I will discuss soon. But Heat v Brumbies. Let's just go through the matchups. So you'll have Tarulia take on... Who's our number one female out of Baker and Quinn? Baker?
Baker.
So you'll have Tarulia take on Baker, Quinn take on Ferguson. To me, the big matchup there is Nancy and Leona. So they'll be aiming for a potential tie. I don't think Lindsay can push Selena. Just Selena's in a different echelon at the moment. Oh, let's have a look at these other lineups. So we've also got Ben Porphyry and Kyron Lavers taking on Joey Wild and Caden Hansel. Man, that is a good matchup. Caden and Joey are just so tall. Good luck. Just speed ups, anything at the kitchen line is immediately difficult. Porphyry's had a good season. Kyron has had a terrific season. Ooh, don't know how to call that one. In the singles format, you would almost back the Brumbies. Ooh. Tough one to call overall. Yeah, I can't put a piece on that one, viewers. We will then have the Stingers v the Burras, which is another outrageous match. So, the Stingers v the Adders, who we see on court at the moment. So, you would probably back the Stingers. Kyle Stoker, Mickey Hyatt, Mickey Masoi, and Ryan Morris. Taking on the two Kuznetsovs, Izzy Papajan and Gabrielle May. The only reason I say that, viewers, and I say Stingers outright, is the Adders weren't super convincing today, for me. They went down 4-0 against the Burras. I see the Stingers are in the same position as the Burras. Like, their performance will be relatively similar. Nice speed up there from Winan. And a good rally. We'll see the Tide take on the Burras. That is also another very good match. Dennehy, Delabona, Contrado, Simmons taking on Spirides, Vilicevic, Martin, Butson. Ooh, okay. So Vilicevic and Butson, very good players. Probably just have the edge on Simmons and Contrado. Then again, I thought Simmons and Contrado played pretty well today. It depends on form, of course. But then on the other end, I would back Dalabona and Dennehy over Spirides and Martin. Oh man, pickleball tomorrow. I just don't know how to call it. It's going to be exciting, that's for sure. And our matches tomorrow for you all at home. 10 a.m. the Greenzone's going to kick off. Ash and I will be calling the matches. We will have our qualifying final straight off the bat, as well as our elimination finals confirmed. I will confirm with the NPL team about who we will have on the courts first. We've got a good old fight here going underway with our mixed doubles event. The two substitutes teaming up, Winan and Fisher taking on Kuznetsov and May. Gabby May, the saviour for the Adders, securing the victory against the Bandies. There's the big boss, Mr. Shell on the left. Ron, the CEO of the National Pickleball League. He's like a proud dad watching the NPL play out. He's sorting out something or other in the distance there, a projector of some sort. You just see the sunset there on our kitchen cam down in Melbourne. A lot of cool things underway. I do wonder if they're having the MVP. Ron's been told off. Get that thing off the wall, please. I do wonder if we will have MVPs, etc. announced, or when they're being announced. It will be relatively soon. Well, drive is long. Oh, there we go. We got confirmation, viewers. Our first match on the Green Zone tomorrow will be the Heat v Brumbies. Oh, what a way to start your day for your Saturday of pickleball. Number one team in the country, the Heat from New South Wales, taking on the Joey Wild-led Brumbies from Queensland. Going to be outrageous, that is fair to say. And, you know, in a weird twist, one of the first times we've seen Joey Wild on the stream. The Brumbies haven't had much airtime at all this season, obviously with the wild weather down in Queensland. So awesome to get those guys on the broadcast. Good to have Caden Hansel back. Nice shot from Winan down the right. Of course, the dead rubber is going to be an absolute slug out between these teams. Why not? It's for the Bandies. Their season is done, but they might as well enjoy the time they have. Nice shot. If you haven't, by the way, please follow and subscribe to the National Pickleball League. As well as their social media pages. If you do want to keep up to date with all things from the NPL, by the way, the website is an incredible resource. I know a bunch of you paddle pros and international viewers from paddle companies, etc., are always tuning in to watch our players and have a sneaky look. If you do want to find out more information on those players, always on the NPL website. It's amazing how many people watch our broadcasts for reasons other than for the love of the game. I have so many people tune in that have questions about all sorts of random stuff that isn't necessarily relevant to the 4-2 scoreline that we currently have on the screen. Oh, that's a bummer. One, and he's not happy with himself. Dropping it into the net, and looks like we've got a request regarding the ball here from official Jay. I have a feeling we might have a ball swap and one, and probably ask the question whether the point could be replayed. There we go, David J flinging it into the NPL bar there. Another discussion here on court. It's an incredible space, the Jar. For our Australian pickleballers that haven't been down there, it's a indoor venue with 4 courts. This is here as our show court. We got a bar and a shop set up just behind it, or just under our primary cam where you're watching. Gym right to the left there. Speed up from Kuznetsov is good. Great little spot for pickleball. If you're in Melbourne, pop over to the Jar, just outside of the CBD. What happened here? No, it wasn't. There was a play earlier that caused heavy discussion, which I'm not entirely sure about, but this looks like it's a 6-point rotation, so we have Kuznetsov and May close to camera. And they would have so much weight off their shoulders, knowing that they're going through the finals and they've got to battle it out once more. May's partner, Izzy Papazan, there on the right side of the screen, just having a chat with B. Horsley and Crystal Mileborders from the Outback, the Queensland-based side. We will see the Outback taking on the 29ers, which will be one for the ages. And unfortunately, what will be the final time we will see Tom Evans in NPL colours, or the 29ers colours, as he's moving over to the States. Sad times for the NPL. It's been a long stalwart the National Pickleball League. But his finals campaign kicks off against the Queensland-led Outback with Harry Brown. Oof, shoulder check attempt. Debbie May swinging for the forehead, and that one has gone long. Scoreline continues to build here for the Adders. Not only a confidence booster for them, but good to really get their final eye in leading into the match tomorrow. And Gabby May gets caught while moving. Nice drive there from Kuznetsov. Nice drive. Forehand from Kuznetsov. Repeat entries down the left side. Oh, nice. Down the middle. Big hit. Lead continues to grow here. Oh, shoulder check. Rather straight into Fisher's hand. And there we go. The Adders have secured first half of our mixed doubles in this rubber that doesn't really count, as the Adders have confirmed. There we go. That was straight into her hand. She tried catching that, Fisher, as they have confirmed the victory already against the Bandicoots. This here is the interesting one, which I was surprised that the Adders went through with this, considering that Papa Jean's had her shoulder heavily strapped. A bit surprised that they just opted to play when they don't necessarily have to. But it's a level 11-3 scoreline. We will see Kuznetsov and Papa Jean play here against Oxtavad and Walters. Ash Williams returning to the booth. Welcome back, mate.
DK, good to be with you for the back end of this mixed doubles. How was Izzy's shoulder? I just heard the tail end of what you were saying.
Well, she's on court, so she's obviously okay. I'm just surprised that they've just decided to go out and play, considering it's heavily strapped, but it is what it is. They've obviously opted to, we're going to finish this one out and give the Bandies a decent send-off, which is, nice. But I did go through what can be expected from our events tomorrow. So our first matchup, just to get you excited, is the Heat v Brumbies. First matchup here on the Greenzone tomorrow.
So that's got to be on centre court, I'd assume.
Yeah, that's the Greenzone. So we'll be doing that match straight off the bat. Heat v Brumbies, which is scintillating pickleball. And I was going through each player individually with the matchups, and I don't know I don't know if I can call who's going to take that one. Similar to the 29ers and the Outback. Either way, I'm looking forward to it.
So, the number 2 ladies player, we've got Nancy Ferguson for the Heat taking on Leona.
Yep, Quinn.
So, how's Quinn's singles?
Leona's solid on the singles. I think she would probably say that she's a doubles player. But I know she's worked very hard on her singles for quite a while now. But that, I think, is the big matchup between the two teams. Yeah, nice there from Kuznetsov. Yeah, Nancy versus Leona. Oof.
Well, look, Leona Quinn can play. She went down 12-10 to beat Horsley.
Very good effort.
I'm going to say I'm leaning towards the Brumbies over the Heat. The undefeated Heat. I never thought I'd see them lose, but yeah, I think that they might be up against it.
Well, if they did lose, the loser of that match takes on the winner of the Stingers and the Adders.
Well, and that will probably be the Stingers. So the Stingers meet their state adversary in the Heat again.
Yeah, the New South Wales showdown. Nice angle. And the Adders have really put the foot down here.
I was going to say, and let's remember last time they played the Heat, I think they beat the Stingers 3-love. So,
yep. And then that would mean, if the Heat were to go through, they would take on the winner of the Outback and the 29ers. So many good matches on tomorrow, mate. Yeah, like a kid in a toy shop.
who are you leaning towards, DK, as we get into the weekend's festivities? Who are you jumping on board? Who's going to take the gold?
Okay, we're going to do a deep dive of this just because we have time. So, Heat v Brumbies. I'm going to go off your suggestion there, that the Brumbies take the victory. So they go forward. Then it would be Brumbies v Stingers. Sorry, Heat v Stingers, which, just due to historical evidence, Stingers don't bash me here. I would go the Heat. We would see the Tide take on the Burras, and I'm going to back the Burras in that one. I know you backed the Tide. Either way, that's a great matchup. Outback 29ers, I think the Outback will win that match. And that means it'll be the Burrows v the 29ers. Oh, that's a good matchup. Who wins that one?
Well, that's the matchup we wanted. Earlier in the broadcast today, we were fantasising about the Burrows versus the 29ers, the team that's known for strong men versus the team that's known for strong women. Who wins?
Yeah, that's... Fairy Tale Dylan would love to see Tom Evans go through to, the big stage, just with his history with NPL. But at the same time, I'm such a fan of Dennehy and Dalabona. For them to go through from third places, Adam Walters absolutely blasts Kuznetsov there. That would also be incredible. I'm going to back the Burrows. Probably, Dylan's backing a third place team against a first place team. But I'm doing it for the narrative. So I'll back them, which would then mean it's the Burrows take on the Brumbies in semi-final 1. And when we would have the Outback taking on the Heat in semi-final 2. Ooh. Okay. So
the Brumbies played the Burrows in the round matches, but they were without Brandon Contrado.
Yep.
So
I'd probably back the Brumbies there just. And then we would have I'm trying to do this relatively quickly as I know our scoreline's quickly ramping. And this is all theoretical, viewers. I could be completely wrong here. And then the Outback v the Heat. Man, what a game that would be. You got to go the Heat.
You know what? I've just found a round match where two fully complemented teams played each other, the Brumbies versus the Burrows, and the Brumbies won that in a deal breaker. So,
man. Scintillating. Okay. So I'm going to back the Heat against the Outback, which I know you probably disagree with. So that means it would be a Brumbies v Heat grand final.
Huge.
Which is ironic because our very first game tomorrow is the Brumbies v the Heat. Dylan. There we go.
Well, that happened last year. The first game last year was the Jalapenos versus the Caterpillars, and the Caterpillars won that. And then, of course, Caterpillars took on the Jalapenos in the final.
So I know all of the various meme pages that watch our content as there we go, that victory has been secured by the Adders. You can write all this down. How wrong is Dylan? At the end of the finals, you can go through and do a tick and a cross. Because we'll see how far off we are early in the broadcast. But viewers, that is it. The Adders will be going through up against the Bandicoots. Our first team knocked out of the finals, the New South Wales third place side. The Bandies will not be playing anymore this season. Well done to Nat Fisher and Jake Wynan. The super subs have come in, but unfortunately couldn't get the job done. And viewers, we will kick off the Green Zone tomorrow. First thing, at 10 a.m, where we will see the Heat take on the Brumbies. And I can't wait, Ash. It's going to be an exceptional day of pickleball.
Yeah, I'm just watching the Kuznetsov brothers there. They're pretty happy. The biggest Kuznetsov, or the oldest Kuznetsov in Dan, and the youngest in Timmy K, they are having a bit of a brotherly fight in celebration of that win over the Bandicoots. And look, got to give credit to the Adders. You can only beat what's in front of you, and they got through to the weekend finals, DK. So look, as we've discussed ad nauseum today, lots of different narratives that can happen over the weekend, and looking forward to seeing what transpires.
Look at this big team hug on the left. That's the Adders. Their whole team. Oh, here we go, Dave Angel. No, he's not going to get in with a hug.
You're missing something there, DK. That's with Matt Kuznetsov. Dan Kuznetsov.
Oh, Matt. That's not even Captain Kuznetsov.
No.
Well, there we go. The 29ers, Kuznetsov has come in and pinched the spot of the Captain Kuzi. But, yeah, that's us, viewers. We're going to wrap up the Green Zone here. Ash, what a great day of pickleball it's been.
Oh, it's awesome, mate. And the practice continues there on the side courts. We can see Crystal Milewaters and B. Horsley training for tomorrow's elimination final. Yeah, can't wait for it, DK. The finals are here.
And they are bursting at the seams with high-quality pickleball. Remember, viewers, speaking of the Kuznetsov brothers bashing each other up on the court, remember to go and follow the NPL on YouTube and social media pages. And we look forward to seeing you on the Green Zone tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Dylan Kimlin and Ash Williams wrapping things up here at the Jar. We hope you have yourselves a lovely evening, and thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you, DK. See you, mate.
Catch you later, guys.